up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, or as we call it here, I guess, SSUM 369. Want to welcome everybody here tonight. I got some good people looking like here in the chat. I want to bring up my good friend Terry, the Ironton Auditor. How you doing tonight, Terry?
I'm doing great, sir. How you doing this fine, wonderful night?
Just wonderful. Look at my shirt. This is really cool. See?
I hadn't had a chance to talk to you since you'd shaved, sir. You look a bit younger.
I do. It's I'm been letting it go to my head. I gotta not do that. So I'm gonna kind of get along here and open up. We had an interesting stream last night. Quite a cast of characters, I believe, on there. We went marathon. It was there was a lot of stuff happened, man. Did you catch any of that, or most of it? Or I know you were here for a little bit.
Yeah, I caught pieces and parts throughout the evening. It was definitely an interesting showdown with characters, for sure.
Yeah, Z's on a rampage here recently, and I kind of understand it. He's been like thick into the combat, and I understand where he's coming from to a point, where it's like, I'm so sick of the intellectual dishonesty that takes place with a lot of these folks, where they really want to, I don't know, just justify some nonsense, man. And it's like, no, wait a second. What are you doing? And it's just like, no, that right there is just, you're engaged in flim flam. You're trying to, going through so much to make your point be true, that it's like at some point Occam's razor has to kick in, and you go, hey, here's the obvious answer, and I'm seeing that with a lot of this with the with some of these globe people, and it's like, oh no, there's another thing, if you do this and you multiply it by that, and you look over and you have this, all this fucking bullshit, when the obvious answer is like, yeah, the reason we can see that object is because there's no curve. I actually had a guy telling me that I could be standing here and an object over here around the curve, light could actually refract it up so that it looked like so it wasn't level. My senses were being fooled by what? That's right, ZXL Master, refraction, and probably some parallax and gravity thrown in there for good measure. You never can tell. So yeah, man. I mean, I was up till probably 5 o'clock, and then I got up and started working on my bathroom again today. I finally got that piece of floor up. I had to cut it because you know how the floor is put down, then they build the walls on top of it when they frame a house. Well, now I have to put nailers for the replacement flooring in there, and I had to figure out how to do it so that the plumber can still get to the drain pipes and shit. So it's been kind of a mentally taxing day, and I'm ready to kind of kick it back a little bit, man. What? Jesus Christ, dog.
You've been having some fun with that bathroom, ain't you?
Oh my God. And it's so small in there, man. It's like I have, 3 cordless power tools in there and a step stool. And it's like I'm crowded, because that bathroom, you've seen it. It's fucking tiny.
It's very small.
Well, it's a lot bigger now with no tub in it, but not that much. You know what I mean? And plus, where the tub's supposed to go at, there's no floor, so you don't want to be stepping over there anyways, unless you're on a joist, or you're going to go right through into Leanne's bathroom downstairs.
Maybe I should put you in a stall and save the extra room.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. But no, I've got it. She picked up tile today. That's out on the carport, and we're getting ready to. I'm to a point now where tomorrow I can just cut my plywood, put it down, and then I can work on taking the rest of that drywall off in there and replacing it with green board. So,
well, don't work too hard. I bet you're not paying yourself much.
No, I'm not. And I take frequent breaks. It takes me a long time to do stuff because I'm like, well, maybe, all right, we'll mark this piece of wood and then we'll go have a bowl. And then we'll come back and we'll cut it. And then we'll have a bowl. And then we'll go nail it where it's supposed to go. And then we'll have a bowl and we'll look at it for a little while, admire our handiwork, and then think about the next step. So you can see things take a while, and I don't care.
Well, got to enjoy the work as you do it. Do you mind if I speak to your chat really quick?
You absolutely may.
I want to say hello to Archangel for Truth and Nope Wasn't Me. Both of them spoke. Hello to everybody else out there. I don't have the YouTube open as well tonight. It's really screwing with my internet. So I'm just in the StreamYard in the back end, and I'm unable to chat back here, but know that I am reading your chat and look forward to seeing y'all out there. So hello, everybody. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. I was just getting ready to pull up the participant list, which I've noticed is not always accurate.
Well, it's only those participating in the chat is all that comes up. Well,
see, I was seeing people over in the YouTube side that weren't showing up over in the StreamYard side, and vice versa. So I don't know what was going on with that. But anyway, what it says in here right now, we've got Alstrom, Archangel for Truth, as you mentioned, Art Akudo. He's my muscle on the West Coast. And Jimmy Shively, Josh R35, Mark Wood, Nope Wasn't Me. We got R Singer and ZXL Master. This guy, what a creative guy. Wow. And I'm assuming guy, because otherwise it would be ZXL Mistress, right? Isn't that the feminine form of master?
Right.
Okay, so we're good there. So I think we're clear of misgendering. So we're good there. Can't do that. You'll have blue-haired screaming lunatics come after you. Did I tell you there was a post in the I've Been Blocked by Chili Facebook page by our friend Twitchy Tommy, or what's his name, Shaky James, that was relishing and happy about my other channel being shut down? And if you look in the comments,
he was happy.
Well, he caught a lot of shit for it. People were like, I don't know what you're celebrating, you asshole. He's always been cool with me and shit, Yeah. So he's apparently, I think his biggest problem is this globe issue. And for some reason, he must have a really huge vested interest in that to get that upset, is all I can say. I mean, that's the only conclusion.
Interest in proving the globe, or just hating you, man. That seemed to be what he did with me. He just wanted to hate on you. He just don't fucking like you, I guess.
I don't know. If I'd done something to him, I'd like, for him to let me know. Because then I can do it again.
Bill 187 is asking if this is your new home, sir.
Oh, yes, this is my new home. This is it right here. I will be creating some backup channels. As I said, I'm over on Rumble as well. Where the issue I'm having with BitChute right now is that everything I have pre-recorded is too big in file size for them to accept. I don't understand, because I see other videos on there that are, 3 and 4 hours long, and I'm wondering how are they getting around that byte rate,
It
that
must be what it's saved in, whatever format. The formatting needs to be changed, I would say,
mm,
would make a difference to
oh
do
yeah,
with the whatever
I'll have
software
to
they use.
delve into it a little bit more, but we're looking at Rockfin and some other places too. I'm finding some very a larger number of awake people on those platforms than I do here on YouTube, where you don't meet quite the as much of the childish resistance that seems to be over here on this platform. So let me
Well,
see
what
what
does that say about us? We're here too.
no, no. What it actually is that, of course, this is the most touted, the first and most popular platform, and unfortunately, YouTube is going out of its way to make it more and more unpopular all the time for both viewers and creators alike. It's almost like they want to drive away everyone except for cat videos and stupid propaganda horse shit. Which is, cut your own throat. You shouldn't care so much about what the content is if it's bringing the viewers, because it's the viewers coming that are making the ad revenues so that YouTube can make money. So they're just cutting their own throat as far as I can see.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they're owned by Google, and I don't think Google really cares if they lose money or not. They're not going to lose money. Look at the money, the companies they own, the money they rake in. Imagine that.
Yeah, so it seems to be more of then why would they care at all? You see, if their whole thing is, well, we have to have these guidelines because of revenue and advertiser friendly, right? Advertiser friendly. Okay, so what happens when there's nobody watching your advertisements? You see, so it just doesn't hold to logic. That just doesn't hold to logic. That so why would they care at all? And it comes right down to is they really don't want people talking about the issues and bringing the real things to light. That's what it comes down to. I mean, that's the only logical conclusion one could base there. I mean, either that or they literally, and people accept it, that the Alphabet Inc. or whatever thinks that the average YouTube watcher, the average Facebook user, Twitter user, what have you, is too stupid to be able to think for themselves, that they're unable to look at different opinions and ideas and then formulate their own. They have to go by the opinions and
Well, of
ideas that have
course,
been provided for them. See, I guess it's a
well,
danger. It's a
of
danger
course
to
they
let
don't
people think.
understand, man. We went from, you remember when we were kids, we'd ride a hobby horse with no fucking spring covers, right? There's
Oh,
no
yeah, yeah,
safety
yeah,
devices on them fuckers. You
yeah.
pinch the shit out of yourself. You learn not to do it, right? Nowadays everything's got to be safety strapped, buckled down, tied off, and you know what I mean?
We've
It's
got a
like you really
couple.
don't learn
We've
a
got
whole
a
lot
couple
going through
more
life.
that have shown up here. We've got let's see, Michelle Moretti is here. N14A. Green Lord, Devos Nation, Queen Bee has shown up. Our singers here. We're building up an audience. We now are. It
Hello,
shows
everybody.
30. It shows us with 30 people. I was kind of hoping here. I put the link up into the chat. This is kind of the thing. What do you think the purpose is out there of censorship is, and why are so many people hypnotized into this idea that if some person that of proposed prominence writes down some shit on a piece of paper, that they have a moral obligation to obey it? That was the thing last night. Z kind of unloaded
I
on
think people
Logan.
generally have.
He was like, dude, he says, how do you reconcile that you ruined people's lives that weren't harming anyone at all because someone paid you to do that? How do you reconcile that morally? And I was like, that is a fucking good question, man. you know? And
Well, most people don't have morals, sir. They don't understand morals, therefore they don't have them. They don't know what that means. They believe in, I guess, no morality.
well, if you get the people into the idea that oh look, we got Welsh News Network is in here too. People are filing in. They're filing in. We should
Hello,
maybe
everybody.
play. We should. What's that song they play right before church all the time while everybody's filing in? There's a softly and tenderly Jesus. We can stall it back a little
the
bit till everybody
the
gets here.
SSUM Gospel Hour.
Yeah. Can I get an amen out there? Hallelujah. Drink the Kool-Aid, fellas. Jesus Christ. Yeah, man. So it's like, look, everybody's coming in here. So we got, let's see, some other people. Alan Eyes is here. And of course, Welsh showed up. Let's see who, somewhere in time. Hello, dear. Good to see you again. She's new to my channel too. We picked up quite a few more being over and talking on some of
Welcome.
these other channels. Welcome to the party, everybody. But yeah, do you think that the censorship is designed to protect people from misinformation, or do you think that's a disguise for censoring the truth? So that's kind of like the question we're
I
looking at.
think it's a disguise to control the narrative. However, I believe the unfortunate, overwhelming majority of the average population have this thought in their head that uh, that it's done for their own good, because if someone told them something, like if someone told you drinking bleach was good for a certain virus and you did it, that wouldn't be your fault because you were just too stupid to know better. That was the fault of the
Right.
person who told you to do it, because you're not intelligent enough to know whether or not you should drink bleach.
Well,
I mean,
even a
people have
stupid,
this idea that,
even a stupid ass Terry, if you told him, "Yeah, drink bleach to do that," and a stupid
right,
person would go, "Yeah, you first. Let me see you do it
that's
first."
my that's
You know,
that's
so
my point. But people think that they have to be, you have to tell people. Remember, like you said, the owner's manual cars went from telling you how to fucking fix them to not to drink the gasoline and shit. Like,
yeah.
give me a break here.
People are too used to like being protected by a parental style figure, you know. But how did people? I mean, you have to admit, people right now are, I mean, for lack of a better term, they're like way dumber than they were like 10
Right?
years ago. I mean, have you noticed that where people just are having trouble functioning, where they just can't?
It seems it seems like a lot of people have forgotten a lot of the things that I know for a fact they used to know, because I know them. I've known them my whole life, and it seems like now they don't seem to know what they used to know. I am unable to explain it, but I experience it a lot.
Mr. B says censorship is about FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. The goal is power and money. Yeah, well, the power mostly. The money's just a facilitation to the power. That's how that works. See, and yeah, I agree. And this is what they nail us with on a daily basis, a weekly basis, a yearly, almost like cycles. Cycles within cycles. Of how they keep us inundated in some level of fear of some kind of crazy shit, like, oh, North Korea is launching missiles, ISIS is going to come and cut your head off, oh, we could have a terrorist attack, watch out for all the mass shooters. I mean, that's just on that level. And then there's, oh, and don't forget, there could be giant rocks fly in from space and wipe us out like they did the dinosaurs and shit. And people are, that shit's eating at them. I remember in the 80s, everybody was really freaked out about the prospect of nuclear war. Do you remember that, Terry?
Absolutely, absolutely.
They had that TV movie called The Day After, and it
Hmm.
was where there was a nuclear strike that took
Right.
place, and it got everybody all freaked out. Yeah, I mean, everybody. I remember in high school there was everybody all anti-nuke demonstrations and shit.
We
I want to
used to have
welcome.
bomb. We used to have bomb and missile threat. Where we get under our desks and all that kind of stuff. Then later, when I was a little older, they started calling them earthquake tests rather than the bomb tests, and they just switched it one day and no explanation, and that was it.
Well, I want to
I
welcome
mean,
Jack Tal.
how many chemicals?
Let me welcome Jack Talcott to the panel. How you doing, Jack?
I'm good,
Hello,
brother.
Jack.
Hey, how you
We don't got
doing?
any audio. Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay, you're doing great, man. No, yeah, I remember Terry. Those drills, and I remember I got kind of another. I was all the time being talked to, all the time through school. I was always taken aside and being talked to, and I remember they were making us do those fucking those nuclear drills like that, you know, and you had to get under your desk, you know, and you were supposed to curl up like that. And I thought, what are you going to do? Be kissing your own ass goodbye? I said something too. I said, have you ever seen what a nuclear bomb does? You might as well just stand up and watch it. You know, it's going to be the last thing you see, whether you know, do I want the last thing I
Right.
see to be this spectacular explosion before I'm vaporized? Or do I want the last thing I see to be my own asshole? No, I think I've choose
Right.
the previous one, man, because that's just, you know, where I sit with it. But they really had us scared, man. They really had us scared, and they still got people scared. And when you start looking into that, and there again, when I put a post up today, that's a foundational lie that really it's the foundation on which the rest of these deceptions are built. It really is. And when I came to that realization, it was like these other things. I was like, oh fuck, you know what that means? That means that, well, shit, those sons of bitches, they clever. Now I got to give them props. It's clever. It's diabolical, but it's clever as shit, man. You can't, this is not a humanly conceivable endeavor all on its own. This is something otherworldly that works that shit. You know what I mean? Outside of this realm, the battle that's going on in the other dimension that people are unaware of. Absolutely. What was it? Well said. So, a word of advice: don't have that Z on your show anymore. He is an idiot who will just get your channel shut down again. Yeah, we're going to be talking to Z about some shit, but it's cool. It's all good, man. It's all good. The opinions expressed by the people on my panel do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the channel nor its channel holder. I heard that on PBS one time, so
Hey, beautiful.
It's all
Hey,
official now, isn't it?
it is. There.
this fear conditioning. Well, what you were just saying, yeah, the spiritual battle, it is. It's going on, but the gateway is through our minds. And so when you consider the fact that there is evidence that our thoughts create our reality, and that fear conditioning, teach those children to be scared as hell, start their lives off in fear, man, that is sick. And that's exactly what's been going on.
Think about what they did when you remember when the Challenger blew up. The shuttle, the space shuttle that was carrying the school teacher on it, right? All right. And besides some obvious craziness involved with that, I want you to focus more on what was done when that event took place. They wheeled a TV set into every classroom in America and had the children watch that space shuttle take off. Never before nor since have they ever done this. So what was really going on when they traumatized all these school children at the same time all around the country with a school teacher getting blowed up on her way to space? What kind of psychic, human, emotional energy are we dealing with there, man? I mean, that's a lot. They somehow harness this. They somehow use this. I mean, the same thing was 9/11. Everybody watched it on TV. Everybody had that same reaction at the same time. There was a measurable disturbance in the magnetic field of the Earth that was recorded. due to this that was magnificent. So how's this, what's going on? You know, you have to ask yourself, you know, there's more to it than just meets the eye. Something otherworldly, I would have to say.
It's nefarious for sure. Hey, right before I came on, you were discussing censorship.
Mm-hmm.
Censorship, it falls into the same stuff, man. This fear programming and control of information.
Yeah.
That's our world's greatest problem is human minds, the lack of information and the lack of knowledge and understanding and the spreading of misinformation. And that's what I think. Hearing folks like you, these conversations, these panels, putting these positive, truth messages out there for others, I think that's what's going to help us. That's what's going to change this world. We will.
Well, you know, Jack, I say it, and this is by no means mine. I've stole this. I don't even remember who initially said it, but it was basically, if you free your mind, your ass will follow. You know, and that's absolutely true. Your biggest prison is your mind.
Oh, yes.
You know, and so that's what you got to start. And it's like, who's really got control of my mind? And this is where you come into the idea of, okay, I'm going to examine these ideas I have and where did they really come from? Why is it that I think this? Was it something that was handed to me by my parents, by teachers, by, you know, what gives it the validity other than someone that told it to me? You get around that perception deception, then I liken it to like this. If you think your mind is a big whiteboard and there's all this shit on there, it's just fucking all kinds of shit on there, and then you just go through there with a sponge and you wipe all that shit off there and you say, okay, now the only one that gets to write on my whiteboard is me. Okay. And I'm only going to put on there concrete written down what I can actually verify. Outside of that, leave it blank, just still work on it, you know, that kind of thing.
Brother, you just offered the key for those who have that monkey mind syndrome. You just offered the key to their freedom, because that's exactly it. You got to clear the clutter from your head and figure out, what do I know versus what do I believe? And why? Why do I think I believe that, or why do I think I know that?
Right.
And then you get rid of that clutter, man, and then you're free. Then you know what you are and who you are.
Right. So many people said things that made them feel like they were smart because they heard people that they thought were smart say it. How often did you hear the common person say, trust the science? Okay, what's the science? Well, I don't know. These other people that are much smarter than me figured this out, and you should listen to them. That's what it came down to. You see, instead of, well, what exactly are they saying? I don't understand. Break that down for me. You see, instead of just take my word for it, you know? It's like, well, explain to me how this works actually. You know, this is what I'm interested in. Knowledge is power, right? I'm on your guys' side. I don't want people to get sick. I want to know how this thing works so I can help to just, you know, combat it as much as I can, you know? But no, they don't do that. Don't you dare look into it. You just trust what we tell you. I mean, that woman in New Zealand that just resigned, that Jacinda Ardern, she literally said that we are the arbitrators of truth. I mean, she said that in a public news conference.
This is why the masses are facing censorship, because we allow this illusion of authority to be the arbiters of truth, and that's a bunch of crap. We've all got minds. We can all discern facts, but we do have to trust. We do have to be able to trust each other to some degree in order to discern the facts. But dude,
Well,
this
that's where
world,
they've taught people to disregard their heart. And I'm not meaning about love and shit like that, although that is important. What I'm talking about is there's this thing, you have intuition. You have intuition. You have to learn to balance between the heart and the mind, the logos and the pathos. You have to learn to put a balance in between that. And you can tell when a motherfucker's shady. I can tell as soon as I look into someone's eyes. If they won't engage my eyes, I'm very wary of them. But when they do engage my eyes, I can tell that's the window of the soul. And there's some people that unfortunately I look into their eyes and they have these deadpan, dead fish eyes. And it's like you're just like, I don't know, like they're almost like an automaton to me.
you know what? My experience, I fell into the slave mindset, and I lived a lot of years in a subconscious state of habits. I wouldn't be surprised if people saw me in the store back then and saw death and no light in my eyes, because I didn't have any life. I was praying to die, man. I didn't want to live. This world sucks when you look at it. If you look at it one way, this world sucks. But Wayne, the old quote from Wayne Dyer, help me. Change the way you look at things. The things you look at change.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I don't know if you was listening the other night. I told I did this thing where we just resonated ourselves in the high frequency vibration of love. We even used frequency tones in music and listened to it all day long. And that evening, my wife and I, we went over to my brother's house. And we were sitting there, just her and I sitting next to each other on the couch. And we just were really just kind of concentrating into that vibe, right? Next thing I know, every cat and dog in the house was like right on us, just wanting to snuggle up to us and shit. And I was like, this is really cool. So we took it a little bit further, and my wife was like, you should not be allowed to have this power at all. Anyway, that's all. And so anyway, I was like, I did it another time, and I was just at the store. And I remember it was a Martin's grocery store in Harrisonburg, and I was just stood there in the foyer there by where the carts are at, and I just resonated. And everyone that passed by me went out of their way to wave and smile at me. I wasn't obvious at all. I was just there. They went out of their way to wave and smile at me. And a few even come up and talk. How are you doing today? I'm really good. How are you? And they were just really digging on being around me. And we can all do that. They don't want us to. They keep us always worried about, because if it isn't these external fears, it's our own personal fears. This fear of loss. I might not have enough money. I might not have enough food. I might not have enough shelter. I might not have enough this. Worried about what might not be. Whereas even the Nazarene said, you don't worry about it. God provides. And when you do stop worrying about it, and I think there's to a degree some quantum manifestation going on there, because if you're focusing on the idea of not having something, then you're going to bring that not having something into fruition. If you go at it with the idea of I always have what I need, you will have always what you need. And that's the key. I mean, I've been living this way for a couple of years, man, for a few years. Just I get what I need when I need it.
I've been learning how to do that myself. And it takes, you know what it comes down to eventually is blind faith, right? You got to be able to find comfort and confidence even in the midst of chaos and uncertainty.
Yeah, man.
And what you're saying, brother, you're absolutely right. What you were saying about putting the intention and the consciousness of raising your energy, it does somehow affect what's around us. And that's stuff I never knew. That's stuff I never thought about. That's sure's not taught in schools. Matter of fact, it's the opposite they teach. The lands, it's the opposite taught in schools. It's insane, man. Our world is literally, by logic and definition, our world is insane.
It's upside down. It is completely upside down. This is why I always say, and this kind of confuses people. I say, yes, the world is spinning, but the earth remains still. Okay. And that the thing is the world in which we live, which is on the earth, is wildly out of control. And it seems to be almost like a cornered rat right now, to where it's doing its any last ditch effort, come hell or high water, gonna do it now because it's do or die type thing. I mean, they're coming at us with every fucking thing and all at once. And I've been asked a lot of times, and this is where it comes into the idea of acceptance of the situation. And by no means, it doesn't mean you have to like it. But I've been asked before, what's going to be coming in the times ahead? And I said, there's going to be a lot of casualties. And people say, I don't understand how you can say that with just flippantly. And it's like, you have to realize I'm not saying it flippantly. I have come to the conclusion and accepted that this is what will be. And that's out of my hands. And so I accept that that's going to happen. I don't like it. I don't by any means like it at all. And this is why I'm trying to wake people up so they don't become casualties. I want them to know that this is on purpose. They have to do what they can now, because when there isn't any food at the grocery store, when you don't have any of the little Babylonian magic squares on your card or in your wallet, okay, that's the plan. Because then when they offer you a cot in a hot bowl of soup in a nice warm FEMA camp, you'll line up at the trains, man.
Tell them thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for putting me in a camp so I can have shelter.
Yeah.
It's that is one of the possibilities that we can go to. Hey, I just realized I came up and Ironton auditor here. I showed up, and I don't mean to exclude anyone or take over.
Well, that's right. You two have not met.
I've not.
Jack Talcott. This is Terry Nip, the Ironton auditor.
How you doing tonight, Jack?
Jack Talcott's a freedom-minded man. Very much similar views to myself and to you on some of your levels. And Terry is an auditor who does not yell at cops. And he watches them and he films what they're doing, and he lets his viewers decide on their own what they see in the video.
I think I heard about you the other day. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's also a pleasure to meet you, Jack. Thanks for joining us here. And as far as taking over, that's what normally happens. I'm not the star of the program. You guys are. So what I usually do is just mute my mic and talk back and forth in the chat. And that's why when you talk to me, it takes me a second to get back over here and unmute my mic. So I just sit back and listen, man. I love to hear points of view, and I love to watch the chat and watch them talk about it and debate back and forth. And I just have a great time here.
I hear
old Della as much as everybody else out there. Thanks
I hear old Della back in
there,
Ironton. Terry, I hear old Della back in there, pestering at you and shit. Della, tell her I say hi.
Always.
She thinks I'm a crazy flat earther.
Hey, Sovereign said hi.
No, Sovereign did.
Sovereign and everybody.
Oh, that tells me a lot, Della. That means you don't
watch
my show.
Hello, everybody.
There you go.
Boo, that tells me that she doesn't watch my show right there. Boo to Della. And we got New Jersey Jeep Girl has shown up, of course, somewhere in time. Art Akudo are the two old farts in the balcony. Yes, Art, we know. That was we are indeed the two old farts in the balcony. I don't know. I got that picture on here someplace. I'll have to dig that out. You know the ones we're talking about, right, Jack?
Yeah, I do.
The Muppet Show on the Muppet
Yeah.
Show. I'm going back up here through the chat. Let's see. No one's going to camps. That's fear porn. That's right. They're going to kill you first. They'll probably take your children to camps, though. So, sorry for the harsh realities of that. No shit. Look, man, they're not going to have to do any of that. You'll go there for your safety, because as soon as they start making everybody not have food, right? And there's going to be some people that do have food and some people that don't have food. And there's going to be people wanting to get the food that the other people have. You'll want the safety of a regulated camp or sanctuary. That's all you have to do is just call it a sanctuary. And then
I still hold hope we can avoid those futures. I really do.
well, I'm saying this is their plan.
It is
okay?
their
And
plan.
what it's gonna take is that there's gonna be, the way I look at it, the more people that wake up, the more people that see what's going on, what's in the details, what's in the white papers. You know, this ain't just conspiracy theory. For those of you that think it was, I would like to remind you that the shit that I've been saying for the last 20 years is now validated, man. And I was a crazy conspiracy theorist. Oh, you think George Bush and the CIA were involved with Kennedy's assassination? Hello. Yeah. Read those FBI papers that come out. Read that. Oh, I also said that Hitler died in Argentina in 1965. We've got the declassified records by the FBI of him taking a U-boat and being in Buenos Aires in Argentina. And then he died in 1965. I was right again. All this shit is coming out. This is the apocalypse. Okay. The apocalypse is the revelation of all the knowledge. But I think it's a simulation of revelations because I think that shit already maybe happened and we're in that final season.
I heard this theory elsewhere, and it resonates with me. From the spiritual level, right? There is a battle between light and dark, and I believe we are in the age of a shift and a change. I think the light has already won in the ethereal realms, but right now, where we're at is the human species has been tamed through habits, right? Our egos. The memory conditions has created habits of a slave mindset. And so the point is the light is already won, but we're still dealing with the inertia of human behavior and their patterns of habits.
It's that learned helplessness.
Yep.
You know,
it's from a chained mind.
Yeah, it is. It is, absolutely. You got to break that shit. You got to break those chains, man. Listen, I know, and it's hard to do because people have gotten this idea that school was there to make them smart. No, it was not. It was not there to make you smart. In fact, you would have been smarter if you just stayed out of there. It was nothing shy of, well, it was a 15,000 hour indoctrination. That's what it is. And it's designed to make you think that you've gotten all the knowledge you need to go through life. And it's not at all. I mean, outside of arithmetic and how to read and how to write, which we don't even really teach that anymore. We focus on all this other horse shit. With those fundamentals, you have the keys to go ahead and gain as much knowledge as you need, you know, but people don't. they figure, oh, they've given me everything I need, and I have this really cool piece of parchment with gold leaf and trim and a little ribbon on it, and it's signed by somebody important, and I know he was important because he was wearing a special fucking ceremonial robe when we did this shit. And I wore this little square hat symbolizing that I now think inside the box.
It sure is.
I am trapped inside the box, and now I am, trained. Not enough? Oh, you want to be further indoctrinated? Here, go into debt and come on over here and get yourself a degree, because after all, that's the key to success and all the fancy pants and lollipops you want when you have a degree.
Amen. I watched in hindsight and reflection of my own past. I really asked, how did this happen? How did I become so miserable? And then how did I start waking up? And what you were describing in our schools, yeah, it's not for education, it's for conditioning.
Yeah.
But think about it. Think about the growth of a child. We come into this world innocent and pure with the truth, the connection to the divine is there. And so we come in like blank slates, told to figure it out and obey, do what you're told. And it's like, what?
Yes. Of course, we've all heard the Another Brick in the Wall, part 2, Pink Floyd. And if you watch the video, of course, those of us yours and my age, I'm sure you've seen the movie too, Pink Floyd, The Wall. Of course, that really exemplifies it. But another one too is it shows how there's a lot of songs that show how we've been in like a manufactured society. And it goes all the way even back to Woody Guthrie, man, with that little boxes on the hillside, all made of ticky-tack. And they all look the same. And this whole thing, it is about all the people in the boxes went to universities and they all came out the same. And all the people that were put in the little box, it's really neat. And then you can go up to like Rush with their song Subdivisions. That's really a neat song where it's like he's talking about even the peer pressure about how you're trying to be cool and how you get caught up in the lights and the bright light of the city and the glitz and it's it seems to have always been the human condition, at least in the 20th century. Everybody chasing after those fancy pants and lollipops, the consumerist ideals. But when did that come about? I think mostly right after the First World War, that it really became a consumerist society.
It was definitely promoted, wasn't it? Because after the war, that was the propaganda. Consume to support your nation, and that stuff still happens.
Oh yeah. Well, that whole propaganda thing. You remember when they had the yellow ribbons around the trees?
Yeah.
Until the hostages got let loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. They even was the Tony Orlando song, and tie a yellow ribbon round that old oak tree, and people did that until the hostages got let loose after 444 days of captivity in the in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran.
I forgot what that was for, but I do remember the ribbons.
Yeah. I remember that shit, man. I was like, well, so did they take over everybody's embassy? And they said, no. And I was like, because I was a kid and I was like, well, so they just took the United States' embassy? And he said, yeah. And I was like, why? And they were like, well, because they don't like us because of our freedom. And I was like, that's dumb. No way. It was like, there's got to be another reason they're holding them. And I was like, it took me a while. And I was like, oh, it's because if they're holding those hostages, the U.S. can't retaliate with a military strike. Brilliant. Not
You know,
until they're firmly in power and guaranteed by Ronald Reagan that they're not going to get attacked.
I don't remember that. I don't remember the details of that one.
I mean, I
But
saw that as a dog and fucking pony show when I was a kid, and I thought to myself, I was like, that would mean that Ronald Reagan is somehow involved with the Iranians to cut that deal. We won't attack. I'll promise not to attack when elected. If you let them go when I'm elected, and we'll be good. All right, cool beans.
you know what? Those scenarios are a direct result of the education system that we've created. Learn what you're told, learn what you are taught. Actually, no, don't even learn. Remember what you are taught.
Exactly.
Memorize and remember what you were taught, and do what you're told. And that's the way I was raised, was do what you're told and remember what was taught. And that led me into the, yeah, Uncle Sam, I'll go off for you, George Bush, the first George Bush, right? And I remember being I remember as a soldier, as a kid, saying, you know, to help our economy, we could use a good war.
Ah, yeah, right. I know.
It came out of my mouth. What the hell? That is just.
Yeah, man. And then you weren't the only one, Jack. You weren't the only one. There's a bunch of people. That's how we keep that going. That's how they keep that going. You got to think about what's involved there, and part of that I think comes to the disregard of the sanctity of human life.
Amen.
First and foremost. And even if you can, they want to keep everybody identity separate. This is why everybody's filed. Everybody's in a classification. And that way they can turn one classification group against another classification group. You see? So they try to keep everybody pigeonholed into these little dynamics. It's even as simple as, white, Protestant, right-wing leaning, fuck whatever. Don't even try that shit with me. I have beliefs and views, and they're mine. I don't subscribe to any that are not mine.
We don't believe we can be classified, do we, sir?
No. Oh, you'll go nuts trying to classify me. You can't do it. I just go for whatever's truth. Like Thomas Jefferson said, I declare eternal war against all forms of tyranny over the minds of men. And I won't stop going against that. That's what you ought to do, Ironton Auditor, is come here in the spring, and you and I can go and do a video at Charlottesville at Thomas Jefferson's house, man.
That would be awesome.
It's about 45, 55 minutes away from here.
That sounds like a great idea. I've been struggling to have a good reason to come back anyway.
Well, you ain't never got to have no good reason to come back. You can
well, you know what I mean. I gotta leave everything I'm doing here behind in order to, to make all that happen. So.
Well, we were saying that, like Jack was in Ironton Auditor even said that, people are not taught things. They're told things.
Right.
Okay. Teaching is a different thing. Listen, I would love to be a teacher, but my method of teaching and my curriculum would no way be accepted by the establishment in any way. But like, for instance, and I've done this with my grandson, I have this little thing right here. I don't know if you can see it. There's 2 different liquids in this. Okay. And of course, one's heavier than the other. Right. And, I remember I showed this to him. I says, look at this thing. You want to see something cool? I says, watch. And I put it like that, turned it over. And of course, they start going down in little droplets. And I said, how are we having droplets underwater, man? So what do you think's causing that? See if you can come up with a good reason why that's happening. Help me out. And so then we worked our way through that. And then we started talking about density. Yeah, parallax. And then we started talking about density and buoyancy. and why something floats and why something sinks and shit. Hell, he learned more in an afternoon over at my house just fucking around with grandpa than he learned all year in school. You know, and he views it like that. And I tell him, he says it's like, he tells his mom it's prison. And she's like, no, Landon, it's not prison. And I'm like, yes, it is. I will say, I'll speak right up. I say, yes, it is. It's exactly like jail. It's exactly like jail. It sucks. I says, just play the game, kiddo. I says, just play the game, you know, but remember, and he's like, I know, question everything. And I'm like, yeah, always question everything. Do that.
You know,
Hey, man.
not just question everything, but at this point in time, I encourage the kids, you know, don't let school slow you down. Shit, find something to learn about. Excuse my language. Shoot.
That's all right, man.
Well, I'm trying to clean it up myself. The the key, I mean, here's what I came to realize late in life, in my late mid 40s. We're here to learn. Right? And the conditioning of school, learn what you are told. Well, I did that in school, and then I did that in the army, and then I did that at my job. I learned only what was necessary for me to succeed at work. Nothing to develop me as a person.
Yep. Listen, I always wanted to go to, like, I thought it would be awesome to work in archaeology, things like that, you know. And I still have a great fascination with that subject. And it's taken me in directions again that the establishment would rather I don't. I don't know. It just seems like I always get led that way. But anyway,
you're being guided, brother. You are being guided to the knowledge you're supposed to find.
Well, the thought of having to do more school horrified me. Okay, I'm serious. It fucking horrified me. To me, it was sort of like, hey, how would you like your sentence extended? Fuck that. No, I want parole, man. I'm out. I'm done. Shit on this, man. This is like all geared down to the lowest common denominator, man. The dumbest kid in the class is where the class is going to be at, man. I'm not for it. You know, and half the shit you're telling me anyways is just useless. You know, why do I need to know any of that? Here we're going to do geometry. And they're sitting there start talking about Pythagorean's theory. And I was like, I says, are you talking about for square and shit? Well, yeah, it's right on the side of a square. And they're saying, what are you talking about? I said, you can measure out one side and then the other and figure out what the triangle is. It tells you if something's in square or not. And they were like, well, yeah, that's Pythagorean's theory. And I'm like, oh, okay. I always thought it was just something that was carved on Grandpa's square. He showed me how to use it, you know. I've known that since fucking third grade. Who cares? You know, let's get on with shit. I was like, always, I felt like they were like, I would be very bored. I'd find myself daydreaming, not really paying attention. And then I found out about skipping school and smoking weed. And I was like, yeah, that's a lot better. I'm learning a lot more sitting in the woods than I am in that motherfucker. I'll tell you that now. I found out I could quit school. I was like, yeah, I'm out of this motherfucker. I'm done. No more. Dude, can I please have a wrench? Yes, you may. Since you asked so nice with the little pray hands. Hold on, I gotta find the thing. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
If you're going to ask for something, you should at least be polite about it, shouldn't you?
Angela Baby Carson, you have been granted a wish in all titles, patents, and lands thereof. Bing.
Awesome.
The penguins have spoken.
The penguins have fucking spoken. You see this army I have behind me? Jack's probably not familiar. There might be people here that are not familiar with what the relevance of the penguins in my channel are. Okay. I'm going to go over this for some people. All right. So you know how we're not allowed to go to Antarctica, right? Unless you go on one of those little guided tours. And there's cruises that go down there, but did you know that all of the cruise lines are owned by the same dude? Ah, crazy, right? All right, so they got this Antarctic treaty. We're not allowed to go down there. Now we know that on the UN flag is represented by a azimuthal equilateral projection map. Sometimes it's called a flat Earth map, and every continent is represented on that map, with the exception of one. The entire thing is divided up into 33 sections, 33, including the bullseye. Now, in place of Antarctica, we have another thing. It's this wreath. It's the wreath of Apollo. It's what the Caesars wore. It is a crown. It's a symbol of power. So why is there a symbol of power used to represent Antarctica in world organizational flags? Why do the Masons have black and white checkered floors and the elites wear tuxedos? Why did Norway knight a penguin? And why did Norway have a penguin who is an admiral in their navy and actually reviewed troops? I can show you the YouTube video of it. This is real, right? This is what people need to know. It's because the penguins are in control. They are the Illuminati. They make us think that they're just little harmless, flightless birds. But in reality, as you can see behind me, they're ruthless overlords, and they're going to attack. So we've got to do what we can to protect ourselves from the penguins. See that dude up in the corner of my screen? See that little penguin up there with the sawed-off shotgun?
Yeah.
He definitely has no Ruth.
He has no Ruth. They're ruthless. Okay. There is no Ruth. And he's basically standing there like, you can't go, bro. That's what he's saying. Because you can't go to
You
Antarctica.
shall not pass.
So anyway, that's where that shit goes from. That's what the relevance of the penguins are. And we have to be careful. You can ask Ironton Auditor and some of my people that have been with me since the beginning. When we were talking about the fucking penguins being in charge and shit, what happened, Terry? What happened?
Our stream would be getting pooched. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, man.
It's funny.
So they've got greater reach than just their short wingspan then?
Oh, yeah, man. You would be surprised what they got. That whole flightless little cute bird thing is a fucking ruse, man.
Tell him
What
about
they do is
the Bay of Disappointment.
Yeah, down in the Bay of Disappointment. What does that mean? Right? These dignitaries go down there. It's not called that anymore, but that's what it used to be called, is the Bay of Disappointment. And what does it mean to be disappointed? Does it mean that you're sad? Well, kind of, but why would you be sad? Because if you were appointed to a position and I take that away, you have been disappointed, haven't you? Oh, so why do these dignitaries and these high-level estate people go down to Antarctica? John Kerry goes down there on election night. Are you kidding me? That's like the Super Bowl for them fucks, man. No, the Pope, frail old man, pedophile, lives in a house full of penises. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't say
reports of people going there, but admittedly, this Antarctica and stuff, that's stuff I haven't looked into. The penguins, I'm gonna keep an open eye on that stuff though.
Yeah, you should beware of them. Listen, those the ones you go to the zoo and see, they're just there. That's their job, is to make you think that's what they do. They're just the retired ones. That's their little life of luxury and shit. And they have human servants that clean up after them and stuff. So, yeah.
They lull us into a sense of safety and security with their
Oh, Daddy, look at
they have no Ruth.
That's right. You know, you take your kids to the zoo and they're like, oh, Daddy, look at the cute little penguins. And they're looking back like, fuck you, kid. We're going to kill you. We're going to fucking kill you.
Hey, you mentioned Christos.
Christos, the Lionheart. Christosterone.
Christosterone, the Lionheart.
What the fuck,
How you doing
Christos?
tonight?
What's up, bro?
Awesome.
He's muted. I don't think he knows he's muted. Now he's not
Yeah.
muted. Now he's unmuted.
My audio is acting all weird. Hey, what's up?
What's going on, Christos? You're a little fuzzy.
Okay, hold on.
All right. So yeah, man, that's the Pope. Pope loves penis. Angela Baby Carson says the Pope loves. Well, you know, come on, think about it. Here's this magnificent. Owen Benjamin was talking about this, man. He says, you know, here's this magnificent building and shit. Sir, how should we decorate this? It needs more penises. We need more penises around. How about some little babies blowing on trumpets with their little penis? You know, and it's like, oh, okay, man. And we need some paintings of penis over here.
Right.
You must do this, for I speak for God. All right, then. You know, and up there on the ceiling, we need more penis on the ceiling.
Hey, I just want to stop in real quick and I want to ask you, Dave, how long do you think you're going to be going with the stream tonight?
I haven't the slightest idea. As long I'm probably having a good time right now. Wasn't thinking about getting out. So yeah, we got some good people on here, and it's open to others as well. I want to make mention that the StreamYard link is in the pinned chat thing. So anybody that
Well, I'm on another panel. Sorry, I'm on another panel right now, but
right?
I definitely want. I missed your last stream, so I definitely want to hop on here whenever they finish up over there.
Hey, right on, man.
So by
Who's
yeah, I just want
who's
to make sure
streaming?
it wasn't going to be a short one.
Who's streaming on?
Jay Phillips. He also goes by Lucid. He's someone that is like a regular at Ian's channel at We Are Awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yo, I definitely want to stop in, so I'll be back here in a little bit, man. And Jack, good to see you again.
You as well,
I'm
brother.
really happy that you've been making the rounds on different panels, and especially that you came over to We Are Awake TV. And it's pretty crazy, man. People seem to get pretty triggered by you, and you're not even really someone that is like trying to trigger people, it seems. So like
I don't understand that, man. It's like I was just getting ready to say, you know, isn't it nice to not be getting beat up on, man? I'm like, fuck.
Yes. It is so nice to be with gentle people.
yeah, word. Okay, gentlemen. Well, I'll be back soon.
All right, we'll see you in a while. Christosterone, the lion.
All right, guys.
I love you,
Gotta
bro.
love that name.
Oh,
Much
my
love.
God.
Love you too, man.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy. I like Christos. Oh,
You seem like it. You know, I've come across some really cool characters recently, like yourself and Christos. There's some pretty cool people rising up, putting their faces out. You know,
yeah,
putting themselves up there, trying to share what they know. Brother, I respect it. I love it, and that's what gives me hope. Good people.
God, yeah. It's not just hope. I have more than that. I have confidence that, you know, I've got people like, for instance, I've got some people that I know of in my chat that follow me, and they've been with me from the beginning when I was just covering that buffoon Chili DeCastro. And that's where I started at. And that delete laws dude, right? And so then I've migrated over to more of what I want to talk about, these truth issues. You know, that's old hat and it was funny, but how long can you keep doing it, right? And some of those people that stayed with it have come over and they're like, oh my God, man, you've woke me up on some fucking shit. And that makes me feel good, man. I'm like, that's cool. Cause I'm like, that's always been my thing, hasn't it, Terry? That is, you know, I could have maybe 150 fucking people listening to me. If one gets it, I've done what I set out to do. Because that one that gets it's gonna be, he won't be able to fucking shut up. The one that gets it's gonna go, hey, you guys, guess what I just figured out? Or, you know.
Think of it this way: for every person that you show some truth to, or every two people, they probably show two more.
That's it. Yeah. Like that, and it's got it gets out there exponentially. And like I've said, even if they wanted to shut down my other channel for, I don't know, I couldn't see anything that I said or anybody said that was harmful to anyone at all, that it would warrant that. But hey, I guess people, they're fifis, I don't know. But it's already out there. People saw it. It's in their minds. It's in the aether. It might not be accessible on your little archive, but it's out there. It's in the and that thought will permeate into someone. You ever notice how people will start all having, and I've seen this in the last couple of weeks here on YouTube as well, especially in this community, is that I'll go over and some people are talking on a panel, and it's like exactly like a segue from where we left off on my panel. And I'm like, this is fucking cool. So it's like riding the surfboard. So I'll go up on panel. And then it's like, oh, this is cool as shit. And then I pop back off of there. A little while later, somebody else is talking about something that segues from another thing. And I'm like, this is fucking cool. How are we all having this idea to do this at the same time? It's almost like they can track when, what they tell us in history, but there's pretty much good evidence that when like one culture over here comes up with the idea of a bow and arrow, and this other culture over here at the same time, not even in communication, supposedly with this other outfit, comes up with the same idea, slightly different, same concept. But there's that idea that floats in through the aether, and people pick up on that. I think that's something else they're trying to block off with all the shit in the air, especially the metals, the aluminum, which is like what if you don't think that's doing something, try this. I mean, I believe we're connected to the stars, we're connected to the heavens, and it's kind of like Wi-Fi. Try taking a big sheet of aluminum foil and go wrap it around your router and see how well your Wi-Fi works.
And that's what the aluminum's doing within us.
Yeah, man.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
I know aluminum it's used and it is not healthy for us, but I never made that connection, dude. That makes sense.
Well, it's worse than that. Most municipalities in the public water supply put fluoride, which is a waste product of the processing of aluminum.
It's evil. It's insane. It is the satanic realm. The structures of our corporations and governments, they are the beasts. They're the beasts of Revelation.
Well, studies have shown that this stuff can calcify the pineal gland. Now, this is just this is, of course, scientific studies versus other scientific studies, but that it actually does affect the endocrine system. And that the calcification of the pineal gland, what's interesting about the pineal gland is that that's been called the seat of the soul. It's a very mysterious thing, the third eye. It actually has rods and cones like your other two eyes. It's capable of receiving and deciphering light. Why would you have something in the middle of your brain that can decipher light? What light?
Do you think maybe it's able to create its own light?
That is possible. Yes, I do.
Is that where the light in someone comes from?
Well, that usually emanates out in this plane through the heart chakra. When you get to the crown chakra, now you're dealing in the outer realms. Now you're dealing into the consciousness and not into the physical. So we operate on the physical within the heart and within the crown to the higher self. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, think of it as a power tree that goes from highest to lowest. All right. And your each chakra point resonates at a higher frequency as we go up. This is our earthly frequency, but combined with our etherly frequency, this is where you get true reason and idea. Okay. So what they do
So our
though.
radios have been misaligned. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely. Look how often they try to keep you focused down into the lower vibration, into the root chakra. Okay, whereas the root chakra is right near your sex organs. Okay, and they're constantly flashing titties at you, constantly doing provocative shit, free porn, low vibration down there into that, which disallows for this so much, even more this, right? So it's actually from the lower power where it stems from. If you're focused in there and not using that power to let it focus all the way up through the power points to the crown, you're going to stay in that low level vibration. And that's where they went. It's unhealthy. It's absolutely unhealthy, and it keeps you from regenerative powers that the human body actually has. They know this. This is why they do it.
I love how you explain that. That's pretty good. The chakras and stuff, the energies.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I was so trapped in this 3D materialist mindset. I never thought about that stuff. Even if I heard the words, I didn't stop to think about what it could mean.
It's really cool, you know, when you figure out how the whole thing really works, you know, that we are, you know, in our biological construct, what we would consider our biological construct, that in which our soul inhabits. That was also what I was going to say, is they say that what I was saying about the pineal gland is like, that's your Wi-Fi receiver. Okay. That's almost like your Wi-Fi receiver. And they know that if you coat it with aluminum, what happens to your Wi-Fi, right? You lose
No reception.
Right. Now, it's not irreversible. That's not irreversible. There's remedies, real simple, involving organic apple cider vinegars, cinnamon, and raw honey, and kind of a daily regimen of that, along with meditation, focusing on you focus basically during meditation on busting that calcification from your pineal. And it's almost like you break crust away from your eye. You know, like if you wake up and you got a lot of sleep in your eye, and that goes away, and it's like, wow, I can see so clear. You know, it's
Do
like
you
you
suppose
start
that
having,
were the eyes that were opened at the tree in the Garden of Eden?
you know, I do wonder about that. I think that that whole thing, my interpretation is that when it says that God created man in his image, we have to go into what's the image of God. Well, God's a spirit. That would mean that man was a spirit creature. All right. But inside of man, it housed both masculine and feminine, the same as the creator. So to differentiate and to do this as a new thing, he separated the feminine side from the masculine side. However, each still has characteristics of the other. The feminine being dominant as the woman, feminine, and the man being masculine, dominant as the man. Woman merely meaning man with womb man. Okay. So what it was is just two energetic beings of two opposite poles, much like the sun and moon, which are also represented as male and female, the sun being masculine, the moon being feminine. This is common in our Spanish language, where the moon is not, it's La Luna and it's El Sol. La is feminine, El is masculine. So it's kind of that same thing. So upon eating what the fruit of the tree of knowledge was, I cannot absolutely be sure, but I do believe that whatever it was is what brought them into the physical realm, because suddenly they knew they were naked. How would they not know that before? Well, they didn't have a physical form. And so the wages of sin is death. Sin is time. So to be born into time means death.
Interesting.
Doesn't mean the end, but you will know suffering, you will know pain, because you're going to live in this little 3D reality. Okay, you think I can do better? You can do better than me? Go ahead, give it your best. Let's see how you do for a little while. Kind of like letting the little kid pretend he runs away. He gets cold after a couple hours and comes home.
I love these perspectives, man. You were talking about the pineal and the receiver. That's enough. When I living in the materialist mindset, I never really thought to think about what this body is. And it really is, man. This human organism, this biological entity, it is an incredible piece of technology, man. It is so divine. I mean, serious, like little things like the pineal gland and sight and sound. How the hell does this stuff work?
The hand.
The hand, yeah.
Do you know that's the most difficult thing for an artist to represent accurately is a hand? Even your own mind is hard to make a hand in your dreams. That's how I always know if I'm dreaming. I'll be in a dream and I'm like, am I dreaming? I just immediately will look at my hands, and sometimes my fingers look fucked up or some shit. It's like, okay, now I can do whatever I want, you know? But
So,
I mean,
wait, so by that I'm hearing you say that you have lucid dreams.
oh, absolutely.
Golly geez, I don't recall my dream memories, man. I don't know. I don't remember. That's cool.
You know what? You know why? You want to know why? Because you just told yourself you don't.
Well, that's why I was trying to be careful with my words, but
yeah. You said, look at the wording. I'm serious, man. Your subconscious believes you. Your subconscious believes you. Okay. It's so to speak, got a mind of its own. And it's very powerful. It's very susceptible to the things that are fed into it during the conscious period of your time. And during your unconscious period of time, like at night, is when that shit goes to work. That's why when you do dream, and you do dream, you're just not remembering because you tell yourself you don't remember your dreams. And probably the reason you do that is the reason a lot of people did it. They started it at a time where they were coming into a time of maturity, and their dreams became so vivid that it scared them at one point, and they said, I don't want to dream anymore. They told themselves subconsciously they didn't want to dream anymore. Even though they still dream, they just don't remember it. They get the little zappy zap. You might remember bits and pieces and portions of it. But if you keep consciously telling yourself, I remember my dreams. I'm going to dream tonight. I'm going to remember my dream. Then you can start getting into the realm of, I'm going to dream about this tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
I did some mental exercises and meditations, set intentions, trying to do that. But
I'm gonna hold on. I want to smack a shit out of Nope Wasn't Me. We came from monkeys. I know you fucking around, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, actually, that's something I've been saying recently about how we're going to change this world. Change begins within, right? So Monkey see,
Right.
monkey do. As we start improving ourselves, others around will notice and they'll start doing the same.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going at before. It's like you
Yep.
can resonate the vibe. You can do it. You can do it. Everybody has this power. Everybody has this power. You would be surprised the power that we have. And just to give you some light examples, um, I don't know. I'm sure many of you have been in a situation where you're in a crowd, right? Or a large number of people, perhaps a nightclub, and you feel someone staring at you, right? Like you're like, I feel somebody looking at me. Now, how in the fuck could you feel someone looking at you? Now, it isn't just somebody gazing by, because there's hundreds of eyes going past your image and around it in a situation like that. But one draws your attention without even seeing it. How is that? It's through the power of intention, that there's an intention behind that stare, and you felt it. You can see it. Anybody in the audience or any of you two, Ironton, I'm sure you have been deer hunting, and you can get the deer in that scope. Beautiful, pretty sight picture. And as soon as you are ready to pull that trigger, that fucker's head will come up and his tail's going to go. He's going to go. You bet. It's like now or never. Now, how did he know that? How did he know you were about to pull that trigger? Your intent of your gaze, your focus, he felt that. And that's what alerted him or her. Not to be sexist. I don't want any of the female deer out there to get upset.
What I think it is that field of consciousness, right? I don't know how it works. I mentioned it the other night, the morphogenetic field theory of Rupert Sheldrake.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeebus.
You know this character? You don't know this character? I don't know this
we-
character either. Who the fuck is that guy? Jeebus Crisp.
I've
Good.
actually asked Talcott to come on my channel before.
Did
I
you?
thought some of the stuff he was pretty interesting. Yeah. That was a while back. You were on, I believe, Paul Unslaved's panel, and they were kind of picking on you or something like that.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
they
sorry
were.
I didn't.
They were fucking with him hard, man. He
Hey.
put up with it though. Bless his fucking heart. I thought, what are you, a masochist? I'd have fucking bailed, man.
It was an opportunity for me to grow in my self-control and my emotional intelligence.
I dig that, man.
Hey, I appreciate that, Jeebus, and I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but I'm glad to meet you. But
Right
Dave,
on.
regarding the reactions I receive, kind of like you gave that example of people noticing your energy. Dude, that's me, except reverse. Wherever I go, man, people get triggered like crazy, crazy stuff, man. That's why I'm grateful for this online.
Well, you know,
stuff.
Jack, there again, perhaps you're manifesting that vibe by going, I know, listen, because I've been there, right? So what I'm saying, you don't see it, but it's kind of like, because you're thinking they're in you somewhere is going, oh, these people are going to react like this. That's what always happens. This is what always happens. And it's like, so,
Dude,
I don't know. I don't feel that urge. I don't see,
No.
I cannot listen. I cannot. That's what I couldn't understand. I mean, I don't know necessarily if I agree with all of your ideas or all of your opinions, and I don't have to. And likewise, that doesn't mean that we have to yell at each other over it. That's stupid shit right there. But I for the life of me can't figure out what it would be that would make people want to fucking do that. I mean, of course, you can go over there at any time, and bless Paul Enslaved. He's got a cool thing going on over there and everything. It's a little bit hostile for my taste, you know. And there's people that like that kind of shit. They live for that kind of thing. And it's like, that ain't me, man. I'd rather have a good dialogue, discourse. You present your opinions, I present mine, your ideas, my ideas, and synthesis comes from the two sides, right? We come to a synthesis of, oh wow, okay, look at here. What if it is this and this together with and then, wow, how do ideas grow? That's how you have to do things, not just, oh, you got to go exactly see it my fucking way, do this, that, and the other, or whatever. Look, everybody's on their own fucking tribe trip through this thing, man. I came upon a fork in the path and I chose the path less trodden, right? There you go.
I was just telling somebody that exact same thing. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good, Jeeves.
All right, cool. Because my image is kind of lagging here. I didn't know if my voice was too.
Hold on. What'd you do with Sarah? Where's she at?
She's here. She's working on a painting for a friend of ours.
Oh, cool.
But see, I slipped the gun fingers in there on you. But so yeah, somebody was telling me the other day, and this is going to make you laugh, Siren. I'm not going to tell you who it is online here, but I'll tell you later. But I shared a video from that channel, Shattered Paradise, and some of the stuff that they were touching on, man. I've been onto this stuff for a few years now, and not a lot of people want to talk about it. These are known things that are going on that a lot of these elites are into.
That's that one you sent me that I've got. That's the one you sent me. I've got the devil.
I sent her.
The devil wears Valencia or Balenciaga or whatever.
I think it was another one called The Devil's Playground or something. But it's just about this crap that they're pushing in the media, and you see it over and over and over. And sometimes they hide it, and sometimes like they literally don't. Like this, there's a new Santa Claus movie that just came out, right? And in the trailer for this movie, all the little elves are holding up these little letters, and they're supposed to say, "We love you, Santa." And the ones in the front get it wrong, and they spell Satan, and they're like, "Oops," and they run around and fix it. And you're like, they fucking did, man. Come on, that's a kid's movie.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But there's, I've been hearing about this thing, like an after-school Satan meeting and shit. They're letting elementary kids do this shit, and they're pushing them to.
Dude, there is a Baphomet statue in downtown Detroit.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that where the building?
I knew. Was that? Yeah, the municipal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's also where they're having those after-school Satan clubs. And let me tell you what
a statue. I mean, you got the two kids standing looking up to him, and he's like.
I grew up just outside of Detroit, man. And I can tell you that would be a good place to be having that shit, because that is a terrible, terrible, terrible fucking city. Oh my God.
I've done a lot of work in Detroit, man. A lot.
Oh.
But I got to tell you what was said to me, because I want to see you laugh at it. And I shared that with her, and this chick says, I don't want to watch anything about the devil. Jesus is my Lord and stuff like that. And I was like, look, well, it's not about the devil just because it says the devil. But I said, these people are just enlightened, and they're sharing things that they want people to wake up and see, because there are these people that are literally doing these evil shits. And just because you don't want to think about it or you don't want to see it, doesn't make it go away, right? And she was like, "Sovereign soul, unchained mind has poisoned your heart, and only you can change that."
I already know who it is. I already listen. You don't even have to tell me. I already know who it is.
You know how we cross paths, and like when I talked to you, we were talking about the same stuff. We exchanged information, and it was mutual, right? Like you didn't convince me of anything. I've been onto this shit for years,
right?
But she seems to think that because someone doesn't like her, that I'm supposed to join her club.
The thing is, look, it's not so much that I don't like her as it is that I don't like what she does and how she presents herself. I understand there are underlying factors and things like that, but nevertheless, it doesn't make the behavior any more acceptable. And as I stated, I have declared war upon all forms of tyranny over the minds of men.
And I get it. You know,
You
Ruby, and
see?
I get
And
her
I'm
side
sorry
too.
if that, and I'm sorry if that makes somebody feel bad if you're engaged in that and I call you out for it. I'm calling out the practice. Now, then we can examine the heart behind the practice. You see? But first we have to uncover that no, that's for real. That's what you do right there. It's like when you have these people that come forth. There was somebody recently that I talked to who was trying to prove that you could see that the horizon was below eye level, and I said, well, that's a deceptive, fallacious test that you're doing right there. I said, first of all, you don't have a target distance. You're not giving me an elevation. There's no way to zoom in on the target so that you can see that there's horizon beyond the target. And I was trying to explain this dude, man, I've shot high powered rifles, long distances where you got to zoom in. You can't even see the target with your naked eye. You gotta really zoom in on it. And I'll tell you what, you're good. It makes a difference. It definitely makes a difference of what you're seeing. And he could not grasp that. He kept trying to say that, no, that was a physical horizon. I said, no, that's deceptive. That's a cloud bank. You need to do that with something where you can zoom in. I showed a thing where it was like, look, here we zoom in on this thing. It looks like it's over the curve, right? So we bring it in, zoom with the thing. It looks, there it is, sitting right on top of the water. And oh, looky there, more water back behind it. So what's that tell you, man? And this guy was actually trying to tell me that an image can refract. Like it can be over here on a ball, and I'm standing here, and that fucking light can make that image come up and be 90 degrees to me to make it appear that it's flat.
It would be inverted if that were true, wouldn't it?
Well, I didn't listen. If you do a whole bunch of math and a bunch of crazy shit and certain temperatures and this, that, and the other,
Gravity, parallax.
yeah, and gravity and parallax, then that works. Or you could go to the most obvious answer. There's no curve.
Was that parallax or X-lax? Which lax are we going?
Parallaxalax. Gravitational.
Parallaxalax. I like that one.
Gravalax.
Gravitational parallaxalax.
Gravalaxical.
Chocolate covered. Chocolate covered. Don't forget.
Yeah, chocolate covered. It could be a laxative. You can call it Gravalax. And it's like that for the superior power dump. Gravalax. Boom. Just all at once. Anyway, that's getting gross. Whole bunch of mental gymnastics.
Like we see
Somewhere in time says a whole bunch of mental gymnastics.
Emotions to determine anything. Like,
listen, we had a lot of people.
There's a lot of claims going around.
A lot of claims about what?
Just the topic at hand, the whole chili thing. Like,
oh yeah, I haven't really kept up with that.
We spoke the truth about that guy, and we've told people exactly what it is, right? We don't expect anybody to, jump on board and hate the dude because we told the truth, but we called it like we see it.
Yeah.
And, we're not going to go out and make some crazy claim about some shit that we don't know the truth about. Like, it's like with you and the flat earth thing. To your understanding, the earth is flat, and you're going to call it like you see it, and you come with receipts. So, I can't argue with none of it, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing with chili is that now, Ironton, you put out a video here I watched where there was some kind of a protest or some shit in Huntington. What was that all about? Ironton Auditor, are you with us?
I think he stepped away, man.
He might have stepped away. He's probably Terry.
Did that actually happen?
He's taking a Terry stop. No.
Had a protest in Huntington today.
There was apparently some kind of.
I'm sorry about that. I'm having issues with my audio, man.
That's all right, man. Yeah, did you
What
hear
was
the
the
question?
what was the
Or
question? I apologize.
oh, okay. So there was apparently some kind of a you put up a video of a thing over in Huntington, West Virginia today. It looked like a
I've
minor
not
little
put up any
protest.
video. I didn't put up a video. I just texted it to a few people.
Oh, okay.
I've not put up any
Okay,
video yet.
I knew I'd seen it. What was up with that?
Oh,
Anything
cat's out
cool?
of the bag
I,
now, man.
it, it was a group of people that were I don't know if you call it protesting or rallying, whatever they considered that, for Laney, the little girl that had been hit by the deputy
Oh,
sheriff in Huntington. And
okay, okay.
they just had their signs and they were calling for justice for Laney.
Yeah, that was quite suspicious, man. They could show they were more concerned about the cop and getting him out of there than the girl, it seems. Is that the story that
I
I
have
had heard?
I have no idea, man. I've heard so many people say so many different things that I got to be honest, I don't have any facts and I'm not sure that everything we heard are facts. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying
Hmm.
that I can't confirm or deny anything, and the investigation apparently is not complete yet. And of course, they're not going to tell us anything until they decide that they either have or have not done anything wrong. You know what I mean?
I'm
That's
gonna
What I like
call
just
it.
about
kind of stuff.
Terry,
I'm
he'll
gonna
tell
call
me
it.
like something, but he won't put it out there because you don't know for a fact. It's like,
I'm
you
gonna
can't.
call it though. I'm gonna be like that that who's that broad that tells the future and shit? Jane Dixon or something. Remember her? Anyway, here I go. Like no, Dionne Warwick. Ain't that funny, man? No, all right. So I'm gonna all right here. So check this out. I'm gonna call it. They will have investigated themselves and found that they had done nothing wrong. I'm just gonna call it. And this was at 10:46 p.m. on the 24th of January, the year of our Lord 2023. Actually, only 10:23, but we won't get into that right now. So yeah, um, I was gonna say something else about that. Shit.
Well, I just refuse to say anything that I don't know to be absolute fact and can't prove because that's what gets people in trouble. They tend to believe something, but they're not sure why. Then when they
Yeah,
find out they were wrong, you know what I mean?
I hadn't kept up. I'd heard a little bit here and there. I'd heard that the Castro went and did some kind of fundraiser. And I'd heard he was going to go and do some kind of thing with, I don't know, he had like an army of teenagers or some shit. Is that what I'm not understand? I really didn't follow it, but
I
something
I
about that the
didn't get that deep
FBI
in
was looking at him and some other kind of
I
thing, man. I don't
I
know.
didn't get that deep into it myself, but Welsh News Network did. He'd be the one to go
Yeah,
watch, go
that's
see his
I had
videos.
heard.
You'll get filled in there on all of those things.
Man, I haven't had any time to look
I
at
just don't want to
shit,
spread
man.
misinformation, man. You
Yeah,
can
yeah. I just
make a
all I
rumor
know
and
is
repeat
some
it, and it's still just a
story.
rumor, but
Here's the
it just
story I
sounds
got.
wrong.
Here's the story I got. Some little girl, 13 years old or whatever, was I guess crossing the street or something when this cop who was apparently I guess off duty but in a cruiser car and had some unknown female with him hit this girl and then was not attending to the kid and backing people away or something. I think he was probably freaking out. Um, but there was allegations that he'd been drinking. I don't know if any of those had any of that came to
I
fruition or
was
what the
told
fucking thing was, or
I,
I
I
don't
was
know.
told that a West Virginia state trooper. Now I cannot verify this. This is what I was told. So again, I'm not saying whether it is or it isn't. I'm saying that I was told this. I believe this is what one of the news stations reported that he had a breathalyzer, possibly two, that blew zero, and that he passed all field sobriety tests when administered by the West Virginia State Patrol. So that's what I was told. Now, whether that be
But
the
where
absolute
the
truth or not, I don't
tests
know. But
administered,
I
were they
was
administered on the scene, or
say that again. Were the
did they
tests
put him in
administered
an
on the
ambulance and
scene?
haul him
Yes.
off and do the test somewhere else? Because, yeah,
Well, I don't know.
That's
I
not,
wasn't
see,
there,
that's
man.
not what I
I
heard.
have
That's
to
what I'm
assume
talking about. Misinformation. You could hear something.
that's what that's why I refuse to tell you what's fact, because I don't know yet. I'm not sure. I hear a lot of things, and I don't want to go out on a limb saying that either side is true because I don't know. So we all kind of have to like take the whole of the knowledge we have on the situation and either decide for ourselves or stay out of it, one or the other. You know, I really wish that I could get involved and help these people, but I'm afraid that Chile's already soiled the waters and I don't want to step into it. So that's why I just stayed afar today. I didn't want them to feel like I was an enemy, being on the other side of the camp or anything, or just trying to befriend them for nefarious reasons. So I didn't try that, you know. But my heart goes out because a little girl lost her life. And I got to be honest, I don't give a damn if the guy was a cop or not. I don't care if he's drunk or not. I don't care if the woman with him was his wife. None of that shit matters to me. What bothers me is a 12-year-old little girl got run over. That is the problem here. And I wish everybody could focus more on that and a little less on Chile.
Yeah, well, there's a whole culture has built up around Chile. That's the problem. It's I look at Jack. He's like, are you familiar with this guy at all? At all?
I keep hearing that name, but no, I haven't looked it up, and it hasn't come through my experience yet.
Well, he's half famous,
That's
Oh,
what
absolutely.
That's what he
But
says anyway.
You.
apparently, Jack's on the other half.
I hear. Right.
No,
I have no
okay. So
idea.
this guy, he goes around. Just to give you a quick synopsis. This guy goes around, and when I first got in touch with him, found out about him, he was doing some things on constitutional law, and he was using this like storyboard thing. And I was like half listening to him while I was actually looking up some shit in some law dictionaries and talking with my son in Michigan on the phone or on, a messenger call, a face chat. And we'd both hear something and then we're like, did he just really say that? What? That ain't right. And I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, well, no, all right, let's see where he goes. And then just kind of half paying attention. Well, then another video of him came up and it happened to feature the man down here in the corner of the bottom right, Jeebus Crisp, also known Tim, and his wife, Sarah, who had been stalked and followed allegedly. No opinions here now. No. By the police and treated wrongly. And they had video of it and shit. So this guy was going to go there to Ohio to help them. Well, as we were watching this, he takes the focus from that to how corrupt this town is and how bad the police are. And he's getting in with other people who have beefs with the police and stuff like that. Other people that have been behind in their child support. There was this one guy, he was behind in his child support, like something like 30 grand. I felt bad for the dude. I sent him some money. My wife sent him some money. He showed receipts that he used it to pay his bills. I mean, I thought it was really cool the way he did that. And through him doing that, I had his number. So I texted him, and I says, hey, here's another thing. I'm going to order these books for you. They might help you out. So I did. Well, as I watched Chile going along, he had gotten into that problem with where he'd been arrested in Ironton. What this guy did, he started kind of trying to make himself a little celebrity around that place. And he went down and started making demands and was going to give a class on constitutional law down at the city hall in Ironton, Ohio. Well, he went in and filled out the paperwork and thought he was just going to do it that same day. But the procedure is you fill out the paperwork and you find out within 24 to 48 hours whether or not you get the reserved area that's used for community meetings. Okay. He wasn't going to wait. He said he filled out the paperwork. You can let the mayor see it or not see it. I don't care. And he went ahead and did it. Well, they went about closing up City Hall. And he wasn't going to leave. And so now he says, this is a peaceful protest now. Well, no, you're inside of a closed building that they're locking up. They've asked you to leave. So then he got arrested for trespassing. So I was like, maybe I can offer this guy some help, man. I don't know. Let me see. So I told Derek, I said, have this guy get in touch with me. I have a way he might be able to get around this shit. So not long after that, Chili texted me. He said, what's up? And I said, hey, here's what you can do. And I told him, blah, 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 like that. Never heard nothing back from him. And I thought it'd be interesting to see if he uses my suggestion or not. I don't want credit. I don't care if he wants to be the big duck in the puddle. I mean, I'd already seen that he likes to have his face on the camera and be the big duck in the puddle. So I was like, okay, whatever. Well, no. He goes on a live and he says reprehensible things about the judge who is going to preside over his case the next morning, and then announces that he's not going to fucking go, and he rolls. Consequently, there's a warrant out for this guy. And then he's just like running around from one place to another, fucking up people's lives. And it's just, just to get clout and notoriety, and mostly to do like these fundraisers where it's very questionable as to where the money actually goes and how much of the money goes where. So anyway, he's got himself involved with this case we were talking about the little 13-year-old girl. Did you hear about that at all, Jack? That it was, yeah, okay. So basically, he got himself involved with that, and people think that he's grifting off of the mother and getting notoriety by doing fundraisers with the mother to get justice for the little girl because it was a cop that hit her, and there's a bunch of shit involved with it. So with
Everything
that,
Chili does is for self gain. It's to make
yeah,
himself look better or to get more traction.
He has freely admitted that.
he's freely admitted that to you, even Jeeves. I know.
Yep.
So
Yep.
with that kind of introduction, Jack, and sorry about that delay for everyone else who may be surprised, but it's kind of good to have here's what happened last week on Chili de Castro. I want to welcome Dan, Welsh News Network, to the panel, and he's apparently put some information out. I haven't had a chance to watch the live. I've been busy as hell. But anyway, about something to do with Chile is now being investigated by the FBI or the feds or something, and he's got like an army of teenagers, or I don't know what the whole story is. Dan, can you tell us what's happening, man?
Yeah, basically we had several sources come to us with images to prove what they were saying, that Chile is using teenagers in Ironton, Huntington area to recruit other teenagers across the United States to leave their homes without parental permission and go and meet him in Huntington, the Hollywood star as he's portraying himself in these messages. Yeah.
No, wait. He's portraying himself as a Hollywood star in these messages.
Yep. And offering 3 times whatever their fare is to get there in return for them going.
In his defense, he is an actor. He's acting like he's a Hollywood actor.
No. Wait, hold up. He's lost his fucking mind. Just when that's what I've always said, man. Just when I get to thinking this guy can't fucking top his ridiculousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hold my beer. I'm not shitting you. Oh, come on, man. This is like Onion News Network fucking style. Are you shitting, Dan?
Nope.
Well, how many does he have in his little like army of teenagers?
We don't
or
know.
Whatever? We don't. Has there been like a rash of any people showing like an overabundance of teenagers?
There are
in the area?
2 teenagers that the authorities are looking for because when they disappeared, they had Chile material on their electronic devices that they'd left behind.
Hmm.
Hey, this is a time where people are, well, their demons, their darkness, their shadows are coming out.
Ain't
And
that the truth?
well,
Church.
I'm seeing it actually a lot. I don't know this guy Chili, but I've seen the character described, and there's a lot of them, a lot of good people, a lot of people out there, maybe with good intentions, but they get caught up in the ego mindset of, oh, I'm glory me and pay me and worship me.
Yeah. Well,
That
it's
sounds
a
exactly like chili.
This guy is like, yeah. So here's my thing. A lot of people from this area actually looked up to the guy. They well, more so than they looked up to him. They thought that he could actually do something about the problems that they were having here with the cops. And I will say that a few of these cops are off the hook. They're things that I can't, like I said, I can't just spread information without proof because then that shit will backfire on me. And we've got some ongoing issues with them. And but I know things, okay, and these dudes are not good people. Um, and there's a lot of people around here that have had issues, and they Chili was this guy that was going to be able to help them somehow.
Yeah.
Them that he was this game changer that was going to come here and help everybody file all these lawsuits. And I mean, first it was just Sarah and I. We were going to, he was supposed to help us file our lawsuit, get our complaint forms all typed out, and get us legal representation so that when we turned in these complaints, they couldn't use any of it against us because we had already been threatened by the chief as far as filing a complaint. And so, and what they got was, okay, now I'm going to move here. Now I'm going to run for governor of Ohio. Now I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Like, he made so many promises to all these people and then went on one of his live streams and described the people that he was here to help as uneducated people that mostly were missing their teeth and stuff like that. Like, he blatantly disrespected the people. You can see it. It just like blink and you miss it. You know what I mean? But we caught everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Really
Dude, I saw that too. Well, he listen, it's indicative, and I think it's a real good case model of what we were talking about, Jack. This egocentric, and we that word's misused a lot. We use that to mean somebody who's stuck on their self, like that kind of thing. It does kind of mean that, but what I mean egocentric is um immersed in the world,
There's a perfect phrase for Chili, though.
becoming of the world. Well, that's the thing. He is of the world. Let's look at his world,
No, I
right?
was going to say the ideal way to describe Chili is the cult of personality.
Yeah, absolutely. You have that. And there's people that will glom on and follow a cult and form a cult around certain types of personalities. And listen, I can tell he could be a talented salesman if he were honest and had an honest product, but he doesn't. And where that comes from, if you think about it, he always claims he's lived in West Hollywood all that time. Well, Hollywood and that whole area of Los Angeles is nothing more than an egocentric, immersed in the material world environment. Each person trying to be noticed, topped over the others. You got so many actors that are just waiters. You've got just all this bustle and craziness that goes on, right? And this is everything's a hustle. Everything's a hustle. It doesn't matter. You know those stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame that has the actors' names on it and shit like that? You know that they have to pay for that? Ain't that some shit? It ain't just something that they give them because they're famous. No, they have to buy that. Interestingly enough, the Apollo 11 crew have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for television. See, each one of those stars has a different little envelope. Some are for theater, some are for movies, some are for music, some are for television. And then you can tell by the little emblem is like a little TV or a movie reel or a comedy and tragedy mask for Broadway, that kind of shit. So they're all that. Well, the astronauts all are on a Walk of Fame, the Apollo 11 crew for television. Now imagine that. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Hey, well,
That I didn't
I've
know.
got the opportunity. Jeebus, did you get that email we sent you with the information for you to review and have a look
Yeah,
at?
Sarah's looking into it. That's
Excellent.
another thing. We've just had so much crap on our plate for the past few days. We've been catching up, and I had court
Oh, no,
today.
we just wanted to make sure you had it.
Yeah. I don't think she's answered her last email, but she's going to. But I wanted to tell Sovereign that and Ironton, I have a bench warrant as of today.
Oh shit, no.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm not running
Bench
from
warrant.
it. Yeah, when I got into the wreck, I got a ticket for failure to yield at a stop sign, and the court date was today. It was at 4:00. I went to the barbershop right across the street from the courthouse. I got my hair cut. Right at 4:00, I showed up at court, and there's nobody there. The judge, I mean, the doors are closed. Everything's the floodgates are up, man. And I go to the clerk's office and I tell him, like, I'm a little confused. I thought I had court today. I don't see anybody here. And she's like, And then I got to telling her about what happened, and I told her where it had happened. She was like, did it happen in Ironton or? And I was like, well, it was South Point. It's Lawrence County, right? She said, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be in Chesapeake, which is like 45 minutes away, 30 minutes.
Oh fuck.
So it's
You
4:00. I'm not going
went to the wrong courthouse, bro.
We left messages, detailed messages like, hey, man, look, I don't know what to do. So I'm going to go tomorrow. I don't know if they have court tomorrow, but maybe Thursday. But I'll have to straighten that out. I'll probably just have to pay the whole ticket to get rid of the warrant.
Yeah. Well, think too. Also,
All Chili had to do is probably just pay some money, and he would.
Well, also if you could have something written down from that clerk that you talked to, that says that you went there thinking that was where court was at, that'd be a lot of power with that,
And I know it's happened to other people because it says on the ticket warrants.
I'm sure. Dude, I've had that fear before going to court and go, oh man, I hope I'm in the right fucking court. And I look down at my paper and shit like that, It's kind of like, oh shit, I hope I didn't lock my keys in the car, while you're already in the store and you're like, oh, okay, I got them. I'm good. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, suffice to say, we're not going to be driving around Ironton for the next day or two till I get that figured out because they know.
Especially now that you've been online and said that,
Yeah.
There'll be some little fucking
Weasley.
There'll be some little Weasley goddamn troll out there going, did you know that Jeebus Crisp has a warrant?
Acres will have an indicator now. He has a real indicator now.
Some little asshole. There's so
right
many
at the foot of the bridge watching for us on every shift. There'll be one cop sitting right there waiting. They will. They'll be watching for me.
Oh man. I wonder if little Twitchy Tommy's watching my channel tonight. Little Twitchy Tommy. Twitchy Tommy has such a fucking boner for me because I don't believe that the fucking earth is a globe. He is so angry about that this
Wait,
guy
are we talking about Tommy, the guy from Paul's channel, or
No. This is this guy. He came on to me on Facebook, right? But it's apparently he watches my channel. But he found me on Facebook, and he goes by the name of Shaky James. And I just picture some fucking tweaked out meth head, right? But anyway, I mean, that's the name what the name conjures up to me, right? But anyway, he went out of his way to first he started fucking messaging me and trying to call me on with Facebook, right? And I was like, what the fuck is with this guy, right? He's crazy. Anyway, then he started arguing with Terry, the Ironton auditor, when he was on my stream one night. And we were talking about flat earth, and he was fucking giving Terry a hard time on Facebook Messenger while he was on my stream, saying all kinds of horrible shit about me, that I'm retarded and you shouldn't talk to him because he's dumber and fuck and all this other shit. And then he went out of his way to look for my wife. And he tried to contact her and started fucking with her. And I was like, what in the hell is wrong with this guy, man? He's some kind of a fucking incel. Probably lives in a basement or some shit, you know? And I'm for real. I'm for real. He's really upset about it. And I'm thinking, I told him before, I was like, so I started talking to him. I'm like, what in the fuck is your problem? The earth is not flat. And I says, well, it's not a globe. It's not a globe. It's level. It's not flat, but seems to be level, but it's not a globe. And he says, yes, it is. And he gets all upset. And I goes, okay, if you think you're on a globe, then be on a globe. I don't fucking care. And that enraged him even more. And he says, and I says, if I come on your YouTube and you're watching my show, right? And you don't like what I'm presenting, there's this little fucking X up in the corner. You can click on it and it all magically goes the fuck away, man. You know? And so I'm just, okay. I'm not into, into fucking Pentecostal revivals and shit. So I don't go on YouTube looking for Pentecostal revival shit, right? So it amazes me the amount of people that will look for flat earth posts on Facebook, on Twitter, videos about flat earth on YouTube, and go out of their way to go in there and be a fucking pest. Now, make no mistake, there are those that I genuinely do treasure, the person that comes in and has a legitimate question, legitimate shit. Don't come in as a challenge. I'm not going to challenge. I'm not going to do that. Okay. Because I've already done that challenge. I did that challenge with myself. A lot of times people want to come in and say, oh, you still believe the earth is flat? I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Do I still think the earth is flat? Do you think I just transported here from 1386 or some shit? What's the fuck wrong with you, man? I went to the same shitty indoctrination centers you went to. They told me all the same shit. The only difference was I didn't accept it, because after I did accept it, I went, wait a minute, wait, some of this shit ain't right. Let's go back to this and let's look at this. Let's really examine this shit for real. And I did. And I found out, amongst other things, that too was a lie. And it's not a belief system. I know that for a fact because it's just evident. Everything about it is evident. And it only takes two concrete things to disprove the idea of a globe, of a magical spinning ball hurtling through space. People have this concept of the soul lure system. Soul lure. They have this concept in their minds, and most of us do, and I did as well, of this, like what they had you build for science fair project, right? Or so, they would do that. They'd show you there's a sun. Sometimes you use a styrofoam balls. You can get them and put them on these wires and shit. And they show them different distances and sizes. And, that's, congratulations, Billy, with your solar system. That was really good. You're a very smart young man. Well, nobody's taken into account all of the actions and movements that are taking place simultaneously at phenomenal speeds and rotational velocities. It's insane. But
have you seen the
all of
pictures
that,
from the? Have you
all
seen
of
the
that,
pictures,
you
Sovereign?
don't. The only, and I was going to say, but the only reason. All right, so just real quick, you're going like 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, rotating. While simultaneously you're going around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. Okay, so that's two. Meanwhile, the sun is going perpendicular to that orbit at 500,000 miles an hour. So we're chasing that motherfucker. We're chasing that thing like a corkscrew. But that's not all. Because you're on this Milky Way galaxy that's being flung away from its center at another phenomenal rate of speed. And that entire galaxy is moving at another rate of speed. And you don't feel any of this because of math. I mean, you see
Did you
the
say because of math?
ridiculousness. Now, you even think about just even the rotation of the moon around the Earth. It's okay. The Earth is going at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. That's fast. That's like Mach 88, right? So it's going 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, and the moon is going around it. Now that means that when the moon is right next to the Earth, it has to speed up to get over in front of the Earth, and then slow back down to the same speed as the Earth, and then get slower than the speed of the Earth and come back behind it, but then regain that speed of the Earth and catch and stay with it, and then go even faster and come back around it.
Dude,
I mean, think about that. That's like, can you imagine a car is going down a freeway at 70 miles an hour, and you have to drive a circle around that car as it's going down the road? Perfect circles. Can you imagine the kind of speed and change and velocity that would be required in order to do that?
I don't think that's the same concept, but
It's the three body problem. Even on a computer model, they can make a so-called gravitational orbital model with two objects, right? By putting these values in. But as soon as a third body's introduced, it starts to work, and then there's chaos ensues. And these fucking things are all over the place. Doesn't work. This is why they had to. It's one of the reasons some of this shit is why they come up with making up shit like dark energy, gravitons. You know, what are they? Oh, you can't see them, but they have to exist or else our math doesn't work. Oh, okay. Makes sense to me. I mean, really? Make up shit so that your math will work? That's fucked up, man. But they say that people think that's science.
That's economics. You make shit up so the math works.
Yeah, man, cooking the books, breaking the law. Wow.
Well, hey, brother, I know you've put in time and attention into this. The shape, I'm learning. I'm listening and I'm learning. But what you were describing about the unbelievable science, quote unquote science of what's presented, my mind drifted to what I can't really believe, and that's that we charge money to each other to learn and to live. What the hell are we doing?
Because everything's a grabble, man. Everything's a grabble. That's what they want us to be. That's how animals live. Hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth. That's how they want us to be.
But animals
instead
live
of going ahead and freely exchanging this information, it's like I enjoy imparting things that I've learned to other people. Let them see what things that I've learned. Doesn't mean that I'm teaching you. I'm presenting you with ideas. I'm presenting you with things, and then it's up to you to run that through the filter of your mind to see how does that resonate with you. You know, I think what the most important thing about the whole thing is, first and foremost, that hey, Tina Slay's in here. Nice to see you, Tina. I'm going to do a shout out to some people. Christos is here too. But when you realize that this is definitely a purposeful creation, intelligently designed by some creator was magnificent mind. Oh my. The most perfect fucking clock, biological clock, calendar, ecos ecosystem, self-sustaining energy system. Fuck, it's just amazing. It's amazing. And we're at the center of it. And what's it created for? It is absolutely created for us. Okay.
Amen.
The only problem is some dickheads came into the game and they hacked it and they put in their God mode codes so that nothing happens to them. And they fucking us, man, and making it no fun. It's supposed to be, we're supposed to live.
Amen.
We don't live. We do the opposite of live, which is what? EVIL, evil, is the inverse of live.
We've been conditioned to survive, and to
Yes.
survive, you got to fight, you got to compete, you got to work, you got to
right.
sacrifice.
Made it all about that.
That's true. Right.
Yep.
It's
And if you just knew the sigil, I mean, there's, and
You
while we're
gotta be-
making that,
What's it
our
say in
kids
the
are in
Pink Floyd?
school being groomed and you know.
What's it saying? That's
Did you
by
look into
that
the video I
dogs.
sent you?
I have not. I have it queued up to watch, but the one in. Did you send one in chat or something?
The news story that I
wasn't
sent you yesterday about the badges that teachers are starting to wear all over the country.
Oh yeah.
They have a QR code on them, and them, you know.
But something just came to me, that line from that song "Dogs" off the Pink Floyd "Animals" album. You've got to be trusted by the people that you lie to, so that when they turn their backs on you, you can put the knife in. You know, that song is like, what the fuck? No shit, right? This is exactly how, that whole money-based, egocentric, man, dude, I worked at a mortgage refinance company, man. Bankers are the fucking worst, man. I'm not shitting you. That's some dog eat dog shit. Somebody stabbing you right in the fucking back while they're acting like they're patting you, man. Some dirty shit, and always for fucking trinkets, fancy pants and lollipops. That's what Owen Benjamin calls it. I love that term, fancy pants and lollipops. You sell out for that shit. Because think about it, man. When they put you in that box and load you in the fucking car to take you off and dump you in a hole, none of that fucking shit goes with you, bro. None of that fucking shit goes with you. Where'd you go, Christos? That dude's like a ghost. He comes in, drifts in, comes back and shit. We'll get him.
Magic man. Now you see.
Yes, Christos is a good man. Christos is a good man.
Hey, not to
Wow,
bring
I'm
up
seeing shit over here on this other screen.
I was
Go
going to
ahead,
say,
man.
not to bring up names, but the idea. I heard you say something about that Chile character went to a courthouse with the idea of presenting knowledge. Have you guys thought about that? I've honestly been trying. I've been trying to speak to local employees. I've been trying to speak to employees of my local government and to various leaders in the community. I've been trying to get their attention to share some of the things I've been learning, point them direction of some different ideas.
Well, see, Jack, the problem is with that, and it's noble. It's noble, but by definition, if you really look at it, these people that you go to talk like that, talk about these issues with, if it in any way threatens their power structure, if it in any way threatens the degree of power that they've already seized, they're not going to entertain it at all. In fact, they're going to shut you right down. So what you have to do is you have to get the people behind you. Once the people, it's one thing if a people speaks. It's a different thing if the people speak. And you don't have to be loud. You just have to be adamant and in numbers. That's the thing right there.
the other approach, I agree with you that, yeah, there needs to be people and support behind, but what you're describing about, you're right, they don't want to sacrifice the power, but power is only, it's egoic. It's
Got to echo from you, Truth Finder.
what I'm
They'll
trying to
fix
think
that.
of is meet with the people rather than the authority persona. And myself, I haven't found a way. I don't have any connections. I haven't established connections yet to open up the doors of communication. But that's my goal.
It's like here. Oh, they drop back behind. Devices not connected. Okay. Well, they'll be back fixing their issues. Like here in my community, albeit small. I think it would be hard to actually communicate what I try. I wouldn't know how to do it out in person. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I do is what I do.
He said, dude.
That's
What
probably.
are they back? Are they fixed? Let's see. I think they're fixed. Okay. So, but what I do is I talk to people usually on a personal basis, because I find that once, I put some splinters in their brain. There's some splinters in their brain. I'll just innocuously say, "Hey, have you ever wondered like why?" And then I'll lay it on them, right? And then it's just like go back on with whatever. And I know what that's going to fuck with their brain for a little bit. And I'm kind of
Planning.
devious, and I mean, I'm noble in my intentions, but it's kind of devious. And I do that same thing even like when I'm driving down the road. If I'm driving down the road and I see somebody like standing out in their yard, or even if I pass somebody, I go ahead and I smile real big and I wave like almost like I know them. And the only reason I do that is because I know that that's going to worry that motherfucker all day. Who was that? And he might even ask some other people, "Hey, man, was that you that drove by me and you waved and shit?" Like, no, I don't get to witness it, but I know it's happening and I get joy from that. I don't know why, but
You're brightening people's day, giving them something to talk about, man.
yeah,
That's
man, and why not? It entertained me and it didn't hurt nothing. So what the fuck, why not? I don't know. Welcome up, Truth Finder UK. How are you tonight? Get a sound check on Truth Finder UK. You're muted right now.
Oh, hi.
There we go. Oh, and
Yeah,
here
hi.
comes. Hey,
Yeah, I think I remember you. You're a criminal, and I come to expose you. I got you live right now, and we're talking about you. You committed a murder. Sorry, not murder. I mean, you committed a house burglary, and that's where you nearly killed the house owner. You hit him with a baseball bat on the head, and he was bleeding out. You left him to die after you burgled his house, and I'm just wondering what you have to say about that.
Oh,
well,
come
I
on,
was,
Truth Finder. The last time you told us it was war crimes.
yeah, well, this
War
was
crimes?
that was the war crime because it was
No,
burglary.
this one is serious shit.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not joking around.
so what do I have to say about it? Well, I wish there would have been more stuff for me to take, because
So,
everyone that knows me knows that I'm all about violating other people for my own gain, because that's pretty much what we've been talking about right here.
so you already know I'm a troll, so there's no
Yeah,
point.
yeah, we got you, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you remember. You're good.
Bro, that
Wow.
was so obvious.
He's like, hey, here's a bunch of bullshit, and now you know I'm a bullshitter, right? Okay, I'm out.
Takes all kinds, don't it?
I've heard people do the exact same thing on other streams. Like, it's like almost like a script, damn near. Like, I've come to expose you. You're a criminal. I've heard like the same types of lines.
I get a lot of these people with Indian accents, like from India, and they'll call and act like they're the Social Security office, but they'll ask you for your Social Security number, or stuff like that, and then they'll cuss you and call you a criminal and tell you that you're going to go to prison when you tell them that they're full of shit.
Yeah.
I like to fuck with them. Look, I had one impersonate someone on Facebook Messenger. And they came up, and I knew it wasn't that person because they don't even use Facebook Messenger. Anyway, fucking thing came up, and it said, "Hey, have you heard the good news?" And I was like, "No, what?" And he said, "I got this whole bunch of money." And he gave me a picture of all this cash. And I said, "Man, that's awesome." I said, "How much did you get?" And he said, $500,000. I said, "That's spectacular, man." I said, "How'd you get that?" And he says, "All I had to do is send $200 to this website right here that gets it for you from the government." And I said, "Really?" I said, "That's amazing." I said, "So you remember when we took that ride last summer?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I says, "Well, you can now, that's awesome because now you can afford to pay me that $500 you owe me."
That's a good one.
And I says, "So you ready to pay it? Here, you want my Cash App? You can pay it." And he goes, "Well, I don't have it right now. I spent it all." I said, "You spent $500,000 already on what?" And he goes, "Well, I had to pay bills and all this other shit." And I said, "That's an awful lot of bills and everything,
He was
man."
really trying to play it off, wasn't he?
Right. So then I like for days, I was sweating that motherfucker. I says, "When you gonna have my money, man?" I said, "Don't make me have to send people after you, man. I know you got my money, so you send me my money now." And I was like sweating for a few days with the fucking thing. I'd like look at my phone and go, "Oh yeah, that guy." And I go on there and say, "Hey, when are you going to send my money? I haven't found anything in my Cash App yet. Did you fucking forget? Don't make me send people after you and shit." And that's the way to deal with it. Be trolling back. Fuck
I
it.
had a guy do that kind of thing, and he came as like one of my friends on Facebook, and he was like, "Hey, did you see you're on that list of that winners of that sweepstake or whatever?" And he literally sent me a picture of a list, and my name was in it, like highlighted, just preset for me to see it there. And then, hang on one second, I gotta get out. Cat's getting into the paint. And then he's like, I knew it was a scam, so I kind of bought into it to see what it was, what the scam was. And this guy told me that I needed to. He sent me pictures of UPS workers getting a package ready, and he was like, "Yeah, the UPS workers are getting your cash delivery." Said they were going to send. I don't remember how many thousands of dollars it was, but it was thousands of dollars of cold hard cash in stacks, and they were going to put it in a box and send it to me with a UPS worker. And that I had to go to the Western Union to send $200 to pay the UPS driver, but I had to send it to this particular address that wasn't the UPS.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
dude, this is a horrible scam. Like, who falls for this? I said,
You'd be surprised, dude.
Not accept cash payments. When they say COD, that doesn't mean cash on delivery. It literally means you have to have a money order waiting on them. That's the only way you can pay them. They won't accept money like dollar bills. They never won't.
Well, they'll say they want when they want gift cards. Then
they do that.
That kind of throws up a red flag.
Yeah, go to Kroger's and buy 10 gift cards and
hey, listen, I don't even have to worry
buying them for this or whatever.
And you got to be aware of these scammers. And I've been getting myself aware of most of these scammers so that when my money from the Nigerian prince that emailed me comes in, I'll know what to do when the scammers come after it.
Pretty much, and I hate to sound racist, but anyone with an Indian accent,
Jack's going, "Oh, that was good irony. That was good irony." Sav should write for movies and shit. That was good irony. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeeves.
No, I mean, I'm saying I've had so many people that are from India that even some people that live in America that are from India that have tried to scam me in one way, shape, or form. I had a guy charge me an extra $200 at a hotel that I stayed at, and then forged the paper that I signed. He put whiteout on the paper whenever I disputed it with my NetSpend card. All because I had an argument with the guy because I found a freaking certain bug in my hotel room, and it's supposed to be like the 4-star hotel.
Oh no.
And he told me to get off the property, don't come back, called me
Oh,
a red.
you go away now.
Yeah, you fucking redneck, you hillbilly. Like,
Hello, welcome to
so I
7-Eleven.
laid
Would you like to
there
try some
on
of
the
my googie
stairs,
cookies?
and then next, like an hour later, I'm at work doing carpet at a Walgreens, like in that area, and I get an email saying that $200 was charged to my NetSpend card. So I contact NetSpend, and they tell me that I have to let them have time
like that.
to receive the money. So I have to actually give them time for the money to be transferred to the person that scammed me over it before I can even dispute it. And I'm like, whoa, wait, no, I'm catching this shit. I'm nipping it in the bud. Like, you can't just give them my money and then dispute it. Like, I don't want them to have the money. It's fraudulent. They're like, no, that's the way it works. You got to let them go ahead and get your money, and then you can dispute it. So whenever I called the police and had them come there, and the cops go in, they said, hey, they don't want you in the property, so you can't go in there or whatever. And there's really nothing I can do because he says that you stayed here for 2 nights. I literally left the morning after I showed up. And I signed a piece of paper that said 1 night, and I wrote that, 1 and the word night. Well, when he showed the documents to NetSpend to dispute, to argue his claim, it said the number 1 was changed into the number 2, so it was like a number 2 with a really long, it looked like a 1 that was changed into a 2, and it still had the word night without the S, so it said 2 night, and I was like,
Do you see what that's a great example right there. That kind of behavior. And like Wake Up American Resist says there's a dude on the YouTube that fucks with the scam offices and jams them up. I've seen it where, oh man, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Some of them they do. These guys will hack into this to their system and delete their fucking files and shit.
Yeah.
Actually go in and take money from them, and it's like, oh, what are you doing? It's crazy, man. But what I was gonna say is that look at where we've gotten, and there again, with that material driven society that we live in, built off artificial scarcity. And what causes that kind of behavior is that scarcity. A lot of times in the idea of getting more for nothing. What if you were in a situation where, and let's just look at this through a mindscape. All right. Forget about the possibility of it because anything's possible. But imagine that if you could have anything you wanted right now, what would it be? In other words, if you wanted a yacht, you could have a yacht. Anybody can have a yacht. Okay. You want a sports car? Okay, you can have a sports car. You want a big house in the woods or whatever? Okay, so be it. So whatever your pleasure, whatever you want, you could have at any time. What would you want? Jack, what would you want?
When you said that, I want world peace.
But see, it's not limited. It's not limited. It's not limited. I'm talking about as far as like material
it's supposed
things.
To be for you, not for everybody.
As far as material things in the world.
I really don't care about the world anymore. The material things, I'll take what I receive. I don't care. I really don't care.
What about you, Terry?
I've been living that way for a long time already. I don't need name brand stuff. I don't mind surviving off the scraps of society and the generosity and love of others. I have no problems doing that, and I do the same. And because of that, it seems to work out. I don't have to sit around every day and wonder where this stuff's going to come from. It's always there.
We're kind of screwing up your example, aren't we?
No. I'm glad to see. Listen, right now the percentages are making me happy. I mean, the percentages and the answers of what I feel are looking good, and I'm glad to be amongst people that think that way. I'm pretty sure it's going to go all the way around the board that same way. even if it means not wanting to be the odd man out. No, I don't think anybody here is in fear of being the odd man out. I've never been. Christos, did you hear the question we were asking? You're muted, Christos. Can't hear you. You're muted for some reason. Well, I'll skip over to Dan until he figures out his audio issues. Dan, what about you?
No, I need nothing.
All right. And Jeebus, I think it stands. I saw you in pretty much agreement with everybody as far as that's concerned.
Every piece of furniture I have in my apartment, with the exception of my bedroom suit, came from God. That's the only way I can explain it. I didn't have to ask for any of it. Sarah and I have been together for 7 years. We both started from scratch when we got together. We both were just fresh out of a really bummed out situation. And I've done this several times in my life. And I'm 41 years old. I've started over a lot. And as far as material things, I could go for a Winnebago,
Okay.
if God provides. I'm not going to
probably. I would say though, for more for the use of it rather than the prestige. A lot of times, like for instance, Austin Murphy, he says, "I'll take a yacht." Okay,
as long as he doesn't take mine.
I'll tell you what. I'll take a passport for Sarah and 2 plane tickets to the Philippines.
That's the whole thing, Dan. You can have a yacht too. You and Austin both could go have
You'll never.
I've already got one.
A regatta or some kind of shit, like whatever, a sailing race or whatever. See, my point being is that when you take away the prestige of something's rarity or basically it being out of reach, and most times often out of reach to a certain class, this is what keeps this hierarchy of this class system. You see, oh, that's not for you. You can't afford it. It always comes down to this. It always comes down to this. But what if there wasn't any of that? What if there was abundance of everything that you need? You see, because you would find out quickly, Austin, that having a yacht is a lot of work.
Yeah, it is, but it's also worth it.
Well, it could be, but this is the thing. What you get to the point of it's you don't always need what you want, but you always want what you need. And so there comes that filter where it's like, I want that, but do I need it? And you can go either way with it. You can go, no, I don't need it. However, I like it and I can still have it. Or you can go, no, I'm going to be frugal and not have it. You can run it through those filters, but we're based on impulse, right? And they know that. They'll put shit right up front at the damn supermarket or wherever you go, the shit they want to get rid of with big flashy sign on. Look, big sale, blah, blah, blah. Boom. These people, the sheep are over there filtering right through it, man. They go right to it. They know how to work us.
Hey, saying yes, what I've been learning about this realm is our thoughts do create our reality. And there's been a poverty mindset conditioned into children so that they obey and consume and produce.
Mm-hmm.
If we are divine spirit, if we are children of God, then this is God's kingdom, right? And it was given to us, and this is a world of abundance. But what I've been studying is like the laws of creation, the laws of exchange. There are universal laws of exchange that work with the physical energies as well as mental and emotional, I think. But the point of that is the laws of exchange have been distorted in this give and take, right? Earn, reward, stuff like that, rather than just it's freely shared like nature really does.
Right. It replenishes itself. That's what's so awesome about that. And that's the whole, the way this whole thing, this biodiverse energy system, clock, calendar, whatever, this creation, it's magnificent.
It is.
in
It's
every bit of its facet.
it's magic.
Yes, and it is, the universe. One word. In the beginning there was the word, and that word was God. That's the Western wording for it. The Western Indians, the Navajo and the Paiute, they have a guy. His name is Kokopelli, and Kokopelli played his flute and brought the universe into fruition. It all has to
The
do with
cosmic Pied Piper.
the word, the creation. This is how we, even as humans, do. We think of something, then we put it out there, and then we go about creating it.
That's it.
That's
this
how
is,
everything works.
as I understand the laws of exchange, is that as we put out good energy, as we put out value into the physical plane, rewards and synchronicities are supposed to appear. But we live in a the way this works is it doesn't matter what is true, it just matters what we believe. And that's why children have been conditioned to believe that celebrity is important, authority is important. When we believe these things, it becomes real to us. And then the
Well,
masses
they've
putting
taken
out
away God. They've taken away God. They really
Amen.
have. And I'm not talking about religion. I'm
Right.
talking about they've taken away God.
Not
They've
completely,
almost
but they're
demonized God.
working
Well,
tirelessly to do it.
they first off try to hide God from you. They fill you with preposterous lies that would make it so that there would be no way that there could be a God. There's no way there could be a creator. And because of the stories we're fed right from fucking Jump Street, man.
Sovereign, they're trying to teach kids how to summon demons.
I know.
Shit you not, dude. They've got children's books, coloring books called "Let's Summon a Demon." I mean, I've seen it on Facebook a couple times when I had Facebook. There was literally a post, and it was different names of different demons and what they can do for you, and just
See, it's up to us. We've got to end this. I mean, it is.
Well, it's hijacking the children's minds.
Everyone's been waiting for a savior. It is us. We are here to save each other from our stupid, immoral ways. And, well, I stopped my immoral ways. So far, learned
We
some
all
stuff.
get trapped. We all get trapped into that sin wave, which is the sine wave, which is this earthly vibration. It's a sine wave. Sin, to be born, the wages of time is death. The wages of sin or sine is death. Has a beginning and an end. It's a linear time format. This is the only place this exists. I look at reality. I think the reality is just like a DVD, okay? Everything's already there all at once. But until it's put into the decoding mechanism, it plays out in a linear format. Now, imagine a cross between a really cool movie that's also like a choose your own adventure book, right? Where when it comes to certain portions of the story, it'll go, if you choose to do this, click here. If you choose to do this, click here. And so you choose upon that, and those outcomes are already written on the disc, but you still have the free will to make the choices involved in all the situations that are written within your movie. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Oh, I think that's kind of like how I get it. Don't let Z save me again. Oh no. Let me take a minute and say hi to some people that are in the chat here tonight that I can see. Let me see. I've got Archangel for Truth, Austin Murphy, Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains. Of course, and we know we got Ironton Auditor and Jeebus Chris. Logan Sandman, welcome back. Battle fatigue, much? Huh? Oh man, that was right. That was ripe shit there last night. That was some crazy shit. Got Mark, the sarcastic law student, is here. Nope, wasn't me. Rebecca Joe, Renee Bernays, welcome, dear. I hope you're feeling well tonight. And of course, ZXL Master, the moderator god. He is the leader of all moderators upon moderators. This
Check your
guy
private
is
chat, sir.
so
Talking about
creative.
everywhere all at once, right? Yeah.
He is, as he says, coming back on my computer. His short. Oh, okay. Let me see. ZXL, did he put it up in here already? Yeah. Refreshing.
Do you have the link to that video, ZXL Master? If you do, if you could post that in the chat, please.
What the hell happened to my chat? There it is. Gosh dang it. Oh, I'm sorry for those harsh words. I didn't mean to fucking say that, man.
The fuck were you thinking?
Yeah, right? The fuck was I thinking, right?
Hey, can I
There's-
offer an alternative definition of sin to
Sure, go
consider?
right for it, man.
I love what you said, that explanation about this, the wave. That makes sense. This, what I'd heard is sin is to miss the mark. Okay, so what is our mark? Our mark is to be the image of the Creator. The image of the Creator is pure. And what is the Creator? The Creator is pure intelligence, pure love. So the mark is truth and love. If we stray away from truth and from love, dude, that's I seriously believe that when we start lying, we lose control of our minds, and that ego friggin' beast that
Yeah,
takes over.
certainly does.
I pasted that link in the private chat, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, Sal's been on the bong today. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that'll work like that, right? Okay, yeah. All right, so hold up. I'm gonna go cats and QR codes, huh? I'm gonna put this over here so I can see it while I'm in here. That way I can keep an eye on all of you. I can see all of you. I saw fucking Austin Murphy. You quit acting up, motherfucker. I can see you. And Renee Bernays over there. And the rest of you better be paying
Who is an
fucking
angel, by the
attention.
way? Let me say.
I'm telling you what, man. She's a nice one. I like her. That's my girl
She's an
Friday.
angel.
She my girl Friday, man. So yeah, I like Renee. She's cool as shit. So wait a second. What's this? Oh, is this for Austin Whitsitt? Or is it true? Okay, yeah. Wait. Yeah, it must be. Cool, man. I was watching this earlier. Is this what he meant to put up? ZXL Master about Austin Whitsitt? What is it?
It was shared in he shared it in the chat and asked if we could play it. So I assume that was the link
how
that was
long
there.
is it? It's an hour and 40 minutes, man.
An hour and 40 minutes. Well, that ain't
Yeah,
a
wait
short.
a second.
Then.
Wait a second.
Give us a timestamp.
It's supposed to be a short.
Hold on. No. Let me do it again. Uno momento, si vous plaît. That was like Spanish and. All right, so this is. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know why that happened. That was crazy. I was watching Austin Whitsitt earlier. I don't know why that came up in the thing. So I have to go over here. Do. Looking out that
And again,
back
we
door.
pride ourselves on our amateurness here.
Yeah, man.
We don't
This
claim
is like,
to be tech
look,
savvy.
look.
We just claim to get it done.
Right, man. We're like one of those fucking local cable stations. You ever see those? Let's see.
UHF.
Hey, we improve as we do. So
That's it.
it's better to do than not.
Oh wow.
Here we
what?
go. Cats and QR codes. Shameless promotion. Cats. Let's watch that.
Those were his cats. I believe.
Is that the same cat with different lighting, or is that? It almost looks like the. Yeah, I think it is.
It's the same cat.
It might be.
Well,
Cool.
it says please subscribe. We get hungry, so I'm assuming those are his two cats.
Oh,
Alive.
I get it, man. So yeah, everybody go over to ZXL Master. You can put the link to your channel over into the chat if you want, ZXL, or I can. If you guys want to look at the cats again too, I can put that in there. Because why not, right? What do you got against cats? You anti-catites and shit. What's up? All right. I want you people out there that are offended to know something. Okay. I want you to know that Terry Nip, Ironton Auditor, Vice President, and I, President and founder of an organization of people known as People Offended by Offended People, also known as Poop,
Can't.
want you all to know that absolutely nothing will not be tolerated.
Nothing at all.
That's it. Now, that being said, I'm only responsible for what I say. I am not responsible for what you don't understand. All right. May the games begin. No.
That's a good reminder.
Wow. What else? Who we got else up in here? Who's up in here? Yeah, let's all fly clouds 420, man. You got it, Archangel. I'm going to do that right now. You got one. Torque it up, man. See, earlier, I wasn't sure because this blue lighting in here. I couldn't tell if I had put fresh in there or if that was just white ash in the blue light. So I found out that it wasn't white ash. It was actually loaded. So I was good. It's always fun in the chamber. Don't forget about the fun in the chamber. There's always fun there. There you go. What you smoking, Jeebus Chris?
Something kush, but I'll tell you what, I'm babysitting this because I don't smoke much these days, and when I do, I don't smoke shit weed. So
What about you, Christos? What you smoking with us tonight, bro?
still muted.
He's still muted.
It looks like he smoked out. Oh no, wait, that's his avatar.
I can't do it.
Must be that new weed, that silence stuff. I heard they call it silence bud.
It's that chili weed. When you smoke it, it makes you think you're a constitutional law professor.
Quiet Kush. It's called Quiet Kush. What you smoking with us tonight, Dan?
Nothing but cigarettes.
Damn, son.
One after the other.
Hey,
What do they let you guys smoke weed over there? I know another Welshman who does smoke weed, but I don't know
No.
if he's in Wales or not. I think
It's
he's
not
in
legal here.
England. Huh. That sucks.
hey, Sob, have a look in your private chat. There's a song you might like.
A song. A chili song, short. Oh no. Hold on.
Renee Bernays said chili kush. I'll pass on that one.
Oh my God, this is you. We're gonna put this over here.
And that's without smoking.
Dude. All right, wait a second. There it is.
I ran out today, so I'm like, this is weird.
No way. Where is Christos? Christos, come back to us. Hold up one second. I got it.
Thanks, Jeebus.
Hey, there it is. No, that's not it. I pride myself on my amateur abilities.
You should. You're doing great as an amateur.
That's what I'm trying to do. I try to maintain that reputation.
Amen.
Time to do some sketchy shit.
Do-da, do-da, hope I get away with it. Oh, the do-da day. Goofy motherfuckers.
How much more
Yeah,
that gets under his skin?
Sovereign Soul sent me a video clip one time. He changed it before he put it on YouTube, but it went something like, was it Puff the Magic Dragon cover?
Oh, yeah. It was like,
Chili
Chili
the
the
Grifter.
Magic Grifter lived in his van. I forget how that fucking shit
didn't
went.
have a house, and he frolicked in his underwear on Jeebus
Him
Crisps.
frolicked in his underpants on Jeebus Crisps couch.
That's
And he,
fucked
you know,
up.
that's the truth too, man. That motherfucker come downstairs, see that motherfucker in his tighty whities he's taking selfies of himself, man. You imagine being in some other person's house that you don't even really know,
Look,
and you're in
luckily,
somebody
I
else's
was-
fucking house, and you sitting there taking fucking gay ass selfies of yourself and shit, man.
bro,
What is
like
up
this,
with that?
Like this, look. Like that. Doing the whole, you know. And luckily,
Well,
I'm
he had to do it like
desensitized
that.
to those
There's a lot
images
more up
because
top
as
than
a
there
kid-
ever has been at the bottom.
Look,
You
as a
remember
kid, we played with He-Man toys and Thundercats and all that, so we're used to seeing the dudes in the undies. Like, you know what I mean? They programmed our asses for that shit.
Did you?
They do
Oh
that,
fuck! Did you ever see that movie American Psycho?
Oh God, that's like one of my favorite horror films.
All right, so you remember when he was like doing that chick and he was
Yeah.
like getting out, he was checking himself out in the mirror and shit while he was doing it. I can imagine that.
Listening to like Whitney Houston or something. Or...
yeah. And he's like getting off on his own image doing this broad in the mirror and shit. You know, it's like
that reminds me of a certain somebody.
That's probably
Real-
Chili watching his own lives back late at night when no one else is around.
that movie really okay. There you go. If you've ever seen that movie, those guys in that environment right there, that might as well just be that's banking, man. That's how those people are.
Mhm.
You know, so vain, so self-centered, so trying to one up each other. Dude, all I did was run the fucking the computer shit, man. You know, make sure the network was running fine and shit like that. And I had a series of programs that did that for me. But I was making serious money. I started selling these loans. So I started going out with these loan people and shit, right? Bankers, presidents of some of these other companies and shit. They just liked me, right? Well, I was drinking back in those days, but I can remember I'd go out with these guys. And here's these fucking guys. They'd have a limo come and pick me up and pick up a couple other people. We go to some fucking hoot fruit place, go in there, and here's all these rich fucks trying to outspend each other, right? Trying just to show how much disposable income they have more than you. Oh, bring me some Cristal, shots of Cristal for everyone.
Great
Some
football.
Louis the 14th for everyone. You know, that kind of fucking shit.
Oh,
And I'm like,
Garcon. Let me
I'm like,
get a
you
bottle of
stupid
the
motherfucker.
Fuji
You,
whiskey.
for what you just spent on that, you could have bought a crate of Jim Beam. You know what I'm saying? It's all gonna get you drunk, man. Come on, what the fuck? But that's all it was, you know. And that's why they like to eat things that are rare and small and stupid. You know, like who the
Well-
fuck wants to eat fish eggs, man? That's disgusting, man. If you ever eat that shit, it's like fucking. Can you imagine sardine jelly? That's
It's actually
fucking
pretty good.
Oh man,
Right caviar. It's actually
you know,
pretty good.
fucking way. Hey, I'm gonna
He's-
squirt.
He
Squirt
said,
this
he said rare, small, and stupid.
Yeah, man. Oh, what are those? They're sauteed hummingbird tongues. It takes about 10,000 hummingbirds to make an ample meal, but
I shit you not. If you go to Texas, if you go to any of the taquerias in the Houston area, Maria's Taqueria. Remember that. If you ever go to Houston, go to Maria's Taqueria if you can find it. And when you go there, make sure to tell them no palas, because the taco meat that they use regularly is cow tongue, and it's ground up cow tongue, and it's awesome. It's really good. It's better.
oh yeah,
than-
they sell cow tongue in the beef department at the grocery store here where I live.
but if you don't want to eat cow tongue, you have to tell them no palas. You know.
Yeah, it's always been pretty popular in America. I mean, pretty much all over America. I know they sold it in the delis in Michigan as well. Um, I always thought it was kind of gross. I don't want to eat it. You know,
The
there's
worst
some
thing
Occasionally, you
I've
shit
can
that,
ever
still
seen
find
in
it
a
at the grocery
deli,
store here.
it's called
yeah,
souse.
yeah.
And
Oh
people in the
no,
neighborhood I grew up in, they called it head cheese. It's
Yep,
some
scrapple,
kind of stuff you put on a
scrapple.
cracker. I guess it's like pig brains or something.
brains and eggs,
I tried
pig
it
brains and eggs, man. There ain't no
because
shit,
I
man. Scrambled
grew up in
brains and eggs.
Louisiana. I've tried every kind of food there is, just about. And dude, that's the most disgusting thing I ever tasted was souse.
Yeah, look, man. You look at some of that shit real close up, like that fucking scrapple. You look at it real close up, and you can see there's little hairs from
Pieces
the
of
pig
hooves
in
in
it
there
and
and
shit.
shit, like
It's like
fingernails.
everything you'd throw away, you know, shit the vulture should eat, you know, and you're making that shit up into something to eat.
Like
That's
hot
like
dog
fucked
weenies,
up.
basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dude,
But
humans
they
are
can even make
weird.
that. They can make a hot dog weenie taste like a steak. They have the technology to do that now. Like they can
You
make
know,
bologna taste like a T-bone, man.
well, think about this, man. The most of the foods that we eat and think of as traditional meals were
That's my point.
they were introduced to us at the World's Fairs.
Like I said, if they can make a piece
Yeah.
of bologna taste like hamburger or taste like steak or
See,
something
that's where
exotic,
I point. That's when I
then who's
point
to
to that
say that when you get hamburger
repopulation
meat,
thing.
it's actually hamburger? It could be anything, and they can
Oh
make
yeah,
like
where's all the fucking bodies going, man? I mean, where's all the dead people going? Think about this, man. Jack,
Abraham Finkelstein.
Green.
Look
you ever
that
thought
interview up
about
if
this,
you can
right?
find it, and that'll
You
put some
got obituaries.
Soylent Green.
You got obituaries all over the country, all over the world, right? People die
Yes,
all the time, right? Every week, every day, depending on how often your newspaper comes out, and some go without even an obituary, right? So we can agree there's a lot of people die every day, and a certain number of those bodies are cremated, but there's a good number of them that are not.
Well,
So
what
how
about
come
the
you
ones that
never
you don't
see?
know die?
How come? Hold on. How come you never see new cemeteries, man? Like like brand new cemeteries or coming soon, Forest Lawn Acres Cemetery or something like that. You would think that with the number of bodies stacking up, that that would be like some real estate shit to get into, right? But you don't.
That's a thought, man. I
No.
haven't
Where the
seen
fuck?
many new cemeteries at all.
All right. So I'm wondering, man. Now there's other possibilities. I'm not suggesting the Soylent Green thing necessarily. However, or the fact that human flesh has been said to taste very much like pork,
And
but
can be
I am
modified
gonna
to be as such if
go.
they want. So it don't matter.
Well, all right. So let's think about what happens when somebody dies, right? They're buried in a hole there, and they have a little memorial. And usually the wife or the husband, whoever's left, will come. The kids, maybe the grandkids, and then both are gone, and the kids and the grandkids will show up, but not as often as the kids. And the grandkids, they'll show up a little bit. Their kids won't show up at all. But and those kids as kids don't give a shit or don't even know who these people are. Who's to say they don't just reuse them fucking things, man? Here's somebody nobody knows or cares about. Just pull up their rock and dig the hole again. I wonder if they do that, man.
That's a really good point. I know that there's some cemeteries that are really big that they can just add on to with the space, but that's a good point. It's like you don't really see like building projects for new cemeteries, and I don't know, man. I definitely think they're probably doing some sketchy things on the low to get rid of bodies. I heard you say something about Soylent Green. Uh, Definitely seems to be a bit of reality with some of these different articles and headlines I see nowadays with weird legislation they're passing in different places, and they're allowing certain amounts of human remains or whatever for like food or for soil and shit. So it's definitely weird. But David, I just wanted,
Biofertilizers,
yeah,
biofertilizers, right?
Yeah, man. Fuck, there was something I wrote a note down because you were talking about something earlier when you were talking about the song Dogs by Pink Floyd. There's something specifically I needed to bring up with you, so I'll let you guys keep flowing now.
Oh, that's all
Come
right,
back to
man.
when I
Whatever.
remember it.
This is
Have
a
you
free
seen
Well,
flow.
have you seen the big plastic, what they're calling grave liners? They look like big, giant disposable coffins that can hold like
You know what? I don't
bodies.
think that's what those are, man. I
What
really
do you
don't.
think
I've
they
seen
are?
that. I've seen that thing going around about those things in Georgia for
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
going on damn near 20 years now, and I don't. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it. Or because it was supposedly, you know, that was being a staging area for this to take place and shit. Yeah. Are they gonna? Is there
Oh
gonna be a
yeah,
lot
with
of
all the
people?
Walmart and
Listen,
the
is there
FEMA
gonna be a
camp
lot of
stuff.
people in what's coming? Is there gonna be a lot of casualties? Yes, absolutely. I believe so. And this is why I'm trying to wake people up so they can at least got a heads up and see it coming. Because the ones that aren't gonna see it coming are the ones that are gonna get hit first. And once you realize, man, these fucking weirdos are not there for you, they are absolutely against you. And you see that at every turn. They want to take more and more power away from you and give it to themselves because they're afraid of us. And we let them do it. I gotta, where in the fuck is that? I'm gonna pull this up. This is an insane picture. I gotta show this to you.
Well, while you're doing that, Salv, I have to back out.
Okay, bro. Well,
Getting
thanks for
late
coming
here.
on.
No problem. And it's glad to see you back to your normal happy self.
Oh, well, thanks, man. Yeah, I don't like being bummed out either. Oh, god dang it. How do I make this go? Oh, okay, I know what I got to do. All right.
Catch you all
Before you
again.
go,
Thanks for joining us,
though.
Will.
Oh,
Hey, Welsh, before you go, you got to see this thing.
okay.
This is really cool because this is an actual picture. This is crazy. All right, so I'm going to go to present. It's like mating. Microsoft Edge. No window. There we go. Got it. All right, check this out. This is a herd of sheep, and they're going through this fucking gate. They're coming out of this big field right here, and they're going through this gate. There's no fence here. There's no fence there. The fence has been removed, but they won't go past that point. They'll only go through there, through the gate. And so they're all crowded up to go through the gate. This is what people will do. This is how herd mentality works. I thought this was fucking great, man. I mean, is that crazy or what?
That's cool. That
You know,
definitely says a lot.
You're talking about the elites that don't give a shit about us little guys. The irony in that is that a lot of these, you know, rich people, millionaires and such, think that they're part of these this big club of these multi-billionaires, that they got their own thing. It's like on this. I watched like an animated show on Netflix one time. And it's called Robots something, Love, Death, and Robots, and it showed like, you know, and wait a minute, what happened? Okay, so something happened, and these billionaires got it. Showed all these millionaires that thought that they were, you know, uppity and stuff, and the billionaires are telling them, "Fuck no, dude, you're staying here." It was just all for nothing. They were just fucked. So like, wow, man, how many people did you?
I've heard.
Hey, again, I'm going to let you guys hold the show for me for a minute. Present your idea. I can still hear you. I'm going to turn my over speaker on. I just got to go back here and make me a cup of coffee real quick. Let me put the USB audio speakers. There we go. I'll be right back. I can still hear y'all though.
Hey, make me one too while you're at it, would you?
You got it, brother. You got it.
The conditioned pursuit of money and wealth, it really is a sign of insanity. I think. I don't think personally. You ever see that show Hoarders on like TLC or whatever it was?
Yeah.
I personally believe those that hoard wealth are suffering from the same mental disorder as the people who hoard clutter. It's a
Think
sign
about
of
that. They get
insecurity.
buried with possessions that could feed their grandkids. I mean, just like it's ridiculous. When you bury me, I'm any gold I got anything's coming off. You know, like it's crazy, man. They're
You
gonna
know
bury
that
me butt straight up. I'm not taking clothes or nothing. I'm going out butt naked in the coffin.
I'm going out happy.
They're gonna bury me ass up, so the whole world can kiss my ass when I come.
Amen.
Well, the only problem with that though is you get to come in a naked body, but when you die, you don't even get to take that with you wherever you go. You have to leave that shit here too.
Yep. Yep. Well, you know, you don't come in a naked body. You come into a naked body. So when you leave naturally,
Well, my
that's gotta
point
stay.
is,
Nothing
my
leaves
point
here.
is we assume
Just
that
us.
naked body is ours to do with as we please, but at the end of the day, when we die, we don't even get to take it with us. So how much ownership do we actually have?
As soon as we're
Yeah,
born, our
right.
parents sign a piece of paper and give us a number, and we're stamped. So I mean, so you're right. Yeah, it doesn't belong to us really. Not even our thoughts belong to us really.
You know, Jack was saying, who was saying it was
Right.
like a drug? Who was saying it was like Jack was saying that, right? You know, it's interesting because I forget who it was. A pretty prominent publication that had an interview with David Rockefeller, and the question posed to him was, at the time was, you know, pretty much you have like more money than God, you know, how much is enough? And you know what the answer he gave was? Just a little more. And that was like exactly what an addict says, man. Just a little more. I was like, wow, does that not sound like heroin? Dude, just a little more. Boom. Can't get enough.
Hey,
Yeah,
we can
good point.
sorry.
What would you say, Arns?
No, I was just saying, good point. Go ahead.
I was going to say we can all apply that to ourselves though. Just a little more as far as our efforts, as far as our whatever improvements, our goals, just a little more.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you turn, and it's all about that duality. You see, you can take that energy, you can use it for good, you can use it for bad.
Amen.
You
Yep.
can use it for the ego, or you can use it for the spirit. What's more important in the long run, and I think we've said it in several different ways, up to and including that, you know, when you go in the box, none of that fucking shit really matters. So it's like everybody strives their whole life for that last couple years, that last small amount of years. They struggle and they stab people in the back. They stab each other in the back. They get this idea that in order for them to have something, somebody else got to not have something. This whole fucking artificial scarcity thing, they scrimp and they save and they try and they scramble because their money becomes worth less and less and less as they get older, and it's not going to look as bright and sunny as they thought it was going to be. But anyway, they get there and they finally fucking made it, and they're there, and they get to spend the last 15, maybe 20 years of their life before they fucking die. Still carrying all that, right? When in the whole long run, what they should have been doing all that time is preparing for what comes after that little time on the beach that you get because you scrambled up the sandy hill. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I made it. Oh, fuck. What next?
That is not the way it goes for me, man. Because it's 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And then every so often I'll get about 3 or 4 steps, and then it'll go back to the 1 step forward, 2 steps.
You mentioned you
sometimes I'll take about 4 steps back, and then it goes the same way.
You mentioned you've started over several times. That's me as well. So I totally get what you're saying, man.
Not always. Like, sometimes it was purposeful. I mean,
Sure.
I've
Yeah.
done it
Hold up, man.
intentionally at least 3 times. So, but then there was.
You said you started You said you started, right? And Jack, you said that same thing too. And I think that's interesting. This has just occurred to me.
Continued.
Where were you going?
I was
Where
going
was
the
you
wrong
going? You
way.
started, but what was your destination? Where was you going?
Never had a destination, but I
That's
keep going. You know?
There you go. That's it.
my destination's changed.
Have you let me, real quick, and then I'll go to Jack. Jeebus, did you learn from the experiences that you've come through your life?
Dude, I learn every second.
There
Literally,
you go.
like I learn, even if it's just something tiny and minute that I really don't pay attention to. Later on, when I apply it and I didn't even mean to do it, I'll be like, "Oh, I get it. That's why I learned it." Like it, I'll apply it and not even remember. Then it comes to me how I learned it and where I learned it and where I picked it up at, and I'm like, "Damn, I'm glad I got to actually put that somewhere." And I carried that for how long and just didn't even know I had it in my pocket. And I just
See, and
when I
then
did it was right fucking there.
thereby things I have to look at. Often we're posed. People like to sit around bullshit and have hypothetical questions with one another, and it's, if you could go back a certain number of years, or if you could go back in time, what would you change? And a lot of people have all sorts of different answers. They have all sorts of different answers. A lot of times
I
they're
have
based
all
in,
sorts of different answers. Just me.
well, there's resentments
I
and
can do a lot of things.
guilts and things like that you might carry for actions that you wished you hadn't done, or feelings that you wished you hadn't. There's a whole number of reasons, right? And my answer to it is I wouldn't change a fucking thing. Not because it was wonderful, but not because it was terrible either. Because it was a combination of the two extremes that's culminated together to create who I am today. And I like who I am today, which is a cool place to be. And I think without the degrees and various experiences that I've had throughout my life, all both sides, good, bad, and the blah in the middle, is all what has brought me to where I'm at right now.
Can I ask
And
you a question, Sovereign?
I have peace. I have peace in my heart. I have peace in my spirit, and I know I'm on the right side of everything. I know I'm on the right side. That my intent is noble and my intent is benevolent. So
I want to
go
ask you a
ahead.
question though, and I'll answer the question too. What have you learned? What is the biggest thing you've learned in the entire experience of life that you apply the most, to your your belief system, and just what was the biggest thing you've learned so far?
That this is just an experience. Don't take it so serious. I mean, yeah, indulge in it and enjoy this reality. But when it comes right down to it, this is just an experience, man. And when the thing flips up and goes game over, you go ahead and put your initials in and you go home for dinner. I mean, kind of along those lines. I know if there's any
Yeah,
Rick
pretty much.
and Morty watchers in here,
You
but
said your initials, they go right on your tombstone.
when
your
Morty
high
had to
school
wear
guy.
when Morty played the game Roy on Rick and Morty, remember? Did anybody see that? No, come on. Don't tell me nobody here watches Rick
Listen,
and
I've
Morty.
had a couple friends tell me about Rick and Morty, and I've watched a couple episodes and laughed, but I just don't find the time to watch it.
Him and
Cartoons, yeah.
Rick's, it's loosely based on Doc and Marty from
Right.
Back to the Future, but it's Rick and Morty. Rick's a scientist and an alcoholic, and Morty is kind of a dolt. Okay. Anyway, they make some money and they go to this galactic arcade. And there's like all these different aliens and all these bizarre video games and shit like that. And Rick pushes Morty down in this chair in front of this video game and pulls down this helmet and sticks it on him. And Morty just buzzes out and goes like that. Next thing you see, it's this little kid wakes up. Oh, good morning, Roy. Mom walks into the room. He goes out, he plays. It goes through a whole life of him going to school, meeting the girl of his dreams, his whole thing. And you see this whole thing in this life. And then the guy, he falls off a ladder at work and it goes, game over. There you go. And so then Rick takes the helmet off him and Morty's like, what happened? And I was like, yeah, like that. That's what's going on, man. That right there is what's going on. The name of the game was Roy. So your character was Roy. And I'm like, yeah, you're not really Roy. Okay. I'm not really Dave. That's how you identify this energy that's inhabiting this avatar. You know me as Dave or Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, however have you. The moniker is there. It's a way to identify me. But is that me? No, that's my experience. Who am I? Who actually am I? I am infinite awareness having an experience as Dave. And perhaps there'll be another experience. If I got my guesses right, there's not going to be. Because I think this is a soul matrix trap, a reincarnation trap. Stay away from the light. That's
so what you've learned thus far is that
oh yeah, I forgot I was
don't
answering.
take things so seriously, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In other words, you know, yes, feel the range of your emotions. That's one of the reasons you're here, so that you can feel the range of emotions there are between the two base vibrations of love and fear. Okay, but it's important to find the balance within that and to try to reside.
That's close
within
to
the
my
right
answer.
side.
That's close.
It's basically okay. If you're a Star Wars freak, think of it as the Force. Do you want to be a Jedi or do you want to be a Sith? Why does a Sith want to be a Sith? Because of the power, because of the control. Why does a Jedi want to be a Jedi? Because he can be benevolent.
Where does the Sith's power come from?
Those that cannot defend themselves.
What does he harness for that power?
What's
Fear, hatred, all these things.
Yeah.
Where does a Jedi harness his power from? What energies, right? It's kind of like the Green Lantern thing. You got the fear and then you got the will. And they use the will because it's more, sustainable, and the fear is less controllable. It ends up controlling you, right? So there's little hints in all this.
In a sense, what Obi-Wan was saying is kind of true. That we do have that power. Some people have it stronger than others, right? But we do have those powers. Oh, yeah. Not to the extreme where you're going to be lifting up rocks and shit like that. But if you don't believe me, try this out sometime, man. Sit in just a dark room with no breeze, of course, with a tapered candle.
Oh, that was neat.
And concentrate on the flame. And then start controlling the flame with your thoughts. You can do it. You can do it. I've made the flame go and get small and then roar up and get big and make it wave over to one side or go to the other. I'm not shitting you.
I don't doubt that. And people think I'm crazy, but when we were younger, we were kind of hippie kids, and we would try this thing where we'd have one person stand to the side, one person stand behind the other person, and try to control, make them lean back and forth, right? And what we found out was that the guy stands to the side, he can see everything that's happening. He can see the guy in front of you leaning the way you push him and back, but that guy can't see you. what we found out is 9 times out of 10 we could make them lean the way we pulled them or pushed them, and it works.
Mhm.
If you really just concentrate, it works. But my
Like I
answer
said,
is the same pretty much. I was going to say everything happens for a reason. I've learned that more than
thought,
anything
power,
else.
and intent.
Like anything bad that's ever happened to me, it's like the rising of the phoenix. Like something always comes out of it, and it's just 10 times better. Like when we wrecked our car, I wrecked our car. That car had been pissing me off a lot. I'd been cussing it. The cops know what it looks like. They hate my guts, so they follow it every time they see it. It's like that car needed to fucking go, right? When I wrecked it, it's weird how it came about. But one of my friends that I hadn't spoke to in a while, he was like, "Hey man, if you can fix this car, you can buy it, and you can just pay me whenever you get the money." So he gives me another car. I'm not gonna reveal what it is yet, and my friend Ironton Auditor here, he fixes stuff. So I called him up, like, come check out this car with me. Turns out it was I'm pretty sure it was a gasket and a clutch master cylinder, but we got the whole master cylinder, and Terry helped me get one. And yeah, the sucker runs like a top. It's a 5-speed. It's good on gas. It's been a great car so far, and I'm just like, I paid $1,700 for that little silver car, which is not a lot, and I'm gonna pay $800 for this one when it's all said and done, and it's like 5 times better than the other car was. So, and that just came. I didn't ask for it.
Logan
I
Sandman.
didn't worry too bad about it. And
Logan Sandman says that he's in hiding. And why are you in hiding, Logan Sandman? Usually you're like one of the first people to come up on the panel. Ain't nobody. Dude, Z's not here. You're all right, man. Z fucking lashed him hard when he was up the last time Z was here, and Z hit him fucking hard, man. So he might be a little gun shy. I'm not going to do that shit. I figure you're enough you can defend yourself. So.
Hey,
when was this? When he was talking about dogs or something like that last night? I remember he was talking about dogs last night, training dogs and stuff. That's what he does. That's cool.
I don't know.
Z was trying to say, but I think he went about it the wrong way. He was trying to ask Logan. I mean, I have to say I understand where it comes from, but he asked Logan how he could reconcile having lived on a paycheck and received a pension for doing a job where he was responsible for ruining people's lives who were not doing any loss, injury, or harm to anyone, merely for having or possessing a certain plant or substance that a politician said they shouldn't have. That how he could put his morality on the shelf in order to make that paycheck. And Z was not giving him any wiggle room at all. And to be fair, I think Logan might have had maybe a couple of drinks, so he wasn't in the best to try to rebuke, anything. So I don't know. Logan, you're welcome here, and you can come up anytime. You're not going to get beat up by me. And if somebody goes to beat up on you, go beat up on them back, man. I ain't going to stop you. You man, right?
Hey, listen, man. Sometimes the best friend in the world will be straight up with you like that. They won't sugarcoat it. They'll really have you question yourself for your own good. And
yeah, man.
Just so you know, Sovereign.
Somebody does that or challenges you with a question like that,
Just
doesn't
so I
mean
know.
they don't like you.
Just so I know.
Just so that you know, he may not be here listening to you at the moment. I know Debos had invited him to voice chat. I don't know why, but he said he wanted to talk to him, and that's so both of them may not be here at this exact moment. Is why I say that. So he may not have heard that, which maybe is why he isn't on panel. I don't know.
It's a little bit of international subterfuge happening there between a Canadian or Is
Did you
Canuck? Is
see?
that a
Did you see
hate word?
Christo's comment?
Is Colin in? I think I think Debo's Nation is friends enough with me that I can call him a Canuck. Plus, I'm a Michiganian by nature. You know, that's my birth, and so we're like displaced Canadians. You look
Out
at
and
Michigan,
about.
just kind of like the lakes carved out part of Canada and they gave it to America. That's kind of what happened.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off for the evening, but I want to thank you for the hospitality and the great conversations. It's nice meeting all of you. Ironton Auditor,
Right on, Jack.
good to see you guys again too, Christos and Sovereign. There was something else. Oh, hey, from the chat, if you guys, I'm interested in the DMT discussions, but I don't have anything to add. So I may be tuning in. I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks, guys. God bless you.
Right on.
Nice to meet you,
thanks
Jack.
for coming up, Jack. Thanks, bro. So what's up, Christos? We can see you. Those are some interesting fucking background you got there, brother.
Oh man, yeah, I appreciate it. Just pulling up the chat here while I talk to you guys. Yeah, so I made that through an AI art generator, and I actually put in multiple sentences, giving a rough description of one of my experiences in my DMT trip, because I specifically put in keywords about Kali Ma, and like I described what I was seeing, and obviously, I would say this is not necessarily what I was seeing behind me, but to my left, or to your guys' right, the darker skinned one, that is a little similar to what I was seeing, because I did see Kali Ma, the Hindu goddess of death and destruction, that has like all black, bluish skin and decapitated heads hanging around her neck like a necklace, and she's doing that dance like Shiva with her multiple arms up and her legs kind of in the air as well.
Well, you know,
But
it's interesting though. Isn't Shiva like the duality of one single god, and there's like another one because Shiva's destruction, and isn't the brother or sister of it the creation? And
it's Shakti,
and hello,
Shakti and Shiva.
hello, my dear Sarah. How are you?
Yeah.
Hey, glad to join you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, man.
And I'm getting real deep, so I had to go put some boots on.
God. So, Christos, what I was getting at is it's interesting that those two are very similar, but one seems to be like the antithesis of the other.
Well, I'll say this: the AI art generator, what it does is it renders 4 different variations of the keywords that you enter. So it gives 4 quadrants. These are the bottom 2 because I liked them more than the other ones, but it gives you 4 quadrants, and then you can pick a particular quadrant, and you can either have that redefined and have it sharpened up, and they put more fine detail, and it will actually look quite different than the version that you're editing up. Once you refine it, it almost looks like a completely different image. You can tell which one it comes from of the 4 quadrants, but so you can refine them, but you can also pick one from the 4 quadrants, and you can make 4 more variations of that singular one. So if you like one, but you want something that's okay, something like it, but not exactly what it is, make another 3 versions of it, and you can get, or another 4 versions of it. So it's like, it works like a fractal, you know? So I could take the dark one or the light one, and then I could say, okay, I want to make 4 more versions of both of them. And I could get 4 more variations of each one of those. And then I could keep like fractaling outwards and do 4 variations of each 4th. You know what I'm saying? And just expand outwards. So there's a lot of potential and possibilities with this. But the point is, I like to throw it as my background because it's hard to see. But if you look closely, like I'll even get out of the screen here, I guess. it's supposed to be like machinery
Here,
and
go back. Hold on.
like
Let me get-
it's supposed to be like technology. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, you're good.
basically like what I was trying to depict, which is kind of similar to what I saw in the DMT, was like the Kali Ma, the Hindu goddess of death and destruction, but like kind of morphed with some like technology and machinery. You can really see the machinery with the left one, but the right one has it as well. And it's like they're kind of attached to some like type of technology. There's like core like, tubes if you look closely. So there's like a sense of like technology overlaid. So kind of like organic technology to a certain degree. But yeah, it's trippy. I like these. They really stuck out to me. I was pretty impressed. But I put multiple sentences in. It's not like I put just a couple words in. Like I made full on sentences describing a whole type of
I want to ask
scene
you. I
here.
want to ask you more about this. I want to ask you more about this thing in just 1 second here. Terry's telling me he's going to have to jump off of here. It's getting late at night, and he's got some other things he's got to take care of. So I want to thank
Me too,
Terry,
Saul.
auditor, from coming on up here. He's a good man. Go over to his channel if you want. Terry, put your link in the chat. You are modded up, right?
Yes.
Sure, you are. Yeah, go ahead and put your link in the chat. If you're not, if you haven't checked out Ironton Auditor, go over and check out his stuff. He's got some pretty interesting stuff over there, man. And he's got some cool merchandise. And what'd you say he'll have to leave too, Jeebus Chris?
Yeah, Ironton Auditor's good people, so I don't care what nobody says.
Yeah,
Hey, I appreciate I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
More than you know, I appreciate all the kind words.
More than that,
Christos, it was nice to have met you. Hopefully, I'll get an opportunity to spend more time with you as we go on.
Be surprised what
For sure.
Be surprised what 25 years in the slammer will do for a man. So Terry is now behaved and reformed. He no longer does those things, even though he's not allowed around livestock. So we're just kidding. Terry's good man.
You all have a great night, and thanks for letting me be here, Salvo. I appreciate it.
Right on. Hey, Jeebus, did you see my shirt, bro? Did you see my shirt, guys? This is pretty good. Who's got the nuts to wear this fucker around, right?
Oh wow,
yeah,
it's a good one.
common knowledge.
Nice.
I say it to people all the time. He's got a shirt that says "I pooped today." Tell him. Tell him.
Every freaking charity is dick and fart and poop.
Well, what gets you is you'd be surprised how many people will pass by something and not read it. And I can wear this thing out, and I'll pass 20 people, and maybe 2 will go, "Oh, that's fucked up," and laugh. Or even maybe get a scornful look from some old Beezer face thing, But for the most part, the way, that's when I notice people don't do that. I'll be riding down the road and I'll see something and I'll go, "Man, did you see that?" And they're like, "What?" I said, "That fucking billboard, that sign." "Yeah." I said, "Did you see what it said?" "No." You saw the sign, but you didn't see, you don't know what it said. How did you look at the sign and not know what it said?
But
I'm like, "Oh, well, I didn't read it." And I'm like, "How can you not help but read it?" That's where I came up with the idea of me. I have a sign that says, "Do not read this sign." Think about that.
All the time, and she's either reading or doing something, and all she hears is
under penalty of death. Right? Do not read this sign under penalty of death, and hang that up someplace. It'll be piled up with bodies. I don't know, maybe not, based on what I found out, right? People see signs all day, they don't bother fucking reading it. Have to make it, "What are you trying to read those words for? You some kind of fag?"
Oh, I love that movie.
I know, that's fucking hilarious, man. So Christos, this AI thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will. Yeah, I'll say something about that. Well, ask that question in a second. I was just gonna say, there's a lot of snow coming in here for like the next day or two, so I'm almost 100%. I don't have work tomorrow, so I normally wouldn't be up this late, but today's been kind of odd, and the energy's been a lot different. So I'm gonna be up for like another hour probably. I don't know how long you were trying to run it, but I'm just telling you, I have the energy actually
I'm good,
right
man.
now.
I'm
I'm
good.
about to take some kratom probably and like get amped up and smoke some more weed and like
Okay. I'm gonna
get
be smoking some
projects
weed.
going.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
gonna work
smoking.
on some. Nice, yeah, yes, sir. I'm gonna work on some art after the stream is over, to be honest. But
Well,
the
here's what I
AI
want to know.
art, yeah.
Here's what I want to know about this. Okay, is this like an app on your phone or
No, it's Discord. You know, on Discord, there's a bot
no?
on
Yeah.
Discord.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Sarah
Sarah's
makes
been
them.
working on for the past couple
That's
days. This is
beautiful.
Looks like
for
cake.
I can't.
It
You know,
does
she
look like
makes
a
cakes.
cake.
Honestly, she could do this on a
Almost
cake
looks
if
like
she
a
really wanted
cake.
to.
It looks good. Like I like the
Yeah.
colors on it.
It's
Hey,
the,
Sarah.
what do they call
Sarah.
them? The stepping stone. She does
It's the
stepping
flat
stones
Earth.
and stuff.
No
I just saw this. It
shit,
looked
man.
Oh,
You
looked
this
like
is for
flat.
what?
baby doll
Wow,
parents.
hold up. How far are you from where are you at? Where are you at, Christos? You're in the Midwest,
I was
right?
getting ready to
I'm in
ask him
St.
that because the same weather's
Yeah, I'm in
coming
St.
here.
Louis. Yeah, I'm in
St.
Missouri, St.
I
Louis.
heard a guy at the barbershop today say that the weather's coming. He wanted to get his hair cut now. And he said, yeah, it's going to start raining and it's going to start snowing for the next couple of days. And then when you said that, I was thinking, you live around me or
Yeah.
something.
Uh-huh. Wait, where are you guys based?
We're in northeastern Kentucky. Yeah,
Okay,
we're
Sovereign.
right
Where?
where Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio meet in one little spot, and we're right there.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I got an idea.
Sovereign, where are you based out of, roughly?
I am
I forgot.
I am in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. About
Damn, what's going on?
about 90 miles southwest of south by southwest of Washington D.C. So about 90,
Oh, okay.
90 minutes away.
Hey, Sovereign.
Yo,
I just told Sarah, I was like, you basically made Ironton famous, by calling that asshole. So it wasn't all bad. And she was like,
cool.
yeah, and we would have got away with it too if it hadn't been for those meddling kids.
Right, no shit. Hey, something I had an idea of is Sarah, if she's ever thought of making take one of those pieces of wood like that, but make a flat earth on it.
Did you hear what I said a second ago, Dave?
No, what?
I said it looked like the flat Earth. It looked like not the flat Earth, but it looked like a disc. It looked like a flat disc, and I saw the blue and the green and the white.
I did hear you say that, man. That's why I said make one that's a flat Earth. She should do that because she makes those. I have 2 of them here. See, he's in Kentucky. I'm here in Virginia. You're there. That we ought to have some kind of a fucking cool like a meetup sometime.
Jay Phillips and I were talking. Bizwoofer, Jay Phillips, and I were all talking about doing some type of meetup at some point.
Jeebus,
Midwest.
Jeebus, have you ever met Christos before?
Jeebus is not your son, right? He looks like your son.
No. He's not my son.
Okay.
I don't think.
No, then no. I haven't.
I don't think. Let me see a picture of your mom and see if it jogs my memory. No, I'm just fucking with you. Have you 2 ever?
If I showed you a picture of my dad, dude, I look just like the guy. Fucking, it's creepy.
So so you 2 have never met.
No.
One of the things the 3 of us have in common are the mycology and psychedelics and things like that. We all 3 of us have that in common. So Jeebus Crisp is absolutely
nice.
Gives you the conversation whatsoever.
Sweet.
So I'd like to introduce this is kind of a kismet thing that the 2 of you would meet and
hobbies.
You like this. Because it's like right now,
Yeah.
he's trapped in some matrix shit that'll be over soon. This too shall pass, because this is all bullshit. And this is, he'll be free of that soon. But the thing is, it's like I always say, don't sweat the small shit. And oh yeah,
Hey, rule
remember,
number 2.
wait. It's all small shit.
Yep. I say that shit all the time. I swear to Bob, I say that shit all the time.
You know what I'm saying, man? It's like don't you right
Rule number 1 and rule
okay,
number
so
2. Yeah.
when right before as I start to come back, right? Except for that one time when I was like in charge, like which I always am now, I guess. But when I went in there and I like took charge, I started to come back. And I remember saying, I'll be back in just a minute. I'll be right back. Because
Sovereign, I think you were dealing with
I was going to hit
jesters.
that
They
fucking
really
thing
do.
again and go back, right? Okay, so I was back in. But with the exception of that, the other where I just kind of let go and let myself be in there, it's like right before I come back, it's almost like I giggle, I laugh because I'm like, so it's so comical. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that fucking silly shit. Wow. Here we go.
I thought about that a couple times earlier.
It's like I'm going from there into a trip. Like, oh fuck, here we go into that crazy fucked up shit, man. Wow. And you got to think from this perspective, that's crazy fucked up shit. But when you're in there, it's not. It makes sense. It all fucking makes sense.
Yeah, when you're on the other side, you see how like this world is actually a trip just as well. And then you also can understand at a certain level that these like entities and beings that you interact with, these intelligences, that basically when you like jump into these DMT realms, you're in a way you're out of place, and a lot of these spirits can often tell, and that's why you want to walk in like you own the place and like it's just another day. But that's a whole nother point. We can also see from these experiences that it's almost like you could say the beings that we're encountering are also tripping when they're like seeing us to a certain degree. I think that's a little too like plain thinking, just reversal. But there's definitely an aspect to this is a trip also. Like if this is a dimension and that's a dimension, and we're going between the dimensions, and these are just two separate like trips. Australian Aboriginals called it dream time. This reality they called it dream time. Or wait, I think I'm mixing that up. Do you guys know? There's different cultures that would call either this was the dream time or like the actual dream world, like astral realm was dream time. But I think there's people that actually like consider like this reality and existence to be dream time itself, and that's the real world on the other side, supposedly.
That,
Well, I'll tell you, I've never done DMT, but I hear a lot of descriptions and I hear about the entities and a lot of it. And I think Sovereign was probably dealing with what they call jesters. They're jokers. They try to make a joke out of you because you're weird. You're not they know you're out of place, and then they make fun of it, and or they try to play with you in some type of way, right? But there's other substances that I've heard about that I also haven't delved in real deep, like salvia. People describe this lady, Lady Salvia. And I had a friend that had tried it, and he tried it to the max. I'm like, I don't think he knew what he was doing. He just smoked a lot of it, and it hadn't, told him to stop yet. But when he did, he passed out and I guess sunk into the floor and went somewhere else. And he said he was standing in a creek, and there was a lady in a white robe trying to call to him in some foreign language that he understood but couldn't repeat somehow. And I've had weird things. I've never done like I've when I was younger, I tried peyote, and I will say that that's the only thing that I've ever hallucinated on, to where I saw things that I knew weren't there, like ghosts picking blackberries and such things like that.
Interesting.
There was some kind of animal out in the national forest that we were at. There was a lot of bad Indian juju vibes that I felt out there, like some hostile Indian vibes. I found a
I've
piece of
had that.
petrified wood glowing in the dark. I just saw it glowing from a distance. I followed the light and I found this piece of petrified wood, almost in the shape of a heart, that still had part of the bark on it,
Wow.
that had like crystals on it, and it was almost see-through, like pink, purple, and I just found that because it was just lit up. So
Yeah.
I've experienced things like that. But not too long ago, I with LSD, and that's not something that I typically see things out of place. I get the auras, I get the liquid vision, stuff like that, but I've never seen something that's not there. And the last time I tried this stuff, I'm pretty sure I got abducted by an alien demonic craft. I want to say that. And
Wow.
I
Yeah.
wasn't on a large dose at all. I was on a safe dose, very small,
Yeah.
like 2 hits. But we saw some things and experienced some stuff. And I think that I was given a vision of like the end of the world. Like something happened, something big. I couldn't change it. It already happened and I was done. And then I blacked out.
Mhm.
And when I came to, I had a hot beer in my hand that I'm staring at Sarah, and she was like, "What the fuck just happened?" She wasn't on the substance I was on, and she lost an hour of time too. So explain that shit to
Yeah,
me.
well,
We were out there
Wow. Wow.
red triangle thing, and it was like hovering and making like a whoop, whoop, and the ground's lighting up red. We're like, let's go in the fucking house. She saw it too. So
I think
Wow.
I wanted
Nice. Nice.
I wanted to make a note. We've got Angela Baby Carson in the chat here. Zetetic Warriors here. Tranquil
Yeah.
Vortex. I wanted to make mention some of these people that have come into Sovereign's house and check it out and see what's happening here tonight. I wondered if either of you are familiar with Dicynenian glasses or goggles. Have you ever heard of these?
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. I was talking about that with AK Crawling over on Ian's channel or anyway, it doesn't matter whose channel it was at this point, but a buddy of mine on here brought it up
Because
recently.
I'm wondering if
I
these
think you
dimensions,
I think you brought it up too.
we see different beings in the higher vibration, which I do believe DMT is a very, very high vibration. Very quickly, it takes you into this high vibration. That's why I always feel this like that kind of feeling is before it goes. And whereas some of these others,
like
I
you
think,
just
are
bullshit.
resonating in a lower frequency and resonating in a lower frequency. And like Z says on here, he says he did salvia and saw gremlins. I've heard similar stories from other people that have done that same substance. And then there's the ones on psilocybin, and then the ones on DMT, and then when you go into the extended trip of that with ayahuasca, where it becomes more profound, and there's even more profound entities that come and interact with you. This is one of the things that's on my bucket list. I want to do so badly. So I think it's a matter of what resonation and vibration where these things are at. When they had these Dicynenian goggles, it was said that people could see the auras of people and also spectral beings that were not
demons. They were
actual
describing
physical
moth,
beings.
literally.
Yeah, they
Gargoyle.
made it. Listen, this was later, man, even back in the Vietnam era. This goes from a different thing. These things were a blue spectrum. And this was in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And they eventually they illegalized Dicynenian dye, which is made with a coal oil extract. But they've basically outlawed it. And then in Vietnam, through another spectrum, when they were first playing around with night vision, they were flying in these choppers. And the story I heard was that this gunner had the red they were red spectrum night vision instead of the green like we have now. And these guys were actually, this one guy started freaking out and shooting his machine gun. And they got to him. They thought this guy was tripping on drugs or something. This guy was hyperventilating and he was freaking out. And they took the goggles off of him and took him, put him somewhere else in the chopper there. Watch this guy. He's nuts, right? The other guy put on these goggles and he started to man the gun. And he looks out and he sees these fucking like gargoyle things like you were talking about. And they were flying up from the trees and just flying around. They weren't really doing anything until they saw that he could see them.
He could see them.
Yeah, and then they could notice that he could see them, and they started coming at him and shit. And he took out the goggles. Yeah, man, that's some fucked up shit.
Well, it's exactly like you were describing with the DMT and the stuff. Like the fact that they knew that you could see them, they want to play, they want to interact, right? You don't always understand what they're like. I've had a guy tell me, a good friend of mine, he's tried to get me to do it 100 times, and I've always said, it's something that, from what I hear, gets activated in your brain when you die, right? So that's that thing that helps you cross over to where you're going to be, when you die. Like part of that light, you're just seeing spectrums of that light. But when you die, you actually go back to that. You don't, the different aspects of it, like you're experiencing half dead, half alive, right? That's how I feel it is. I feel like your ego dies and you're kind of half dead there for a good 15 minutes, right? And so you get to kind of view those other earthly realms, but that's not exactly where you're going to go when you actually die. That's just kind of an in-between point. You're going to learn something from that, and then you're going to go back to the source.
You only realize, nope, it wasn't me. In my experience, I only realized that it wasn't that long after I come back and I gauge it to some kind of a dial, like a clock. Because when
saying
you're
a lot.
there, like time doesn't fucking matter. It's like time is just a concept that's all you don't even take into consideration when you're outside. You just go.
I've experienced eternity.
It just is. It just is. It's almost like it's a blatant acceptance, almost. Of like, it's bizarre, yet it's normal. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. But the colors that you see, things you can imagine at one point that you in your mind see the patterns like are in my background right there of the page here that we're on, lit like that, but only brighter. Only they're bright. Those colors are like lights, like Vegas fucking light up.
Okay.
Robert, have you seen a movie? Have you seen a movie called The Hideaway? It's a Dean Koontz book that became a movie. It has Jeff Goldblum in it.
I haven't seen that, no.
Look that movie up and look up the opening scene, right? When Jeff Goldblum dies at the beginning of the movie, this other guy dies too, and he goes to hell, and he's taken to they both go to the same place initially, right? And then it sucks the other guy off into this little room of judgment. It shows him all the shit he did because he's like a killer. He killed his family and stuff, and he was a Satan worshiper. And the other guy, he's just I guess, a do-gooder. I don't know if he's Christian or what it don't say, but he's this really good person. His wife's good person. They do, they do right by life. He dies and he goes to this whole other chamber, but these lights and these colors that are portrayed, like these corridors that he goes down and stuff on the way there. So far, it's been the craziest depiction of afterlife that I've seen ever on a movie or something. I'd say check that out. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's here's the thing too is and we have to be careful about this too, because when considering our incarnation, in my belief, this incarnation into this avatar that we identify ourselves with a name and an identity, a persona, we have to wonder, instead of where do we go when this experience is over, where were we before it began? You get it? I mean, you had to be somewhere. You had to be within. There was the energy that is you, what you consider your spirit, your soul, your consciousness. Where did it come from? It had to be somewhere before it inhabited you. We know that it's separate from the physical. I mean, shit, it's even been measured in weight. That the weight of a human body drops by, like, I think about 1/8 of an ounce. I think it was 3.5 grams when they die. What is that 3.5 grams?
You
I
know
think it
what?
was a
I was
different number, but
I think it was Breaking
What number
Bad.
did you have, Christos?
what?
What number did you have?
I thought it was like decimal. I thought it was like point something. I thought it was
Yeah,
like point
points.
35 or I don't know. Maybe it was 3.1 or 3.5.
Yeah,
Just
3.5
recently
I
watched
grams.
the show
That's not
Breaking
much.
we're
Bad.
hitting.
I
Added
got
up.
buds. I got buds that weigh 3.5 grams, man, and more. You know, it's like that's not that much. That's 1/8 of an ounce. That ain't fucking dick. You know, compared to like what's the average human weight? You know, I'll give it $150 average. Let's say from the smallest guys to the biggest guys. I'd say the average weight of a man is about 150, $150, $160, right? So you figure what's that to that in pounds, man? That ain't dick. You'd never
I don't
notice it
know, man.
unless you had him on the scale. You'd never
Anymore,
notice
people weigh a lot
it.
more. Like we're skinny fucks compared to the newer generations. All the kids, 15, 16, 17, they're all these. I mean,
Look
they're
what
on
they
200
are
pounds and
eating.
stuff. They're half my age.
Hey, Tim, look what they're fucking eating at the most
Right,
formative
but you're
time of their lives.
talking about the average man. So the average
Listen,
man,
they're
we're
killing that motherfucking pineal gland earlier and earlier all the time. This is why they want to do so many things to a baby in the first couple of hours within months of a birth of a child. I mean, they turned childbirth into a fucking medical procedure. And when you stand back and look at it from the outside standpoint, let's look at this objectively, you realize that it is by purpose a fucking trauma-based introduction, a trauma-based introduction into the world as your first experience.
look at all the depictions of alien abductions you see, and it's that fear inoculum, right? They're putting that, like, you know, they always depict this guy on a table and there's this big white light, like an operating, like the first thing you see when you're born, right? You wake up in this whole nother place and you've never been there. It's like the Freemason
You're
ritual,
in
right?
a building.
They blindfold you, they hold a knife to you, and then they unblindfold you and they say, here you are coming into the world as an enlightened person, you know, seeing it with new eyes or whatnot.
The baby, as it's in this gestation chamber and ready to emerge, we rush the woman in a haste of panic to the hospital, into a building. Think about the fucking emotional vibrations that are in that building, right? There's panic, there's fear, there's pain, there's suffering, there's mourning. It's a place of negativity, and there is no quiet. Even though everybody's supposed to try to be quiet, the place echoes, and it's terrible. And there's machines that beep and shit. So here's this baby, right? All of a sudden, there's all this urgency. It's resonating in a fluid, picking up that vibration. So the next thing comes in. Here it is. Somebody's poking and prodding. Somebody you don't even know. You've never encountered this person. What the hell is going on out there, right? And then here it's time to be born. And you're plop out into that gloved hands of a masked stranger who quickly wipes you off, cuts your umbilical cord, cuts your only connection that you still have to your mother, shows you to her, and sticks you in a plastic fucking box.
Away from
welcome to the world, bitch. We're in charge.
All right, so we're going about 1,000 miles per hour right now, or maybe I'm just on a slower vibe, but there's definitely a lot of things that I'm going to circle back around here
Oh
to in a
yeah,
sec.
man,
I
go
want
for
you.
it.
No. You keep going with what you're saying. No, you're fine. Keep flowing. But I'm just saying there's multiple things from salvia to a lot of the things you're saying about DMT, the sounds, the light spectrums, different experiences. Yeah, there's a lot to hit on. There's a lot of those things that I think need to be not even necessarily here, but just in general, uh, dived into, really nailed into, like drilled into, and then finding more of these veins down below where there's going to be these nuggets of
Do
gold
you, do you,
of
do you have
information
any?
and understanding.
I mean, is there something that you maybe have come up with on that idea? I mean, this is like I'm throwing out a hypothesis of frequency
Just
based
spoon feeding different ideas out there.
entities and realms. You know what I'm saying? That the lower frequencies are going to put you in touch with the lower realms of outer existence, whereas the higher frequencies are going to put you in touch with the higher frequencies of the, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like tuning your radio, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
for
What do you
sure.
think?
For sure. I mean, we're going to talk about sound and light. We perceive more sound and we perceive more light. The spectrum broadens for us that we can perceive. So when people say that it's more real than reality itself, that's because it literally is, because it's encompassing more of the light spectrum
Mhm.
than this reality here we
Think that
have with
sound
like the
creates life.
sober caps. What? Sound creates life?
You think that sound could create light?
Yeah, sound
Yeah,
creates
yeah.
light,
I
and then
believe it
light
does.
creates us, right? Yeah. So,
Light emits
you
sound.
you,
You're right. Yes, and vice versa.
you pointed out hearing like higher pitches on DMT, right? On the come
Yeah,
up, you
yeah.
said something specifically about like a almost like a ringing noise, or like a almost like a like some type of, it's like a white noise. It's almost like sounds like something vibrating, like something going back and forth really fast and
Yeah, yeah.
rapidly. Uh, and it's the thing is, you hear this high pitched noise that seems like beyond what you could normally audibly hear.
It's like you
Uh,
don't really hear it with your ears so much either, too. I
it's
mean,
it's like,
you,
well, it feels like it's inside you,
yeah,
but you can also tell that it's outside of you, because I remember I literally was like looking around outside of myself for a second, but like it's almost like you're not hearing it from out there, you're hearing it from like inside almost. A lot of the experience is very internal, which is what I think a lot of people, they get really tripped out with DMT. Or mic check, mic, hold up, mic check, am I coming through?
yeah, yeah. You're good, man. I hear
Okay.
you 5 by
A lot of
5.
people get a lot of people get with DMT. The bodily sensations that follow are, you get an adrenaline rush, and you also feel like your body is like dissolving physically and getting replaced with like an energetic overlay of what your body is. It's like you feel your energy body more, you feel your subtle body, you can like, you feel your aura, and you can like see auras around things as well. But
Yeah.
the thing is, it gives you the sensation, the smell, the taste, the feeling it gives you in your stomach when you smoke or vape it. It's very similar to mushrooms, that not like a nausea from the mushrooms, but like this energetic feeling that you get in your stomach and then throughout the rest of your body when you take a certain amount of magic mushrooms. It's almost like a warm, fuzzy feeling, but DMT is like that, except it's more aggressive. It's not like, it's like warm and fuzzy, but really hard and really fast. Like when people compare DMT to uh like like a rocket, like literally like a rocket, like blasting you off, or just all of a sudden the G forces, and you just all of a sudden you're back in your seat and you're just fucking flying, or like in Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever, hyperdrive,
Light speed shit.
all the light, yeah, light
Yeah,
speed,
man.
yeah. So that's literally what's happening, and it's also like your ego gets dissolved to a certain degree as well. I mean, you can have a full-on ego death and like go to another realm and like forgot that you smoked DMT, but you can also kind of like you remember that you smoked DMT, but you're so immersed in the experience of the moment that it's real. It's realer than anything else. That high-pitched ringing, that feeling that comes over your body is this warm but almost like aggressive rush of energy. That it's like a intense like sudden
But
Kundalini
that's not
rising.
physical energy,
You lift
though,
the
right?
serpents up
That's
the
not
spine.
physical at all.
What?
Because you're laying down. That
Hmm?
energy you're feeling, that's not your physical body. That's actually you're tapping into pure energy. That
Right.
you're
Yeah.
riding that.
Yeah. Exactly,
Like you
dude.
said, rocket, you're riding that because your body's laying there and you're out for what 15 minutes, right? From what I've seen. So
Yeah.
that energy you're
Or
talking about,
well,
that's physical.
depends the dose, but yeah, exactly. You're spot on. That's the thing. Like it feels foreign almost, and a lot of people aren't used to feeling it. So like people, I've talked to people that they're like, yeah, it tripped me out. I just try to like get it over with or whatever and distract myself. But like you really dive into the experience. It depends the threshold that you break. It depends what the dose is that you're doing. But you're
Before
definitely
you get it,
going to be
you ever meditated?
incapacitated to some degree. Oh, of course. You're going to be
So
incapacitated to a certain degree, depending how much you do. If you really do a large, good amount, you're going to have to like put the bong down right away and lay down. Or if you do kind of
Usually,
like a medium high,
if you're gonna
I
do
mean,
that, it's a good idea to have somebody there with you, man. I've found,
I,
just for
I've
unless you're
I've
doing
smoked.
like a pen, but like if you're doing it, smoking it like that, and you take a thing, because I mean, you can fuck yourself up. I've seen where dude burdened himself one time really bad, because he took a mega fucking god hit and fucking went right out and dropped that hot fucking thing on himself and fucking burned his arm and shit. So
I've
I would
allegedly smoked
suggest,
DMT over 10 times, David. So I hear you, bro. I've broken through many times, but I've never done like where I'm like on my bed out for 15 minutes. I say the most would be like 5 minutes. But a lot can happen within a minute with this stuff. Things speed up. You perceive faster. You perceive more vividly. The whole realer than real thing. And uh, what I can say specifically that I know other people have said they've experienced is a trio, a triad of aliens that appear in front of them and are singing or communicating like telepathically. Like I won't lie, I'm closing my eyes right now and I'm like starting to see things just talking about it. I've been microdosing DMT recently. DMT activates our subtle energy body for sure. It's beyond just some physiological and mental reaction and some projection of the mind through hallucinations and whatnot. It's very alien, and you can quickly identify that it's something that is definitely a reality that's intertwined with this reality. It's on a different plane of existence. It's on a different dimension. It's vibrating at a different frequency, way lower or way higher. So you're spot on, David. You know, when you talk about vibrating higher or vibrating lower, for lack of better terms, like, yeah, you can go into fucking hellish realms on DMT, especially the things I've heard with salvia. See, it's really weird because
I think
salvia keeps
salvia
getting
is
brought
the
up
opposite,
recently.
a lower vibration.
It's I
Did
think
you
Yourself
did you happen to
into the
catch the
floor.
show where did you happen to catch the show where my son Ryan was talking about an NDE he had heard about, a near death experience?
no.
Okay, this was really interesting, man. And it goes along with some of the shit that I've said. I have a video up on my channel about alcoholism and the esoteric connection to it. And the gist of the story was this guy was drunk, or he'd been drinking. He'd been at this bar, and it was kind of a low dive bar kind of place. And he crashed his car. And he said in this near death experience that he found himself above the accident scene.
I
And he
can
could
still
see
hear
the
you.
road, he could see the car, he could see everything, the bar down the road, and the emergency vehicles headed to the crash. and he kind of looked over and he went over to like, and he was like above everything and he could see the bar that he had come from. And around the bar, he said there was these dark, shadowy entities that were swarming around the place. And he said he could see, he said he could see inside the bar. And a man sitting at the bar took a shot of alcohol, and a white light came up out of him, and immediately one of these dark entities swarmed in and entered him. And I was like, holy shit, the
Wow.
blackout, the blackout. Think about this, man. And I know, because I was a career fucking drunk. I was a bad alcoholic, man. I've been sober almost 12 years now. But I was at mushrooms cured me, believe it or not. But what happened was I was thinking about that with the blackout. And people would say, you know, you were right there, man. You don't remember this, that, or the other. And I'm like, fuck no, I don't have any recollection of that whatsoever. So where was I and what was controlling this? You say that's some fucking scary shit. That's not just some kind of a thing where I forgot. I was not me. That's the ultimate to the demonic possession of alcoholism, man. Right there.
I've seen these things. I've had night terrors since I was probably 5 years old. And I've had literally had a dream where there were 4 of these things standing at the foot of my bed. I was paralyzed, couldn't move. I could move my eyes and I could see Sarah laying next to me. And I'm sitting here trying to yell out for her, right? Nothing's coming out. These things, one of them comes toward me, and the next thing you know, I float upward, right? And this is a dream, but it seems so real.
Angela Carson.
There was this blue, freezing cold light that pulled me up through my ceiling. And when it was so bright, I closed my eyes and I felt like a rush. So when I opened them, I'm standing up the exact same way I was laying down, which I never sleep on my back. Right? I always sleep like fetal position with a pillow between my knees. Right. And I'm laying on my back with my hands flat on the bed, my feet straight up. And that's the way I'm standing up when I get wherever I'm at. And there's this freezing cold blue light coming from behind me, and I could see these 4 shadows standing in front of me in a room that was not as dark as they were, but dark, like black, right? And one of them comes up to me, and I'm freaking out. I'm trying to scream, can't do it. Reaches his arm up, and I just get completely calm. Like I'm just not afraid of anything. I'm like, okay, this is normal somehow, right? And then that's when I was like, okay, this is just a dream. So I closed my eyes and I felt that rush again. Like when you go over a hill real fast, and I'm laying in my bed again, paralyzed, can't move, trying to scream. And I saw this one shadow at the foot of my bed. It backs up into the bathroom, like where it's dark. And as soon as it was out of my sight, I was in mid scream trying to holler at Sarah and try to like nudge her and wake her up, trying to move. And I jolted up and screamed like, it was that real. And since I was 5 years old, the first time I saw one of these things, it wasn't even humanoid. It was like a substance floating above my bed. I was on a bunk bed. And I always remember the dream that I have prior to waking up and seeing these things. And they're always really vivid dreams, never scary, just really detailed dreams that I remember every piece of, right? And when I wake up, there's these things standing there. And when they're there, I can't fucking move. And this has happened to me about 10 times my whole life. The craziest one was when I was in prison, because I saw this thing literally, it was standing like this, looking at me from around some bars, that because you could see the segway. I was in the seg, basically in the hole. And this thing's like this. And whenever I wake up and see it, it goes like this and backs up. It's gone. And then I can move again. So I've seen these fucking things and they exist, whether they're up here or
Yeah, no, they exist.
I need to address something. This is rather important. It's a matter of morality on my channel. I want to know why Angela Baby Carson what were you doing in a sex shop? We want the salacious details. No, I'm just kidding with you. I had to fuck with her.
No, but really,
I was
of
hanging
course,
out one time.
of course, salvia isn't new. I don't know who was thinking it was new. Maybe someone in the chat.
Oh no, none of these things are
But
new. None of these things are new, for Christ's sake.
Right.
These are thousands of years
Nothing
old. Listen,
new under
there was these Christians that would take a pilgrimage to go to this temple on this island off of Greece, where once they went
island
into
of
this
Patmos.
temple, yeah, where they would go in there and they would take an ayahuasca type substance and come out enlightened on the other side. This was a fucking thing that Christians did. Christians tripping on fucking ayahuasca, man. Eat that shit there, Billy Graham. Fuck you. Right?
Hold on. So what you were saying about that near death experience and the bar and all the spirits that are swarming around it,
Yeah, yeah.
and everything we just talked about, I think that lends credence when you cross-reference it with DMT and the DMT experience. You can see, okay, there definitely is some type of spirit world that's intertwined with ours, and there are these types of like interdimensional beings that exist on our plane, but like on a different plane at the same time, and they're outside of our spectrum of viewing with the light spectrum, and we can't pick up on their frequency unless we're just, you know, vibrating at that high frequency like some people are that are seers or like oracles or talk to dead people and whatnot, or through doing things like psychedelics. You know, it's just, I think you need to just stay aware that there is a spirit realm. Everything is alive. Uh, um, Animism is real, and there's a sentience and there's a life to even the most inanimate of objects. And it's a lot of these things that are experienced are not hallucinations, or like they are hallucinations, but that doesn't mean they are projections of the mind. Often these are true visions of something that's actually happening somewhere that's outside of our time and our space, but we're able to tap into it because it is linked to this realm. Everything is linked. Everything is a network. You know, things work by
You rest not in
proxy.
principles
Observer,
with
observed, and the perception in between.
flesh, but of principalities.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's there is a war going on, man, right now. There is a battle going on outside of this physical realm that you can see. Whether you believe that or not, it is true. Good news from the front lines. The good guys are winning. Their little plan is desperate, hasty, impetuous,
And our weapons are few. Theirs are many.
doesn't matter.
Think of the weapons.
Always remember this. Always remember this. In either physical or spiritual battle, always remember this. The weapon only depends on the heart that is behind the weapon. You got to understand how that is. You remember how when Obi-Wan, I hate to keep making the Star Wars references, but it's some shit
No,
that people
please
can
do.
relate to, right?
Please do.
But you remember when Obi-Wan says, you know, go ahead, strike me down. You'll only make me stronger. And he just stood there. He let Darth Vader fucking strike him down. And what did it do? It put him on that higher realm where none of that nonsense mattered. Outside that realm, it didn't fucking matter. It did make him more powerful because now he could be the aged advisor to any of the rest. You see, that's the whole thing. You can't destroy me. You can't kill me. You can only take me out of this game. I'm still in the other fucking game. You know, and I matter. I'm a soldier on the front lines of that game.
We're multidimensional. What can we say?
Exactly. And I'm here for a purpose. And that is my purpose, is to talk to people, to fucking share this knowledge and to free not only their minds, but to help them free their own spirits. Because, you know, I mean, I've said it a million times. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. But it's not just on this physical plane too. When you free yourself spiritually, what are we looking at over here?
Sean Alke, he said their main weapon is fear.
Yes,
Man,
yes, yes.
spot on. Because everywhere you look, just pull up your Google News feed right now and look at it. It's some fear monger bullshit. There's an asteroid that's going to come extremely
Oh
close.
shit! You know how many times they've run that
Sun
fucking
rays are
thing?
going to make the electricity go out. How many times have I heard that one and it hasn't happened yet?
Think
the
about
freaking
this.
solar storms and all the.
Think about this. How many people? We got 37 people in the whole show, but I don't know how many's in the chat. But just in the chat, how many people have a bit of a fear that somebody might, quote unquote, push the button, that there would be nuclear bombs? Who's got a fear of that? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's something that's a fear you have.
That's something that could happen easily, but I'm not afraid of it. Not at all.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I'm at the point where I don't think it's going to happen. It would be shut down by some
Even if
aliens
I
or
thought it was
whatever.
going to happen,
Maybe
it's
that's made
beyond
up,
my
but
control, so I'm not afraid of it.
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
So I've lived under a nuclear threat for 57 years. Okay. We even had him going to put him off the coast of Florida at a place called Cuba back in 63. God damn it. Or 62 or whatever, the Cuban Missile Crisis. You remember that shit? You guys don't. That was even before my time.
Oh, I know all about it. I played Black
Right.
Ops as a kid.
So when was the last time any weapon like that was used? Oh, that's right. 1945. And who did it? The United States of America, right?
Yeah, Hiroshima.
Okay. All right. So back in the 80s, I remember there was this kid, and for his science fair project, he made an actual workable nuclear bomb that the only thing missing was the fusion material, the nuclear material. The State Department was like, oh my God. When he's like, well, anybody can do this. It's not that hard. Here's the concept. You can look up how they work and how one is made and all that shit. You can look.
Back then it was big tech.
Right.
Now it's just like common
Well,
chemistry.
it's still this kid, he was smarter than the average high school kid, but let's face it, that's not a very high bar to set, in my opinion. But in any case, there was all the talk on talk shows. They talked about this kid and everything else like that, and how easy it could be, for someone to be able to make one of these. It was a fear generated story, right? Another thing kept people in fear. Wow, if that kid could make one, anybody could make one. But you know what? Nobody has. I wonder why. I mean, we went on the rumor of yellow cake uranium being sold in the black market of Libya and in Iraq, and it's on the black market, and Al Qaeda might have it. You don't think that these outfits are funded enough to be able to find a kid or somebody else smart enough to be able to make one of these for them?
Or go back to the moon.
And don't you think that if they were real, someone would have used one, at least a little one, by now? But they haven't. They haven't. And is it for fear of retaliation? Hell no. Some of these countries got enough to destroy the world supposedly 25 times over and shit, man.
I think all the governments are in on it together, man. I think they
Well,
staged
dude, of
it.
course.
The
Look,
banks fund it, they profit off of it, everything.
how come the
Elite
entire
rich.
world agreed over the last few years on every totalitarian restrictive measure that has been placed down? Every country in the world, even if they hate each other, they were all down for the same thing. Every bit of it. How do you get all the countries of the world to participate in something like that? How do you get all the countries in the world to agree that they're going to protect Antarctica from you going there? How do you get all the countries in the world to agree that you're not allowed to go past a certain parallel north? You see, this indicates that there's an outside control, and we only live under the illusion of international sovereignty. It's part of the fucking game, man. It ain't real.
And that's why
Somebody else is running the show, and they're passing
police
down these
constantly
markings.
remind people that those rights, they really don't matter in the spur of the moment. The cop can do what he wants to do, and then you got to go fight it in court. That's if you got the money to
Well, it goes beyond that.
worry
It
about
goes
paying your
beyond
bills
that.
and still go to court and worry about all that. It's
Because listen, the head cheeses in this farm get their marching orders from the same motherfuckers that the people over in the China and those places all get their marching orders from. What I'm giving you is this: it's an illusion. And this whole fucking thing, like you're talking about, that's all based on illusion too. It's the same farm, it's just a different pasture. They're using us. They're using us. They're using our creative energy for their own gain and not to
That's
our
what
benefit at all. It's for someone else's benefit and wealth. It's for someone else's benefit and gain, not for that of humanity, but for a select few. All based on look at the trinkets you can buy with your Babylonian magic squares. Instead of putting that energy towards something that's going to be bountiful. Something
Sovereign, I
that's
got to
going to
jump
be
off.
within
There's got a job.
abundance. We don't create for abundance because there's no profit in abundance. You dig it?
I'm gonna watch you guys talk about DMT.
Right.
And I gotta go, man. Sarah's got an important job interview tomorrow, and I'm hoping she gets the job. She really deserves it, and it's a good job.
One
So
world order. Right on, Jeeves. Thanks.
keep
Good night,
good thoughts.
Sarah.
Good night, guys.
She's so sweet.
peace.
Good night.
Brother.
So this is what I was trying to
got
say, Sovereign. This is what I was trying to say earlier, dude. With the near-death experience and seeing the bar and the demons and whatever swarming
Yeah.
around it, there are these beings that exist in a different dimension that's kind of intertwined with ours at the same time. Multiple dimensions, I would say. There's spiritual beings that are feeding off of us when we're going into a bar and we're getting blackout drunk, which I've never blacked out, by the way. I've never been that drunk. And I'm glad to say. But yeah, no, it's very real. This is something that a lot of people, I think, learn at some point during their, like, I guess, awakening or like psychedelic journeys, is that seems to be a theme that there is some type of vampiric, parasitic force that's spiritual, ethereal, that's interacting with this physical realm and feeding off of different negative emotions, those lower beings, those demonic type beings, and then higher vibing energy is going to be attracting right behind me, that type of celestial energy. So it's something we need to stay aware of because, like, parasites are very real. We live in a toxic world, and it's become like a breeding ground at this point for like parasites and like
Psychic parasites, bro.
Well, but they also, they're also egregores. Maybe that's not the right word. They're also spirits that come through like physical parasites, through eating processed foods and like bad stuff that's actually like really like like different types of fish that are contaminated and different types of meats that with all the way that they do it nowadays, like you get different types of worms and all these different types of physical microscopic parasites. Like those have energetic like signatures to themselves, and like there are spiritual forms of everything. Like I said, it's animism. So everything is alive, everything has a spirit. So getting blackout drunk has a spirit, and that's not a good spirit, and that's why people die. And we have drunk driving. We have all these different things that happen because spirits do take hold. Different pharmaceuticals.
Oh,
People doing Xanax and people
they
doing
don't have
different types
to.
of
They don't have to.
amphetamines.
They don't have to necessarily be within possession of you, so to speak, to feed. That's merely
Exactly.
what they feed off is the negative human emotional energy, the psychic human emotional energy that's produced from the chaos. I'm just going to use that word chaos. That's
Yeah.
created through the possession. All right, so they're creating food that way because that's what they thrive on. That's their energy that they thrive on is that negative psychic human emotional energy. And it's almost, I liken it like slash and burn agriculture in the rainforest. Use it up and move along. Use it up and move along. Whereas at the higher vibrations, those entities at those higher vibrations have a tendency to keep placing more good fortune, so to speak, in our paths to keep us resonating in that high vibration. It begets itself, almost like a crop rotation, and you end up with there's always
Mm.
good shit going on, you see. And those
Mm.
things, and the system pushes the things that pull people down into the lower vibrations. Two of the biggest ones are the opiates as well as the alcohol. Okay. Even here in Virginia, our alcohol is controlled by the state. The liquor stores are the Virginia Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages, the VABC store. And you have to, it's all state regulated, and it's the same price in every state store. So they're not only taxing it, they're making a profit from it as well. And then through the various pharmaceutical companies, and then through other alphabet agencies, there are the opiates and the low level drugs like that that are making it through and getting into people's mainstream, which brings them again down into the lower vibration. So you have to wonder, there's various reasons why I think why they've been always so hardcore on weed. A study showed that the brainwave state that they try to get people into with television and the programming isn't as easily accepted by people that smoke weed. Like if you're smoking weed and watching TV, you're not as susceptible to its hypnotic effect. But I think they found a
Mm-hmm.
way around that now. I think that's why
I
they're
think
okay with
so.
it now. But they were always so hardcore against it. Why? Because it's a high vibrational drug. It gets people thinking outside of the box in a high vibration of, hey, we don't really have to have all this fear and shit, man. What
Right.
the fuck,
Yeah.
man? What are we
Mm-hmm.
fighting about and shit, right? Whereas opposed to, you get a crowd of people that are all smoking weed and hanging out, listening to music and shit. You don't see anybody fighting. People are getting along. People are making friends with people they've never met before. People are vibing with each other, having a good time. You go to
Yeah.
a drinking party, and there's always somebody getting in a fight, somebody's upset, somebody
Drama.
gets overly drunk and starts doing something fucking stupid, somebody
Yeah.
pukes. It's fucked up, man, is what happens. Even in some cases, two guys start arguing over something stupid, and somebody ends up with a fucking broke off beer bottle stuck in their neck and shit, and it's like, wow. And when the guy comes out and I look at all the feast there, holy cow, man. That's a whole feast right there. Because now you got that guy that's going to be in prison because he got stupid. He got stupid drunk and killed his friend, man. And now there's misery going on there. This guy, the whole court case, the broken family, all that shit, not to mention the guy that died. Look at all the negative energy around that. Funeral arrangements, all that shit, frustrated wife, the mourning, the kids without a dad, what have you. You see how that works, man. It can work the other way though, too. Whereas when you resonate in a vibration of love and abundance, of love, abundance, and gratitude. That's it right there. It
Yeah,
produces love,
so
abundance, and gratitude.
you get that. What I notice, which is really powerful, is you get those feelings that you just said right there when you come back from the DMT experience. Is what I experienced. I felt I had those positive feelings amplified after I came back from those other realms and having that whole experience. Once I was settled like back in my ego and back in my skin here, I felt more of that positivity. But I definitely didn't necessarily feel it daring. Like daring, it was like uh growing is painful, growing pains, right? So um the whole it can be like getting thrown in the arena or getting thrown in a dojo or getting thrown in a jungle or a labyrinth, especially a labyrinth, is what it feels like metaphorically and literally sometimes. The labyrinth is super common, and it can be easy to kind of get caught up and lost or distracted and confused. And that's, I really like that, you were able to take out one of these parasites and you went outside your body and you saw yourself and you saw what was attached to you. That's not everyone is having those types of legitimate ass experiences on DMT. You know,
That
not everyone is out here getting rid of parasites on DMT, bro.
it was so basic looking. Like, I don't know how to
Yeah,
say it, like
that's
so
that's
cutey.
the cosmic. That's part of the joke. That's part of the joke. These things are like weak and like goofy looking, yet they can cause so much chaos and harm just through our ignorance and letting them in, letting the
You know,
vampires in.
I found it interesting as to where it was attached on David. I found it really interesting as to where it was attached, and that was right at the base of my spine, right at my tailbone,
Yeah,
right at my root chakra,
no,
bro.
your sacral chakra doesn't change it too much because I know what you're saying still, but this is sacral chakra. It's right next to your root. So I know it's the base of your spine, so it is like the root of your
Yeah,
spine, but
it's right
you
there in
said
that low level. It's in that low level, and it was causing disharmony
yeah,
in the whole fucking circuit. In the whole circuit, it was like when I
dude.
felt so fucking good when it was, that's, oh my god, wow, that just fucking hit me. That's why it looked like, I wanted to say like so basic, so like almost robotic, like, but made of, if you could imagine like transparent acrylic but different colors, but real
Yes. Yes, I
blocky,
know what you're
right?
saying.
Okay. And holy shit,
Hmm.
holy shit.
It,
Yeah, the
it
fact,
can
what
come.
happened? Did we freeze up over here on YouTube, or are we still okay? Looks like we locked up maybe over on YouTube. Hang on a second. Let me refresh. See what's going on.
Dude, it's wow. It's so powerful and so humbling to experience these things, man. It really is.
Oh,
What's the situation?
here's Petey Wheatstraw. Petey Wheatstraw. I don't know you, Petey. So if you could, would you put on your camera so I can verify that you're a person? If that's okay. No, I need to see like a person because I don't want to make sure that it's one of those people wants to come on there and shake their willy at me or some dumb shit like that.
His name's Petey.
Yeah, that's what alarmed me. So, okay, he doesn't want to do that. So, I guess not. He doesn't get to come up. Too bad, Weedy Beady. There we go. What do you think, Christos?
I
Can
think
you see him
DMT
back?
real.
You can't see
What?
him back stream. You can't see him back stream, can you?
No.
Let me see. I'm gonna get your take on him.
Are you letting him on? What do you mean get my take on him?
No, I'm gonna let you get your take on him.
Oh,
He's
okay,
right
word.
here, so you can see he's backstage. Go ahead and come on there, Petey. and say something to me with your or whatever.
That's some goofball shit. My bad. Come on, be cordial. You don't hop on panels and then not respond or not, turn your camera on when people are asking you to. If is he just AFK? He's not saying
Nah, he
anything.
ain't doing nothing. I don't think.
Yeah,
No.
throw his ass out of here, man. I'm my bad if I'm not being patient enough, but like
Yeah. Look, I ain't got
I see
time
it
for
for
that
what it
fucking
is, bro.
nonsense either. Yeah.
I see it for what it is.
Yeah, I listen. This ain't my first rodeo, cowboy. You
Oh,
ever
I
hit?
know. I'm not, bro. I'm not trying to tell you
No, not
what's
you,
up.
not you. I was talking about that guy. That was for him.
Oh, okay.
Like, this ain't my first rodeo, cowboy. I know about
Yeah.
you motherfuckers, man. Trying to come
Mm-hmm.
on, wag your dick at me. Won't show me no more than your fucking eyebrows and shit. That ain't happening, bro. He's back again.
Eyebrows.
Yeah. Come on, man. The fuck you think this is? I ain't got no time for fucking charlatans and liars and fucktards, man. I'm down for the real deal. People that want to talk about fucking real shit, stuff that you get warned to not talk about at Thanksgiving by your wife, things that you get warned by family members to not talk about at Christmas get-togethers and shit because, oh no, Uncle Frank will freak out, and it's like, hey man, I'm sorry. Uncle Frank wasn't a hero in Normandy, man. He helped fucking Stalin spread communism all over fucking Europe. What are you talking about? What? People get real triggered when they get the reality and the truth, and it burns them up because they
Mm-hmm.
want to think all that was over some altruistic motive, for freedom and democracy and all this other fucking bullshit. It wasn't any such thing, man. It was a redrawing of the political lines of Europe, a redrawing of the political lines of Europe, the continuation of the Great War. That's all that was, man. So give me some thoughts, brother. I'm gonna run. I can
So
hear you. I'm gonna be able to hear you. I'm gonna step over here
okay.
behind the moon and make myself a cup of coffee and grab some delicious chocolate chip cookies from my wife.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And
Wow.
I'll be right back. So hold the floor for a minute. You want me to
I
put you on
will.
here with Petey Wheatstraw? He came back into the backstage here. I don't think we want Petey's Wheatstraw coming up, do we? I don't know,
I
man.
don't think so,
He
man.
won't use his camera. I don't trust that, man. Because he's
Of
trying to
course
show
not.
his
Yeah,
link.
me neither.
What in the fuck would make you want to show you on a public stream like this? Just get up there out of random and show your dick. Where's your brain at with that right there? You gotta wonder where's somebody's mind at that's what they're doing at almost 2:00 in the fucking morning Eastern time. And they're up at night on a Tuesday, now a Wednesday, looking for opportunities to what, man?
It's
Did they
pathetic.
run out of Hot Pockets at the supermarket, or what the fuck is going on there? I don't know. Tell me.
That was a hell of a funny thing to say.
Right? You know where I was at with that one, man. You can see it.
I don't.
There's a fucking basement involved, man. Come on. There is. That there's a fucking musty ass fucking basement with stuck together page goddamn pornos and
Oh my God. Yeah, it's
some
pathetic. I was gonna say
some kind of an
people that.
incel that. I'm sorry, that was mean. I don't know any of that, but I'm just suspecting it. He still won't put his camera on because
Yeah, well, no, we're just saying people that go and expose themselves online randomly are definitely probably on some weird shit.
why would somebody even do I've heard about people doing that on buses and shit like that. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck goes through your mind that you're doing that? I remember one time I freaked my mom out. I was stationed over in Germany, and her and my dad came over and visited me. I took 30 days leave. We went all over Europe and shit. And we're walking in downtown Frankfurt, and at the time they had been doing some archaeological excavation around the old part of the city. And there was a lot of Roman ruins, which was kind of cool. Well, we were walking by on this like bridge, and I looked down, and there was some excavation going on down there. And there in the tunnel of the excavation, in this old Roman tunnel, there sat this bum beating his monkey. And I was like, oh my God, you know. And my mom says, oh, what's over there? And I said, just some bum is beating off in the tunnel over there. And she just looked at me like, you know, because she was used to me fucking with her all the time. And she's like, oh,
Yeah.
shut up. And she looks over and turned about 6 different shades of white. She goes, oh my God, there's this bum. And I looked over and he's just going, you know, and I was like, oh my God, I told you, I warned you, Mom. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, but I never know when you're fucking with me. I said, I know.
That's hella funny.
I'll be right back. We're gonna grab some coffee, real quick.
All right.
Hold the show. Talk about what you want.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hold it down and say, you know, there it is, Dark Side of the Moon. No, just kidding. These fucking people out here, Gaia TV. I don't know if anyone in the chat knows what I'm talking about. Gaia TV. Getting people on there talking about fucking Nazis on the dark side of the moon, an alliance with reptilians and greys, and all this fucking bullshit that they talk about with the Galactic Federation of Light and fighting the dark reptilian fleet. This sounds like something out of a video game or some sci-fi movie or role play. But there are people out here that literally like talk like this is some serious thing that's going on. There's some like intergalactic council, Lord Ashtar Command. All these. If anyone's ever heard of these things, I'm just venting basically about controlled opposition, stupid psyops, basically on the alleged quote unquote truth, conscious, spiritual, and then lack of better words, new age community. Specifically, this is appealing to the new age types, stuff like Gaia TV. And I think it's mad corny, people. I'll be completely honest. Because, yeah, at one point I did pay for the service because it seemed they had some cool stuff. And they did. But they also had stuff that really made legitimate stuff look stupid. You know,
Are you a mod on here?
No.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. I gotta check.
Go ahead and type something in the chat so I can mod
I
you
will.
up.
Okay, I will. But
Anyway,
basically,
I mean, goddamn, if Austin Murphy can get a wrench, I'm sure you can have a wrench. I'm just fucking with you, Austin. Where you at? How come you ain't coming up, you bitch? You a little bitch? You afraid to talk to us because you don't? You little bitch. See if we can get him to come up that way. Peer pressure. What are you square? What are you square?
Did you hear what I was saying about Gaia TV?
No, I missed that very last part. I stepped outside to pee on the carport, so I didn't have to go all the way downstairs.
Yeah, no, I do like the same. Yeah, no, it's better outside. But anyway, yeah. So Gaia TV is like this, like basically it's a psyop, but it's like a streaming platform that's like catering and like centered towards the new age like community. They have a lot of real like good stuff in there. Like they have Joe Dispenza talking about like mind over matter and stuff, which there's some real stuff there for sure. And they got some yoga. They had Jordan Maxwell.
There was a lot of gatekeeper shit, man.
There was a lot of good esoteric and occult stuff. Like there was like some cool stuff over there. But yeah, my point was, I'd say it's probably like 60 to 70% of it was probably like, or no, well, I'd say 60% was like gatekeeping. Like over half for sure was gatekeeping. I could tell because
David Wilcox.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, yeah. Corey Good, David Wilcox.
I don't want nothing to do with that, man.
Dude, that's what I was making fun of the whole. When you stepped away, I was gonna say some real shit about DMT and Nazis and the real society and aliens and all that stuff, and how those all are like interlinking. But I saw the moon in the background, and I started clowning about there's people out here that believe that there's Nazis on the dark side of the moon that are in alliance with reptilians and greys, and they're like that the Galactic Federation of Light is working against the dark reptilian fleet. And that there's like some type of like Star Wars going on out there that we don't know about, basically.
Dude,
And they use horrible CGI the whole time too.
When I stepped over there, I heard he says, "I'm here, you fuck. You're not backstage, you fuck." Austin Murphy, bitch.
I like how you're saying that. Are you saying that because he's military?
Yeah, man. I was military though too, but
okay.
He's a fucking young buck. I like fucking with him.
Yeah, right. I can tell. It's funny. Yeah, it's good-hearted.
Yeah, I like Austin. He's cool as shit. But interesting thing because I heard you as I went to go make coffee, and you.
Hey, hold on, Austin. Yeah. Austin. Hey, get up here, you bitch. I was joining in with Sovereign Soul because, come on, man. You say you have to understand. Most of us here have done psychedelics and can speak the same language, bro. Like I'm not approaching on any high. I'm not approaching on any high horse here. Like I'm bestowing. I mean, sure, okay, around, but that's just a cool background. I'm not acting like I'm bestowing any knowledge on anyone. I don't think I have some secrets that just because I've done DMT. I've done psychedelics for years now. And I don't think that I have something that other people don't. It's just about building, honestly. I know I have valuable stuff and I know that I'm different. Don't get me wrong, but when that comment, I might have misread the comment, Austin, but it's like some people online have gotten the misinterpretation from me that like I'm like a narcissist, or I think I'm like some type of like renegade intellectual and I know more than people because I've done psychedelics. Like I don't know what type of. I probably give like a hipster vibe for sure with how I portray myself, but I really don't. I don't think that I'm on some. I don't think I'm on some profound shit more than other people. I hope people realize that, even though I talk about psychedelics a lot recently. It's just something that's been prevalent in my life recently.
I think it's like this, bro. I think it's
Thanks
more
for coming up, Austin. Good to see you again.
Man, how's it going?
Think about it like this, man. It's more like being an explorer.
I can hear you still.
It's like more like being an explorer who's been out beyond the realms of the known environment, and you come back and you're telling the villagers, "Hey, man, check out what I found beyond the woods." Right? It's not that I know more than you. I'm telling you what's out there, man. It's some pretty cool shit, and I look at it that way. Not that I'm giving you, or I'm more enlightened or anything else like that. The only thing of enlightenment that I've got is on my own personal condition. And I think it was interesting what Christos, when he started off, when he was talking about that Gaia thing, I started making my coffee and shit. And he mentioned Dark Side of the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really interesting because that album covers a hint. Think about it.
Are you talking about like the white light going through and then turning into a rainbow?
Going through a prism.
A prism, so it's like a
projection.
Yeah, projection.
A projection, dude, a hologram. That's it. I mean, I was like, there's a lot of truth in that. I mean, and even if you just break it down on the simple level, that the album's called Dark Side of the Moon, and you choose a prism with light going through it, what's that got to do with the moon? And then here, all these years later, I'm looking into shit and I'm going, oh, what's on the dark side of the moon? The projector, man.
I like that. I like that. Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck.
That was good. Bomb drop. I'm going to come back to the stream and save that part. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
What's the
man.
timestamp? What's the timestamp? 508.
I got 4:59 and 21.
Why does the projector, not the projector, why does the, why do we have crescent moons? Why do we have full moons, half moons? What's that? What is that?
I don't know, man. Seems to be some kind of a light cycle
Mm.
of what this object we call the moon.
It's too late for this shit.
You know, like a charging up to a full charge, then dying down and losing a charge, then charging back up, getting full charge, losing full charge, going less and less. I don't know. It's its own light. It's not reflecting sunlight. That's ridiculous. It'd be like try to reflect sunlight off of a brick wall onto a garden. That's the only light it's going to get. How's that going to do? Not very good. Not very good at all.
Yeah.
So no, it's not reflected sunlight. This waning and waxing of the moon, as we call it, it's not due to any shadow. I can tell you that much. I know that during an eclipse, I saw a partial eclipse in, I think it was 2017, could have been 2018 in California. Records of eclipses would show it. And I started wondering, I was like, hey, that's crazy, right?
Sovereign, can I screen share while you say this?
Huh?
Can I screen share while you say this? I was going to make something on AI art.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Where was I at? I'm sorry.
When you were, fuck.
I'm sorry.
No, waning, and
Okay,
Yeah,
so like this waning and waxing of the moon.
yes.
I don't know what caused it, but anyway, during this eclipse, it was a partial eclipse, and I was also wondering, you saw the people. Some people were going to see a full eclipse, some people were going to be seeing a partial eclipse, and I thought that's odd for something that's supposedly that far away. Everybody should be able to see it, really, but it also only made a shadow 70 miles in diameter and wide. And I went, why does it only make a shadow 70 miles wide if it's as wide as they tell us it is? That should be bigger, right? Every other shadow is bigger, but it was not bigger. So I thought that was weird. But then as I saw something eclipse part of the sun, I didn't see the rest of the object, just that part that covered up the sun. And the moon was in the sky over here, fully visible. So it wasn't the fucking moon going over the sun. So I don't know what it is or what it was, but it wasn't the motherfucking moon. I can tell you that.
Say
Where
hello.
do I get that?
Say hello. Say hi. I'm hyper. Okay. You go outside. She's got to go potty. I got to take her out.
What's this thing doing, man? What are you doing on here, Chris?
You see me typing?
Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hang on.
All right.
Do
you want me? I want requests. I want people to make requests of like something of different words to put in, I guess. I'm going to do one on my own, and then I want to take a request from you, whatever you want to create or what someone else in the chat wants to create.
Does it have to be what type of a word? Can it be a combination of words or just one word?
It can be the more words, the better. The more descriptive, the better.
All right.
So you put in /imagine, and then here's the prompt. So I'm going to start putting words in. So I'm going to put, Gothic.
Ethereal light beings.
Thank you. Thank you. Good one. Okay, we're gonna put more. Gothic, ethereal light beings.
What do we got in here? Come on, Renee. Renee, give us a word. Angie, baby.
So we got
You're a
Gothic, ethereal light
special
beings.
lady. Remember that song? You probably don't. Angie, baby probably remembers it. Angie, baby, you're a special lady. Living in a world of make-believe. Helen Reddy. Probably don't even know who that is either. You young kids, god damn it. Your damn 8-track rock and roll music.
Yes.
She wants.
Ooh.
Angela has a French bulldog. Hey, are you guys not paying attention to the fucking show, man?
I don't think so. The chat seemed to be going slow there a little bit ago.
All right. Tranquil Vortex says in a gold toroidal field.
Okay. Word.
I pronounced that wrong. Toroidal field. You're absolutely correct. Tranquil Vortex. Isn't that interesting, man? You know, my one main email is Taurusfield369.
Nice. I like that.
It's mad respect to the heart field, to the toroidal energetic heart field that extends out 6 foot diameter, 6 foot, 3 foot radius. Oh Lord, 6 foot distancing puts me out of bodily communication with you, doesn't it?
Well,
interesting.
Oh, I see what you're saying there for sure, bro. That's definitely a deeper part of it, man, with the magic. Okay, so I know that it's just kind of on this.
Chris,
Here. Do you want me to stop screen sharing? That I can screen share once I put in all the words.
No,
I
that's
don't
fine.
want to. Okay,
That's fine,
okay,
bro.
cool. All right.
That's fine. So what else we got in here?
So right now we have Gothic skeleton castles in a hellscape with shamanic ethereal light beings. I'm thinking shamanic. I want to say demonic, shamanic, demonic. And it doesn't have to sound like necessarily like cohesive sentences either, because it's really
Okay.
picking up on the words. Now I'm going to put punctuation here, nonetheless. Gothic skeleton castles in a hellscape with shamanic, demonic, ethereal light beings made up of.
Oh, Angie says that is the song she was named after. Cool.
Red.
Cool. Here's one that'll get you, Angela. There was this guy named Gilbert O'Sullivan, right? And he wrote this song for his babysitter when he was a kid, and it became quite famous. And it was called Claire. And it's like, Claire, the moment I met you, I swear, something about you was in the air. And it was really pretty cool song, catchy jam, right? And he had another one, Alone Again, Naturally. Maybe you've heard that one. Anyway, I worked with this girl, and her name was Claire. And I said, "Oh wow!" I says, "I know a song about Claire." And she goes, "I know, I've heard it a million times." And I says, "You have you?" And she goes, "Yeah, my last name is O'Sullivan." And I went, "Oh fuck, no, really?" So her name was Claire O'Sullivan, same last name as the guy who wrote that song. And make matters worse, they had a family dog that its name was Gilbert, after the artist. And I was like, so another namesake of a song, just like Angela here. My grandmother's name was Claire, and I was looking it up on Google. I was like, what the fuck?
Can I get a confirmation on the spelling of toroidal?
Oh, yeah, I know. That's some crazy shit, man. I got in here. What's the matter? What you got?
Can I get a confirmation of the spelling of toroidal?
Toroidal.
Oh,
Yeah, I put Toroidal. Toroidal.
that's what I thought it was. Want to give you a suggestion? You can't get it. Let me try to get something. Hold on. I'll Google.
Gothic skeleton built castles in a hellscape. Okay.
It's Toroidal. Toroid L.
I didn't hear you on that. Was it? Can you say that again?
Toroidal.
Oh, AL. Okay, cool. Thank you.
What else we got to add to this? It's horrible. It's horrible. Well, see, it was a different time, Angie. It was a different time back in the day when, they married cousins. The president of the United States, the longest serving president of the United States, was actually married to his own cousin. That's right. I'm talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt was Eleanor Roosevelt before marrying Franklin. Einstein, okay, E equals MC square actually means Einstein married cousins twice. Okay, so he was married twice, and both times it was to one of his cousins. This is the people that we hold in high esteem. Keep this in mind. So, what else we got in this sentence or this description? What else we got? Anybody? What do you got, Austin?
I got a lot of fucking weed.
Ooh.
Flex my muscles.
A group of listen.
You called me out, so I had to fucking come up here, motherfucker.
All right, I know. I got something for the sentence in here. A group of small furry animals getting together and grooving with a pict in a cave.
Write that down so I can just throw it in on the next one. I'm about to finish this one out.
A group of small furry animals getting together with a pict in a cave.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I gotta look that one up. I need some clarification. With a pict, what's a pict? What would be the pict?
I'm putting it in the chat.
Like a pitchfork?
No, a pict is like a type of a native, like a Indian. You'll see when the AI does it. That's the title of a Pink Floyd song. I want to make sure that I got it right.
Okay, I'm about to be done. My bad.
There it is. Okay. So.
What the?
Hang on. I'm going to give you the exact one. All right. This is the right one for the next one. I got it right here.
Okay. All right. Tell me, while that one starts up, tell me what you wanted me to put in for this other one.
All right. Grab it out of my comment in the chat. Can you do that, or won't it let you?
Let me see.
Oh, let me put it in the private chat. How about that?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
All right, here you go. That's actually the name of a Pink Floyd song.
Oh,
I'm curious to see what that thing will come up with for that.
Gathered together in a cave and growing with a pick.
All right, now to smoke some weed. Let's smoke some weed.
yeah, that sounds nice. I just got some more recently.
Everybody says I look younger with my beard and shit shaved off. What do you think, Mr. Austin Murphy?
I think it looks good on you, sir.
You think it's better without the beard and mustache? I think I should let Logan Sandman be the fucking Willie Nelson from Wish. I mean from Dollar Store.
Honestly, I like the beard on you. I don't know if I can do a beard myself. I got like fucking spots here and there that don't really fully grow in. I don't know. I think you look better with the beard, actually.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll let it grow back. Cover
Yeah.
up as much of this ugly face as I can. Now I'm saying, G, now I'm saying.
Makes you happy, bro. Either fucking way. Either fucking way.
You see, man, pimping, pimp love is different from the love of a square. See, the pimp game is delicate. It's not easy to run the pimp game. Not everybody can run the pimp game. You understand, right, man? You did, right?
Keep that pimp. Keep that.
All
pimp.
right, I'm making the one that you wanted me to make here.
No, man. You got to keep your hoes in line. If you don't keep your hoes in line, they're gonna run you. And who's the pimp then? You the pimp? No, you ain't the pimp. They the pimp. Bitch.
Here we go. Let's share this.
That was good shit. Good shit. That's why I come around.
All right, what's up with that? Oh fuck, that's the group of small furry animals gathered together in a several species of small furry animals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a pict. Where's the pict? I don't see it, motherfuckers. Have you ever heard the song before? Well, it's more or less, it sounds like a bunch of small furry animals making like.
I don't think I've heard it before.
Huh?
We should just
I
play
don't
it.
think I've heard it before.
I'll probably get a copyright strike or something.
Yo, check out some of these.
Is that
Hold
from
up.
the ethereal crap?
That's
thing you did?
Yeah, I did like a different version of. I shortened it a little bit. I did something about like desert and the black and gold toroidal field, and then like demonic, shamanic, like goddesses. This one looks a lot. The top right is looking a lot different than the other ones. I don't know. The bottom right's kind of cool, but and again, I'm always gonna appreciate actual like artists doing things more than AI. But this stuff is still fun to mess around with because it gives you a lot of different types of renderings for depending what you put in. So I'm thinking because I've got some cool ones. Uh, people need to help us out with these ideas here. I'm thinking.
You bare naked titty goddess with spear. No.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have some caps there with this.
Filters. They got booby filters on it, motherfuckers.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, I've gotten some pretty.
So the
cool
best
things
we
going
can
in the
get is sideways roast beef sandwich, right? That's it. You could do that. That's it. That's all the pouring I'll let you make. It was like, hey, babe, saw your OnlyFans page. Thought it was an Arby's commercial at first, but that's good.
This shit is weird looking. Like she's getting electrocuted, bro.
I
You see
know.
that? Some of these turned out kind of spooky, man. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Hey, so that would be a good idea for that girl Sarah, man. It was on earlier with Jeebus Crisp. She makes those things out of trees, like out of trees that get cut down or whatever. She'll take a section of the stump or a section of the trunk, and then she'll uses that as what she paints her stuff on. You know, I was thinking, wouldn't that be cool for her to make like flat earths out of those things? She could sell those, man.
Dude, yeah. You saw it. You saw it just like I saw it. It
Yeah, when
looked like
you
a
said
display
that, I
at one
was like,
point.
oh yeah, what Christo said. That's why I had to come back and give you credit for it. That's what brought me to say something about it, because I was like, yeah, it does, man. Oh, you should make those into those.
Yeah.
Dude. Now, see, then there's the people out there would say, hey, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that myself because I can make money, right? Whereas I'm like, oh, that'd be something that would help her out and she could get her work and artwork known and stuff like that. That'd be cool as shit, right? For her, because I think that's
Mm.
cool. You know, I feel good if I do something that can help somebody out, or I come up with an idea that might help somebody out or whatever. It's awesome, man. I don't need nothing out of that. You know, I get everything I wanted out of it. I helped. She may take it to fruition. She may not. I don't know. And I thought it was a good idea. You think it's a good idea. And if you're listening still, Sarah, if you don't like our idea and you don't do what we said, then we're going to hate you forever. And we'll probably make videos making fun of you. So there, if that doesn't trick you into doing it, there. You know better than that. I ain't going to do that. They're my peeps. I have one of her pieces of artwork here, and my wife has one hanging up downstairs in her bitch cave. I built my wife a bitch cave, Christos.
What are you, Hannibal Lecter?
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool, man. I mean, it's like I finished off the basement, and well, we finished off the basement. She helped and had some friends help too. You know, I know, oh, this friend of mine, he can change this electric around, and this friend over here can work on this plumbing for me. And this guy here is great at drywall. I'm a great carpenter and a framer. Shit, man, we had this fucker licked.
Hey, check it out real quick. I just wanted to say while you're talking, isn't it kind of funny how this kind of turned out so blandly from what you were putting in, it seemed, with what you were intending, which can happen for sure. And then also, I just wanted to show everyone, okay, out of these three, which one should we go ahead and make 4 more variations of? And so we can maybe take it in a little bit of a different direction.
Okay.
The top
I
right.
like the bottom right looks like Avatar, right?
It does, doesn't it? The upper left does too.
But yeah, what were you gonna say, Austin?
You said, you mean take 4 more variation? Like, I don't understand.
It's gonna create
you pick one of those 4.
Huh?
If you pick one of those 4, then you can get 4 variations of that one you picked.
Yeah.
You dig? Watch, you'll see. Let's pick one. All right, so we're gonna number these from top to left to right. Okay.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. So 4 is the bottom right corner, 2 is the upper right corner, 1's the left upper corner, and the lower left corner is the
in variation though. What do you mean
You'll see.
Yeah, you'll see. Just
watch and learn
that you
Padawan.
like.
Watch and learn Padawan.
Did someone join? Is there someone else?
No.
Oh, that was you, Dave?
That was me.
Okay, well, I'm just I don't know. People in the chat probably aren't saying one way or the other.
All right. So
what do you think? What do you like, Dave? I got a couple different ones.
I want to go with let's go with number 3. Let's go with number 3. I want to see
This
what
one?
number 3 does. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. For sure. I like that.
It seems to be my number, man. That 3, and there's 3 within that 3. So I like that. It tells me to
So
do.
I'm gonna do V3. So I think that might be the. Oh yeah, here we go. V3 is making the 3 or not 3, but the 4 more variations. So let's see. Make sure this is. Yeah, that's definitely
Okay.
3. Oh yeah, this is coming in nice here. Hold up.
I don't understand what's happening. V3 is 13.
That's what I'm talking about.
V3 is 8. I don't understand. I don't understand.
V3 is only because of this right here where
What do those letters
it
mean?
says
Those
1,
letters.
2. It says U1, U2, U3, U4. It says V1, V2, V3, V4. That's because the quadrants you can make. I just did V3 for this other one up here that we were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quadrant 3, and then you do V3 to make 4 more variations of that quadrant, as we just did. And then if I do U3 back on that original one, it's going to go ahead and refine that one and make it look crisper and make it almost look completely different, quite possibly. Depends. But anyway, yeah, so this one, so you're going to look at it real quick. Oh, hold up, guys. I think this is probably like messing with the screen share, I'm sure. I have really warm. I'm gonna put blue light on just for the time being, real quick. I'll put my glasses. There we go. I'll put my blue light glasses on as
I
need
don't know.
be.
It's all right. I haven't had no
I'll.
problem seeing you.
Oh, okay. Well, it was super warm. Like it wasn't the screen really glowing like red and orange. Did you not just see it change?
What kind of game is this? What kind of? I don't understand the game.
Did it change right then? Are you seeing my brightness change?
No, nothing changed. It did not change.
Nothing changes, man.
It feels like a setup.
Wow. Okay.
Nothing
Anyway,
I noticed the
that's
same.
fine. I appreciate you. Yeah, that one looked really like they looked like the same one almost for all of them. To be honest,
Yeah, they're not too much all different.
this was the original redefined. I think that's pretty good, actually. I think that's better than all those other ones. But I had another one I was about to put in.
What is it? What? Let's see. Oh, okay. I got you. Let's see. I wonder if
So I'm gonna try another one of these, I think. Or we do one of these from up here. Oh, this is what I need to do. Okay, let's go to, because there's something really good here we could work with. So I do the U4 and the V4 for our Kali Ma down here in the right bottom corner. These are definitely badass. That's for sure. Looks like a cyborg, basically,
man.
down the bottom right. That's what I love about it. And I put really specific. I wanted glowing eyes. I wanted there to be like a mechanical aspect to it. Oh yeah, heard that. I can't use my bong right now because I got like a whole thing of DMT sitting in the bowl.
Oh no!
I need to get a different bowl because I'm not trying to do that right now. Oh, okay, here we go. This would be interesting. This one just popped up right there. But looks more human.
It looks.
Except that left bottom one is pretty. I like that left bottom one actually a lot. That's tough.
Why?
Those
'Cause
horns.
eyes, the orange, red eyes.
Yup. Yeah, okay. Dope.
Are you trying to? I don't understand. Are you just saying which one you think looks? I mean, which one you think looks better, or like, are
Well,
you
I'm not
trying?
asking. Well,
Is
earlier I was asking that for people, but
I know, but are you saying like there's a different meaning for each one of them, or they're like just?
it's changing it. It's changing it when you do the V4, making variations. It's doing slight alterations, but you can keep making slight alterations to uh, just change it up,
But
refine it, do a
what
different variation of
but
it.
what image? I don't understand. I, what image are you trying to imitate?
I'm just putting like, look, this is what I put in here. Originally to make what I made with that Kali Ma goddess being. I put in all these different sentences here. So it's just experimenting and seeing what comes up based off of what you put in with the keywords. That's basically what we're doing here.
Okay, because at the beginning of this, you started talking about Shiva and what you thought Shiva would look like. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's related to what I was showing here. I know it is like Hindu gods and goddesses, right? But yeah, this is tough. That's cool. Word.
Who's that? What's that elephant god?
Ganesh. Let's do something with Ganesh. Yeah, I'll make. Damn, okay. Yeah, word. We can do something with Ganesh. Interesting. See, it's taking us a lot of different directions now. Look like different types of beings. Well, same being, but a lot more humanoid features. All right. Word. Okay, well, I want to try and maybe keep this one simple, this next one. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I like the top right, that top right one. I'm just looking. I'm going by the eyes. The eyes are like more.
Yeah, I
they're
feel
more.
you on that. Yeah.
The eyes look more intricate than the other ones.
Dude, I like that you pointed that out with the one on the top right or the bottom right. Let's see. I want to do something with Medusa. Imagine well then feather. Okay. Here's the snowplows coming around.
Evolve the bottom left, he says. Tranquil vortex.
Golden sunflower, feathered serpent, haired.
I had some kind of a thing advertised, like on Facebook or something. And it was for some AI thing that would do, I guess, this kind of thing there. And I went ahead and downloaded it, and then it was like, oh, free trial. And I was like, oh, fuck you. And I just got rid of it. I don't want to dick with that shit, man. No. Too weird, man, really messing with these. Because I wonder if these are actually
Alien technology.
Well, I wonder if these intelligences are actually artificial, or if they're able to come into this realm through through that circuitry and into the net. You know what I'm saying?
Somewhat.
Like, in other words, they found a
I
way.
want you guys to help me make a really crazy one here after I just mess around with this next. I want to do something that is H.R. Geiger style. You feel me? We can make some crazy shit, some spooky shit.
That's some. People thought, ha! I thought of something, but it probably won't do it.
Well, we can always try.
Yeah.
See, I
When you
have
do,
put.
it won't do it though, because this is why Eugene always cracks up and says, "Don't let Dave fuck with the Google. Don't let Dave loose with Google." Nazi clown.
Oh,
We can't find Nazi clown porn. What's up? What's that shit, man? It looks like some son. You're gonna start growing hair in places where you normally wouldn't.
I like this. I like this one on the bottom.
The talk.
Right. I'm gonna do something with that here.
You see, son, when chief loved maiden and maiden loved chief. This is where papoose come from. What? Oh, was that insensitive? Oh, you poor fuckers.
Men can have babies too.
Yes, they can. I recommend feminine hygiene products to all men. What are we doing now? I just had the most delicious peanut butter and honey sandwich.
Mm.
I love that, man.
That sounds good, actually.
I think I may have another.
Yeah, that sounds actually hella good.
Oh, I love me some honey. I go through a lot of honey. I really do. I eat a lot of that. It's my thing, man. It's my thing. It's what gets my groove, man. Yo.
All right.
Dig what I'm saying? Now I'm saying, yo.
What could we put in that it won't be too long? It'd be kind of concise, but would have to do with H.R. Geiger. Something that's H.R. Geiger style. So we could say biomechanical, demonic, jester, droid.
Oh, Master Luke, I certainly am not a gay robot.
H.R. Geiger style. Demonic, jester, droid.
That should be good. Let's see what that does.
Biomechanical.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
Overlord. I need Overlord.
Jester Overlord.
Droid. Jester Droid Overlord.
Droid Overlord. Okay, all right. Not like a vice overlord either, but the overlord, boss guy, the one that you're going to use up all your free guys trying to defeat.
I hear what you're saying on that. Ooh, I like this.
Look at there. Is that it? Wow.
Fuck yeah. No, that's why I put it in a little earlier. I put something about a some type of goddess like dancing with rainbow colored bunny rabbits or something, and made like these like it looks like I don't know what the hell is going on with some of these things. This is trippy, but it's definitely that like forest like goddess like forest nymph like very divine feminine vibes. It's like what I was looking for. So that's badass. I'll definitely use that for something. But anyway, okay. Biomechanical demonic jester droid overlord.
The Frau has the gross bosom for the nursing of the child and the childbearing hips, the wide hips to birth in my child. Yes. See, that's what your characteristics look for. Austin. Where's your old lady at? You ain't got no old lady?
Nah.
What'd you do? You left her? Told her, you said, bitch. You ain't gonna live my way. You hit that fucking highway.
Dude, I'm tired of girls. I'm tired of it. It's the same old fucking thing over and over and over and over and over.
Well, you do know that the definition of insanity is to repeat the same events and expect different results. Where you meet the girls at, Austin?
Where every fucking 28-year-old guy does. Bumble, Tinder.
Oh, well, that's your problem there, dude.
Yeah.
I met my girlfriend through Tinder.
The low-hanging fruit, I know.
It's like, how come nobody goes out and meets somebody to get to know them and shit? You know, it's like right off the bat, people are fucking hooking up their genitals and then decide whether or not they like each other. It's insane, man. Never thought I'd see that.
That's the reality I live in.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like fucking fast food fuck. You
It
know
is.
what I'm saying?
And I've been doing it for so fucking long, I'm tired.
I like how you said that.
Honestly, I really am. I mean, I don't give a fuck anymore.
Back in my day, you had to home cook your fuck. Now it's just order it, you know?
Dude, I'm only 28 and I've had so much puss. I mean, I really can care less.
Yeah. Well, it's overrated anyway. I mean, it's like, and it's pushed at you continuously too, to make you think that it is the be all. It's the most important thing because it's being shown to you all the time, even innocuously in the way they put advertisements and things like that. It's all designed to strike that section of your brain, keep you down into that lower chakras, man. Keep you down into your groin. You know, the area I call the grunk. Okay, that way it's doesn't matter, man or woman. That little area there, it ain't fucking groin. It ain't groin and it ain't junk. It's grunt. You know, it's that extra area, the taint, the bridge. You know,
what are we talking about right now? What? I just totally missed, I think, a part of that.
Keywords in there. Put grunt, taint, grunk, taint, chocolate starfish.
Hey, the taint is underappreciated. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway,
it is. I was just saying that whole area I just referred to it. That whole general area is the grunk. Okay, because that kind of like encapsulates everything, you know. So the grunchial area is, you know, where they want you focused at.
I know,
because it keeps you in that lower vibration.
Yeah. So I want to be in the purple.
Do you know why these monks go celibate? Do you know why they do that?
Mm-mm.
Because that oil that cycles in the kundalini, okay, that energy that's built up, it gets released through sexual activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't release it, it builds up and you attain higher levels of consciousness.
Yeah, bro.
That's
it's
why
worth
they do
it.
Damn, I did not fucking know that.
It's legit. It's legit for sure. Saving your seed.
Stop jerking off.
Yeah, that's what they want you doing. And it makes you impudent, it'll make you to the point where it's well, you think about it. All porn is gay. I don't care what you say.
Because you're doing it to yourself.
Well, yeah. I mean, even it's like, I'll ask a motherfucker. He said, I like porn. And I'll ask him and say, well, do you like big dicks or little dicks in your porn? Well, I don't like the dicks parts. I like the girl on girl stuff and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but it's still gay. Well, how's that gay? Because you end up touching a dick, don't you? You end up with your hand on a fucking dick, don't you? Well, yeah, but it's mine. I don't give a fuck. It's a man's dick. It's in your hand. That's gay.
That's a good one.
Well, yeah, there it is. I mean, I hate to belittle an industry, but it's terrible. I mean, think about it. Do you ever wonder why is it free? Why is it free? You got to pay for Netflix. There ain't no titties hardly in Netflix. There's a few, you know, that kind of thing. But shit, that stuff is right straight up free. Why? Think about it, man. Then look into who's got pretty much the market on that industry. That'd tell you a lot, man. But I digress.
I mean, who does though? Who does?
Who does what?
Who has the market on that industry?
Well, look at the names of producers. Look at the names of the
Oh,
distributors.
mm,
Look at the names of the people involved with it, and that will tell you everything. That's about all I can say on YouTube.
yeah.
There's them Indians again. It's like the talk. That's what I would call that. The talk.
Is there
The
one you
down
think I
there on
should
the right.
refine?
The one down there on the right is I'm sorry, Quetzalcoatl. I've been seeing someone else and I'm leaving you.
Oh. Ooh. I know what we're doing wrong, what we're completely missing. Esoteric and occult.
Oh, yeah, well. I'm going to cut her here in about another 10 minutes, though. And
For sure, brother.
I got to hit my head on the toilet, on the old,
Hit your head on the toilet.
No, I was going to say the old Twilight path to. I'm in a good place, man. I feel really good. No, I don't have a toilet. I mean, I do. It's all the way downstairs, though. So, yeah, it's been like I get up and I have to piss, and I'm like, oh, God damn it. I got to go all the way downstairs, man. And it's like, shit. So, what'll happen is I'll go, well, I can hold it. And then I'll go back to sleep. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, I really got to piss. I got to get up and take care of this. And I feel so much better after I do. But
I know the vibe.
I'm worried that the long trip downstairs to the bathroom is going to disrupt my cozy sleep and I won't be able to get back where I was. You know, that's what gets me.
And then you're getting.
I love it. I love
magnesium.
I love my sleep world, man. When I'm in there, I'm like fucking cozy as a bug, man.
Oh yeah,
I am.
yeah.
But, you know, then I get to do tomorrow some more work on the bathroom. It's coming along. About got the floor replaced. I got to do some creative cutting, some creative blocking to make what I cut fit okay. There was a portion of the floor that was damaged due to leakage over the years. You got to figure this house was built like in the 60s. And so I got to get in there. I had to go in there and cut the part of the floor out. The rest of it I could pull up nails, but I had to cut it loose where it came to the wall because you figure how it's framed up. They put the plywood down for the decking of the house for the floor before they raised the walls. So the walls are sitting on top of the plywood. So where the wall is at, I have to cut it with a reciprocating saw. And I have to be real careful of what might be underneath. Finally, I got that out, which means now for the replacement, I have to have something there to nail the plywood that I replace to on that edge. So it was a little bit of creative thinking, and also I have to make it so that I can still get to where the drain pipe's at, so I can hook up the drain to the new shower to pan when it goes in. So it's like you can't just rush in there and do something. You got to think it out and, you know, fit it out and make sure that it's going to work, because you don't want to have to go back and fucking redo it. That's what sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So once I get that straightened around and get that pan ready to come in, it's out. It's still in the box out on the carport. But once I'll have that ready to go tomorrow, I can get a hold of my plumber guy, set that thing in place, and put the drain hook up. and he can put in the new shower heads, and I can finish ripping out drywall and do all that and finish it up real quick. We just got all the tiles to it today. The rest of them, they're out on the carport too. Everything in the back, out the side is on the carport. Everything is outside on the carport. The toilet, the sink, everything. Whole bathroom out there. Neighbors look at me funny when I go out there and sit on my toilet and take a shit, you know. But, you know, hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? It's bad too because it don't flush. It's not hooked up, so that's a bad part too. Can you imagine that? You imagine that? You get up and look outside, and there's some fucking dude sitting outside on a toilet taking a shit, looking at a newspaper.
That's called San Francisco.
Dude, I had that happen in L.A. We had that happen to us. We were down there, and we were in L.A., and we were staying at this place where it was like a gated parking area. And we come out of the gated parking area and pull out onto the road, and we're waiting there. There's a line of traffic for the light so we can get out on the main road. And there's this dude just drops his fucking drawers right there on that little median between the sidewalk and the road. He just drops trowel and fucking starts dumping a shit right there in the grass. And he was carrying these shopping bags.
Dude, that happened.
By the handles, he was carrying him. He just squatted down there and shit. And then he was like some Oriental dude, man. And he then he scooched his butt through the grass like a dog.
Wow.
And then without missing a beat, just stood up and pulled his drawers up and went on his way. And I was like, I couldn't believe I witnessed this shit. I was sitting there going, I know I am not seeing this, man. You got to be fucking shitting me. I mean, no pun intended, but for real, this dude just dropped trowel and took a shit right there in the middle of Los Angeles. I was like, oh my God. The fuck? What have you got? Beautiful solar gesture goddess with a perfect body and a tri-cornered hat with glowing gold eyes dancing in the moonlight. In the moonlight.
Interesting. I'll catch you later, Sovereign. I'm fucking tired.
Yeah, I'm getting there myself. I'm going to cut her off here in just a couple more minutes. We're going to let her go to just under 6 hours.
Alrighty.
And that way I can still edit it if I need to.
Later, guys.
All right.
Peace,
good night,
man.
Have a good night, brother. You got any last words tonight, Christos? I'm going to wrap it up, I think, man. I'll be interested to see what you get. Hey, save those and send them to
Oh, I
me.
will.
Text them to me. Right?
I definitely will, for sure. Well, let's put in this last one.
All right,
and
let's
then,
do it. Let's see how long it take to make it.
Oh, it'll like take 10 seconds.
Cool.
Look.
Let's do it. Cuckoo.
Yeah, some of the dude, I'm starting to realize that if I put too many words in, it can almost sometimes it's better not to put like a ton of words in. You want to be descriptive, but you also kind of want to be concise. There's some of these things I put in, they're not giving me what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're not giving me what I'm envisioning, basically. Which obviously that's
Right.
part.
Well,
that's what's bound to happen with this type of stuff. So. But that's part of the fun is trial and error and just figuring out the how it works.
It's okay, Pran. That's my little baby girl, my German Shepherd. She's ready to go to bed. She's whining at me.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I appreciate you keeping it going for a while after I joined. This one in the top left is kind of creepy and interesting.
Yeah. That one on the top right. That one right there is fuck. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like evil things.
No, I like the dark vibe of some things. Like this is cool right here in the top left. Right? I don't know if you saw this one earlier. I like those two top ones. Those are pretty badass. Pretty
Go down a
metal.
little bit. Go down just a little bit. Let me see those other ones. That bottom left one's pretty cool too, man. It kind of
Yeah.
with that blue, it
It
kind of puts me in mind of that. I don't know if you watched Game of Thrones, but that fucking Night King.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, I know who you're talking about.
if you have not seen that series, you have to. I think there's a bunch of truth bombs in that shit, man. I really do.
Dude, that's good to know. I've heard people say a lot of good things about the series.
Yeah, it's like they have this ice wall that's in the north, right?
Whoa, this is weird.
And
Yeah.
the wildlings live in there and shit beyond the wall. And in their world, the summers last for years, and then the winters last for years. And I'm sitting there thinking after a while, I was watching it was pretty cool. And then there's this woman that they call her Khaleesi, and she has these dragons and all this other shit. Well, there's some crazy shit about that, man. California is named for a goddess named Khalifa who had griffins that would eat her enemies and shit. And she had like an
Whoa.
army of former slaves. And it's like just like in that movie. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Right?
And the dragons.
Right. And I'm going, oh shit, right? This stuff started kind of resonating with that idea of lands beyond Antarctica. And that perhaps this could have been, a story set in those lands, counting beyond the
Oh,
north.
yeah.
Yeah. And these ones that were coming to try to flee south were fleeing some kind of a great evil that was permeating, taking over their area. I mean, it's almost like the same thing as from Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Sauron.
I see that.
Sauron has taken over Middle Earth, and I mean, my God, Middle Earth. Think about that, Lord of the Rings, and then you've got right.
Yo,
And what do
yeah.
they
The
always say?
rings like planes of existence.
Right, man. So it's like, what do they always represent Sauron? And that is that eye can see
Yeah, all-seeing eye.
Oh man, come on. All right, Chris,
Dude.
this thing's coming up. I want to cut it short.
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure I was looking at you while we get off the stream. I want to make sure I'm actually looking at you, not the
All right, yeah, I'll
AI
do this.
shit. So, okay, even better, man. I appreciate you very much, dude. And yeah, I look forward to some more good talks like this. Thank you.
Yeah, there are going to be plenty. There are going to be plenty. As long as we stay up here and be a little careful, we'll be all right. We're going to migrate over to some other places. I want to thank everybody that hung out in the chat with us tonight. Christos, yeah, it's always good seeing you, man. I connect with this guy. And so many others. I love y'all. Peace. Everybody be good out there. And we'll see you on the next broadcast. Won't be long. I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see how the spirit moves us. Everybody, good night and good luck.
Good night, man. Sleep well.